evening, everyone. Come to order, please, for the Bel Air Beach Monday, July 6th regular meeting. Please rise to salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Robin Aki.
Here.
Councilmember Marv Beam.
Here.
Councilmember Dave Gaddis.
Here.
Councilmember Jody Shirley.
Here.
Councilmember Rita Swope.
Here.
Vice Mayor Glenn Gunn.
On the phone.
Mayor Joseph Manzo.
Here.
City Manager Lynn Reeves.
Here.
City Attorney Fred Riley.
Here.
Okay, welcome everyone. We have an overflow crowd tonight, a lot of new faces. Thank you for coming out. Just a little closer. Because we have some new people, I'm just going to go over what some of our rules are. This is not like being at a party or someplace else. This is a limited public forum. We want to hear you. We want you to voice whatever items you have for us. But we have rules. And the rules are pretty simple, okay? The people here on the council, you may address. We have two different times to address us. And on general items that are not on our agenda, we're going to call that in the beginning. And so that's if something does not appear on the agenda. You have 3 minutes. You come right up here to the podium, give your name and address, and you address the entire council. You can't get in a dialogue with us, and these are the city's rules that have been put down over time. You can ask questions, but they're not going to be answered on the spot. So feel free to tell us anything that's on your mind, but you may not get answered until the end of the day when these actual council members can speak. That's the first time. And then the second time will be anytime we have something that requires a vote. There's a lot of stuff that requires a vote tonight. There's 30 items that require a vote. This is a very, very big agenda. Every time we get to something, there'll be a time for public comment. You don't have to raise your hand. I will, at some point, after I get done with council comments, I'll come to the audience and I'll say, are there any audience comments? Raise your hand, I'll acknowledge you, come back up here. Again, you have 3 minutes to speak. In terms of speaking, you can be emotional about your issue, but you can't be insulting to us. We're not going to insult you, you're not going to insult us. That's the rules. It's real simple. Other than that, there's no talking from the seats. If people start screaming from the seats, I'm going to have to stop this, and then it's just going to take longer than it has to. So these are the city's rules. There's a code of conduct around the room, and it's also up on that podium. Okay, so please, if everybody adheres to it, we're going to do just fine. The first item is to approve the agenda. Do I have a motion? So moved. Mark Beam motions.
Second.
Second by Jody Shirley.
Patty,
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Patty, I'd like to be recognized as state,
Mayor.
Is that
make a
Glenn
comment
Gunn?
on it.
Okay,
Yes.
I can barely hear him, but yes, sure.
Mayor, for consideration, I would like to ask for consideration to move item 30B under unfinished business, at least the portion regarding the umbrella ordinance from Bel Air Shore, to the top or near the top of the regular agenda. My basis for asking this is that I believe it's a pretty high visibility, highly charged issue, and I don't think it's in the right place under unfinished business. The reason for this is because although at our last council session we discussed the parking lot issue and that sort of thing, that would be unfinished business for us. But as far as the Bel Air Shore ordinance goes, that actually took place after our last council session. So that is actually new business, and I think it's more conducive to all of the people, all the residents who probably showed up tonight because they want to speak on that topic, that it come near the top of the regular agenda rather than at the back of the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Vice
I also
Mayor.
have a recommendation to consider swapping under the regular agenda item number 15 with number 21. My reasons for possibly considering that swap is because I think 15 is a highly charged and contentious issue, and I think that if you consider taking number 21 first, that will basically accomplish what I think is trying to be set by this agenda, and you might be able to even possibly remove number 15 and avoid some of the contentious or unexpected consequences of going to number 15 first. Those are my two recommendations for the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, I just want you to know that I shared in your thing, in my notes, I was going to suggest also that we move item 30B to item 15B, but now if you're going to move item 15B, it's going to be 21 will take its place. But I think, can I just have a show of hands, the people who are here to speak or listen with regard to the Bel Air Beach, Bel Air Shore issue with umbrellas and everything else? I'm seeing a fair amount of people here, so I have to agree with that motion. If we could move that, we'll see what other changes we have over here. I also wanted to remove items number 9. I wish I could read with this mask in my thing here. Item 9, 11, and 13 to the regular agenda. 9, 11, and 13. It's in the consent agenda. I have either questions or comments on those items. They're not going to be long, but I can't deal with that in the consent agenda. So 9, 11, and 13 to the regular, if anyone, if folks here will agree. Council, do we have any other suggested changes? And we could just vote on them, I guess, as a group if no one has objection. Seeing none, hearing none. So what we're going to do would be this. We'll just put this as a group unless anybody objects. Move item 30B, well, let's do it the other way. Let's move item 21 in replace of 15. Item 15 goes to item 21. The new item 15, which is 21, will be followed by 30B, which is the Bel Air Shore issue with the beaches. And then on items 9, 11, and 13, which is the consent agenda, I really have no preference where that goes. If you want, we can take it right after the consent agenda, so we'll put it before item 15. We can dispose of it quickly while we're talking about agenda points. Does that sound workable to everyone?
Yes.
Yes?
I think what Glenn was saying was move 15 to 21A.
Right.
No, so it's 21 to 21A. So rather than, I think the way you stated it was to move 21 to 15.
Well, I misunderstood that.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, is that correct? You want to move 15 down to 21? I thought you said swap. I have in my notes swap.
That's fine. I was going to swap it if you wanted to leave those issues at the top of the regular agenda. But yeah, I think if it's a chicken and an egg kind of issue, and I think if you consider the virtual meetings before you go to the face mask, you may eliminate some of the controversy and unexpected consequences of the face mask issue if you consider the virtual meetings first.
I think you're right. So why don't we move, Councilwoman Shirley, so he seems like it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm going to take it that you've made that proposal also. So let's move 15 into 21B. Okay? And 21A will be what's now 21. Folks, you're going to have to help me because this thing is a mess already. So. And then my proposal was items 9, 11, and 13. Just take them out of the consent agenda. Let's just stick them right before 15, if we will. Is that all right with everyone?
Yes. Yes.
I promise it's not going to be a long discussion. It's just questions. And 30B then is going to go in place of 15. So that's going to be the first item after we go through the public hearing, because I think the public hearing has to take priority. Is council all in agreement with that? All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
It's unanimous. All right, so the first thing that we have now is the citizen comment. So again, this is for anything that is not on the agenda. So if you're going to talk about the beaches and stuff like that, that's not where this belongs. If you're going to talk about, I don't know, how nice the flowers are in the backyard, that's where you want to talk about it. So does anybody have any general comments that they would like to make? Sir?
Thank you. This is concerning the political sign issue.
Okay, yes. Are you Mr. A?
I am Mr. Affendulis, yes.
Okay.
And I'm the one who was prepared and submitted to the mayor and the council member information and also the city attorney about an ordinance which I believe has been found to be unconstitutional and that I'm asking the city council to repeal. I feel very strongly about this issue, and I feel strongly about it because it is another obstacle to incumbency and the power of incumbency. It was sometime in the middle part of June when my wife and I decided to undertake our investigation and decide who we were going to support for political office, and we found the credentials of a young lady pretty impressive that we decided to make a contribution to, and she's here tonight. Her name is Anna Paulina Luna. So we decided to make a $50 contribution, and quite to my surprise, about an hour later we received a telephone call from her, thanking us for that contribution, and asking us if we would put a sign in our front yard. And of course, we'd be happy to do that. And I was surprised when Lynn, our city manager, stopped by to promptly present me with a citation for violating an ordinance, because apparently in our city, we have an ordinance that says we can't have political signs up anytime before 45 days before the election. Now this, I've already provided the information to Fred. He's been our city attorney. He's been quite professional, as has Lynn and everybody else. This is an ordinance that was found unconstitutional 12 years ago. Every court that has looked at this ordinance has said it's unconstitutional. I don't want to bring my lawsuit against the city. I want to save the city the time and the effort. But what's important as we repeal the statute is to understand why we are repealing the statute. Candidates like Anna Paulina Luna face outrageous obstacles. The power of incumbency is huge. 90% of political contributions go to an incumbent. And that's because Americans like winners. Americans don't agree on anything. They like to place their bets on winners. And too many politicians today are bought and sold. I'm also upset in our world today that we have too many old people that are running this country. It starts with the president. A little old for my liking, but he's being challenged by somebody even older who has a hard time remembering what state he's in. The bigger problem is in Congress. In Congress, even though 85% of America, Democrats, Republicans, Independents favor term limits, they don't get done. They don't get done because of the power of incumbency. And if all that money in incumbency is not enough, our candidates are able to use our tax dollars under the guise of keeping their constituents informed. There's nothing more than political propaganda for their next election. As I waited here, I got the automatic call from Charlie Crist about coronavirus. A challenger, Democrat or Republican, faces long odds. And the only way they can
Mayor.
overcome those odds,
That was the timer.
my wife has given me her 3 minutes, I'll be done shortly. The only way they can overcome those odds is to get out and meet the people and ask them for the support, hit the pavement, and put their signs up in their front lawns, and our city tells them they can't even do that. It's wrong. So I'm asking nicely that the
That's wrong.
city council, one, apologize to Anna because we've adversely affected her campaign, and two, repeal the ordinance that by every court has been found to be unconstitutional. And with that, I'd also like to ask a few minutes for Anna, who is here tonight, to come up and say hello, and for the city of Bel Air Beach to welcome her, as I would hope we would welcome all candidates, liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican, and independent. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would someone else like to speak?
Would you?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you so much for letting me speak, and I apologize in advance. My voice is very hoarse because of the fact that I've been making probably, I think, close to over 3,000 campaign calls over the last week or so. But I am a United States Air Force veteran. I'm also a minority woman. I'm pro-life, pro-God, pro-Constitution, and anti-socialist. I fought for the Constitution, I fought for freedom of speech, and I appreciate you guys allowing me to come here today to also voice this concern as well. I'm, as you know, competing against Charlie Crist to be your next congressional representative for Florida's 13th Congressional District. And if you have any questions for me, I will be available after this meeting to answer those for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
It would now be appropriate time, Tammy Vasquez is also here, she's running for county commission seat.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And just so everyone knows, we started this earlier this year. We had a candidate visit us. We gave them 3 minutes to speak. I think we should continue it. I think we have a full house here tonight, so please, you're welcome to address us.
Hi, I'm Tammy Vasquez. I'm actually running for County Commission countywide, so it's an at-large position, and District 3. And I could not follow 2 more people that were any more appropriate. Same beliefs. One of the main reasons I'm running, I am a small business owner here in Pinellas County, my husband and myself. And over the last definitely 4 months, a lot of our constitutional rights have been not followed very well. And a lot of our small business, all of our small business owners have completely been trampled on by the incumbents of over a decade that sit on our county commission, excluding Kathleen Peters. She is the only one that has not been there for over a decade. And all of them are lifetime politicians, and they do not listen. They do not listen to their constituents. They do not listen to their small business owners. They are not supportive of our police departments. We have, I think, one of the best sheriffs in the country, and they don't even listen to him. And it is time. Our county has changed so much, not only in the last 5 years, but in the last 10 years. We have become such a diverse, amazing community, yet we have, to quote something you said, we have the same old school thoughts and people that have been there, one of them for 26 years. The overwhelming amount, and I will tell you, it was 83% of Pinellas County in 1996 voted for term limits on our county commissioners. Our county commission took the taxpayer money to take that to court in the federal courts, and they had it overturned because they love their jobs and they love being there because it is a high-paying job. I did not even know that until after I decided to run. So I am running on that platform that we need new, fresh ideas. We need new people. We don't need people that have been there for over a decade and lifetime politicians. People who have never had to worry about getting a paycheck. People who have never had to worry about writing a payroll. They've never had to worry about cutting costs and meeting guidelines and meeting budgets that business owners and all of us have had to do in our households. And that's what I represent. I represent that, and I am a constitutionalist, and I am a proud constitutionalist. And I believe that it is time for that change in our county. Again, if you have any questions, my husband Mike and myself will be here. We'll be more than happy to speak with you. Thank you so much for the time to speak.
Thank you. Any other citizens would like to address us? Yes, sir.
Randy Levitz, 13th Street. This all started 4 years ago in 2016 with my political signs in the front yard, okay? And the then city manager came to me, told me to take them down. I said, no, I'm not taking them down. So I went to the ACLU at that time. They said if I got a summons that they were going to defend this in court, okay? I started out about 6 months ago backing Anna Paulina Luna. I got one of her signs, I stuck it in my yard. 2.5 weeks ago, Len paid me a visit, and I got one of these notices that says I'm in violation of this ordinance, this political sign ordinance, the 45-day limit. And I told him, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not going to take it down. And he said, well, then there's going to be a secondary inspection, and that the sheriff will come and give me a summons if that's the case. So I said, well, let that be. The sheriff never came. As a matter of fact, the minute after he left, I went in the garage and pulled out a Say No to Socialism sign, and that one's planted next to Anna Paulina Luna in my front yard. Okay? The Bel Air Beach ordinance says First Amendment rights are recognized by the city, and restrictions to political signage are only in deference to the aesthetic standards of the city. without any attempt to curtail, abridge, or amend the constitutionally guaranteed rights of free expression. Yet, that's exactly what you did, okay? I have numerous case law incidents here. City of Ladue versus Gileo, Peltz versus City of South Euclid, Baldwin versus Redwood City. All these cases involve city ordinances limiting political signs on private property. The different circuit courts and the U.S. Supreme Court said political signs are pure speech that address a political topic. Signs on private property are to be viewed from the street, represent areas that receive the highest protection in the First Amendment. Citizens, this is the Supreme Court, citizens have the right to express private political viewpoints on their private property. There's countless additional cases that find that the aesthetics goal that these municipalities have do not reasonably outweigh the loss of liberty of free speech. Municipal governments may not restrict expression because of its message, its ideas, subject matter, or content. Okay? Hillary lied, Americans died. Okay? How about Biden 2020 with the Hong Kong? Gets the message across. Right? I'm Joe Biden and I forgot this message. Today's illegals, tomorrow's Democrats. I bet not one of you would send a city inspector to an African American's yard and tell him to take down his Black Lives Matter sign. Okay? Here's my next one. God's, guns, and Trump. Right? And everybody knows what an airhead AOC is. How about ribbed condoms? They don't even taste like ribs. George Washington said, if freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led like sheep to the slaughter. So keep that in mind. I think this thing has to be revoked, like the other gentleman said, and if not, it's going to end up going to court. But there is long-standing precedent that this will not stand. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to point out, we're going to be considering the sign ordinance repeal and the motion that's been made, I think it was made by me, on number 22, okay? And then we've got several of those items are consent agenda, so it's not as bad as it sounds, but there isn't a fairly robust agenda tonight. So you can make your comments now, you can make them then. We are going to be talking about that. Anybody else have any comments? Seeing no other citizen comments, then I'm going to close citizen comments. I'm going to move to the presentation by the Pinellas County Sheriff. Sheriff, do we have a presenter?
Welcome like that, I'm going to come back. My name is Sergeant Casey. I'm going to be presenting the main stats for the Sheriff's Office. I believe all the commissioners got this email to them. Again, seems like every time I come up, it's Part 1 crimes. We actually have 0 for the city in May. So that's all the murder, forcible sex, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, all 0s. So that's good news. We had 3 arrests for the city in May. I normally go over the highlight reel. There's really nothing to go over with this highlight reel. Most of this was self-contained situations, which isn't going to cause a problem in the city. So page 3, we had 804 events in the city. We had 888 units, that means different deputies responding to the city during the month of May. I like to point out, if you look down the list, pretty much down to suspicious person, the majority of those calls are self-initiated activities. That means that the deputies are out and stopping or doing these jobs on their own. So if my math is correct, that's 758 of the 804. The majority of those are self-initiated activity. So they're out there doing their job. We have, on the back page, we had 2 crashes, both on the causeway, one at Gulf Boulevard and one up here. Again, not a problem area. We don't have one intersection with multiple crashes. And we had 72 citations. 37 of those were parking citations, 28 were warning, and 7 actual uniform traffic citations. Any questions?
Sergeant, I have a few questions and comments.
Okay.
First off, again, I say this every month, and I'm so glad to say this every month. Thank you and your group for an outstanding job. Not only we had 0 crime this month, for those of you who are not at every regular meeting, we had 3 crimes. 3, 1, 2, 3 for the whole year, okay? 2 of them were with larceny, and there's a sex offense. That's it. That's outstanding for a city. And a lot of the credit goes to these folks, and a lot of the credit goes to you, because you're calling stuff in if you see it, they're coming out and responding. So kudos to you. You cannot be doing any better than this. Outstanding. I'm going to ask one thing, if you can. It's not even going to be hard work, I promise.
Okay.
I was at the Bel Air Shore meeting last month, and they are going to start breaking out the enforcement activity at the easements. This is a very big issue here for our city. Half the room here is here because of this. I'm going to ask if you could just put that supplemental information for us so that we will have an idea of how the enforcement is going in those easements. It's their town, but I would like to know how that's going. Because the main problem that we have, and I'll get into this later, is that there's a lot of unauthorized visitors coming here using that lot. And I know you guys are doing your best, but I want to see what the statistics are, because we're going to try and put some stuff into place to try and discourage people from coming who don't belong here. So is that possible to add that page?
I can talk to the cabinet.
Okay, I know you're doing it for Bel Air Shore, because they're going to be doing it, or they will be doing it. They just broke it out into a reporting area. So when you start with them, if you don't mind just photocopying that page and stick it on our thing, I think it'll be helpful to everyone in our council and our city.
Sounds good.
Keep up the great work. Thank you. Does anybody else have questions? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the fourth item on the agenda is board and committee reports. We have several boards and committees in our city. I don't know if there's any representatives here. We have the Communications Committee, we have Parks and Rec Board. I see Leslie and Tara raising her hand, so we're going to hear from the Communications Committee first.
Thank you. The Communications Advisory Committee has had 2 meetings so far, and we talked generally about what needs to be communicated, and then some things that we can do, to get things moving in the right direction. And one of the things we would like to get going is town hall meetings. Now, we realize that given all of this stuff that's going on, it's going to take a little planning and maybe down the road, but we'd like to come up with some of the format we might do with the subject of a town hall meeting for all of the citizens of the committee. Do we just have a moderator? Maybe someone suggested the city attorney, sorry Fred, or some former mayors, to moderate the thing, communications between the council members and the city, and then work on planning a date, whether we do these, semi-monthly or whatever. We need to work on getting together a list of all the residents and voters of the city. Recently I got one postcard mailed to current resident at my address. So that's one way we send things to people who live in the city. We also need to go through the tax rolls to get the list of the people who own the properties and are paying the taxes, but may not be the current residents here, that may be renting out their homes. And then in this survey, if you will, ask them how they would like to be communicated, whether it be through email, snail mail, phone, instant messaging, on the city website, but being sure that we tell all of them that any information you give us, like your email address, becomes a public record. Because I know some people are leery to put that stuff out there. We wanted to interface with some of the other smaller communities around here and how they are communicating with their residents. Because a town the size of Bel Air Beach, we obviously have some financial restrictions. We can't do a whole lot, but if we could work together with maybe some of the other communities, I don't know if all of you guys get things from Alert Pinellas, where your phone beeps saying, there's a storm off the coast, if we could maybe work with some of the other communities to develop a common, alert barrier islands website, or service, do something like that. We talked about working on the website, on the city's website, and allowing citizens to put comments on the website. That has some ups and downs, obviously. I have to apologize to David. He was looking into some systems from Logitech that maybe we might be able to use to broadcast our meetings so that people could participate from, not having to be here, but that's something that we're looking at. So that people could stay at home and watch, get the video and the audio at home without having to come around. Our next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, July 16th at 6 p.m. It says in here it's Wednesday, July 16th, sorry, Patty. So it's 2 weeks from this Thursday. But, we're trying to put together some ideas of what we need to communicate and how the citizens can communicate with us. Both sides of those they're equally important. And so, like I said, we're just, getting started on this adventure and had some good feedback. We talked about, what needs to be communicated, what needs to be communicated immediately, regularly, like monthly, regularly, semi-annually. We're trying to put together some of those lists and thoughts. So that's what the Communications Advisory Committee is up to.
Any questions from council for the chairman of the committee? Leslie, I have just a suggestion. Victor, our videographer, invited me to watch something that he's worked on. I don't know if you can hear me properly. Which was a live streaming of the Indian Rocks council meetings, and I took advantage of that the other night. It worked really well. There was 2 little hiccups, 2 little blips, and they were just momentary. I don't know if that was my internet or theirs, but I was able to watch that meeting from the comfort of my bedroom. I was laying in the bed and just watching that thing on my cell phone. So the technology's there, and I might invite you to to get with him, because he's already doing it, and he's doing it well. It came out real good.
Question, were you able to, were the people watching it live streaming able to participate at all?
I don't know. I didn't try to participate. I don't know if that was not an option.
No, they weren't able.
They were not. Okay, yeah. I was just able to watch. It was just a stream.
Okay. Dave's looking at what the county does and some of the equipment they use, so that's one of our next
Excellent.
ventures before we get together 2 weeks from now.
Anyone from the audience have any questions? Leslie, thank you, and thank you to your committee. Parks and Rec Board, any report? I'm seeing a shaking of head. No. Anyone here from Planning Board? No. And also Board of Adjustment? No. Okay, that'll conclude the board and committee reports. So now we move into the public hearing. Bear with me, folks. I have to read this entire thing here, and we're going to have a motion from our board here, and we'll open it up to public comment. Okay, so. Really hard to keep my glasses on over this mask, so I'm trying. Consideration of Ordinance 20-03, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida. An ordinance of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, relating to stormwater management, establishing a stormwater utility pursuant to Chapter 166 Florida statutes and Section 403.0893 Florida statutes, providing for a stormwater fee, specifying the methods for calculating, billing and collecting the fee, establishing a rate schedule for the stormwater fee through fiscal year 2020 through 2021, providing that the rate schedule for fiscal years thereafter may be established by resolution of the City Council adopted during the city's annual budget process, directing codification of this ordinance, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. This is the second and final reading. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And do we have a second? Second. With that, I'll open it up. Yes.
Chris Rowe is here, and so is the consultant, if you have any questions.
Okay, and these are the engineers and the folks who put this together for us, so if there's any technical questions, they're going to be the folks that we're going to defer this to. Council, I'll go first with the council, and then I'm going to open it up to the floor because there are people there's supposed to be people who came here tonight to speak on this.
I just have one question. A lot of citizens have asked me, and I didn't have a straight answer. if we put this into effect, is there an end date? Like this is valid for the first year or two, and then after that, stop or reevaluate? Or is this going to be like forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever?
My understanding is it goes until somebody changes it. Am I correct on that?
Yes, if we want to continue to maintain our sewer system, our wastewater system, then yeah, not wastewater, excuse me, our storm sewer system, yes.
Anybody else on council? I heard from a couple citizens on this. I got an email this morning from Kathleen Clazier. I don't know if he's here tonight. Tom Luger. Yeah, Tom is in the back. Tom, you're going to speak, but I'm going to just, you kind of changed my thinking on this, and I just want to share a little bit of what you had told me. Two excellent presentations to me, and I heard from some other people that I spoke to personally, but didn't write to me. They didn't write to me either, Kathleen did. But anyway, this, when you look at it, is $15 per month, which is $180 per year. And initially, I am totally on board with this concept. This was Jody Shirley's brainchild, Councilwoman Shirley's brainchild here. She worked it through, and I think the idea and the concept is excellent, okay? I do think we need this, but I'm going to have a but here now. We're $15 a month. And at first I said, it's only $180. Well, $180 to me, I guess I could afford that. And I know some other people can afford that. But there are people in the city who cannot afford that. It is a significant amount of money to some folks. And if we had done this as a tax increase, this would be upwards of a 50%, it depends on how much you're getting taxed right now in your house, but it could be anywhere from a 30% on up to a 100% tax increase for your city taxes. I'm going to use myself as an example, okay? I pay $644 a year in city taxes. This is $180. Quick calculation, that's 30%. Now, I ran on a no new taxes platform, and I skewered the other administration for raising taxes. We're calling this a fee, but it's still the haul that goes to City Hall. And you're going to pay more money out of your pocket into City Hall. We're calling it a fee. It's a tax, it's a fee, whatever you want to call it, you're paying it. Lynn Reeves, I hope you didn't mind. I took a look at your tax bill. You know what you pay in city taxes? You got some discounts. You've been here a long time. $92 a year. For Lynn Reeves, this represents almost a 200% increase in his city hall, in his tax. I think that's significant numbers for some people. I remember going around campaigning and seeing people who couldn't afford to replace their sprinkler heads because they broke on their property and they were leaking. Money's tight for some folks. It's a bad time. So, and Mr. Lugar also made an excellent point to me, and Tom, I hope I'm not stealing your thunder here, but he also said, do you all remember the little recycling fee that we got? When I started with my property, it was $7, then it went to $14. I'm paying more for recycled water right now in some months than I pay for good water. That's just wrong. That fee has just climbed and climbed and climbed. So I have a different proposal I'm going to throw out to this council, because it does affect a lot of people in this city. I'm still for this, and if it comes up on a vote, I think I'm going to vote it, okay? But here's what I would suggest to the council, a proposal. Why don't we bring this to the residents? We have referendums, 5 referendums that came, or that you're going to hear in a while, that came out of the Charter Review Committee. Why don't we make this the 6th referendum and ask the citizens if they want this stormwater fee? And let them decide. Let them really get into this. I mean, you know, here's the book on this thing. Get into it, study it, see if you want to do it. And if you vote for it, then we do it. This is what we do with undergrounding. You need 50% in your neighborhood to do undergrounding. We don't dictate it from here. And I think because of the magnitude of this, because it affects every citizen in there, this isn't like when we normally have to pass on a fee, like the garbage fee goes up. We have no choice on that. We have to pass it on. This is a new fee, and it could certainly be called a tax, even though we call it a fee. So my proposal to the council for its consideration is that we bring this to referendum this year in November and let everybody vote. I don't think a couple extra months in implementation of this is going to matter that much. So I thank you for the consideration.
Patty, I'd like to be recognized to speak.
Yes, Glenn Gunn.
Yes, I would just like to, on the other flip side of that coin that you just talked about, I would like to emphasize the fact that this isn't a tax, it's a fee. It's a very targeted fee. It can only go towards stormwater infrastructure, maintenance, and improvements. It's not a discretionary fund. If you raise taxes basically those monies go into the coffers and can be used on any project in the city. This is a very targeted use of money here. The other aspect of this thing is it's a flat fee. It's across the board for all residents. If you were to raise taxes and make this a tax issue, then just because we're on the same size lot, if my property value is worth more than yours, then once again the high value properties are carrying the lower value properties. So it's not a very fair assessment across the board when everybody benefits equally from this thing. The problem is the cost is not fairly apportioned, and that's what this user fee takes care of. Again, it's a timeline kind of thing. It can be reviewed on an annual basis, and there's nothing to say that it doesn't go down over time. Once we start chiseling away and improving the infrastructure and working the processes, then there's no reason why these user fees can't go down in the future. If you were to try to increase taxes to make up this kind of money, your taxes would go through the roof, and that's not what we want. We want a fair, flat fee that everybody benefits from fairly on this thing. So that's all I want to stress on that. It's a targeted fund, it's not a discretionary fund, and it's a fair, flat fee. The high value properties are not carrying the entire city because their property values are higher than anybody else's. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to just clarify in case it was not clear. I was not advocating that we go to a tax. I was just comparing it to a tax. I still would say this would be a fee, just the way it is, and we did discuss this, and it is fair if it's done this way, because everybody's house about occupies the same square footage. These engineers did tremendous research on this. It's not worth getting into splitting it, so we would still keep it a fee. I just want the residents to decide on this instead of the 7 of us. Okay, again, it's easy for us to say this, but if Lynn Reeves brought us a budget that increased our taxes 30% for the city, we would run him out of this room. I mean, every one of us, because we all said we're not going to do that. And Lynn would never bring that to us, okay? He kept things pretty flat last year. In fact, he worked real hard to keep them flat. So that's, sometimes we don't have a choice. Police and garbage fees go up and we have no choice on it. But I was just proposing that we have the citizens decide this, and I'll abide by whatever the citizens decide. I think that's fair. Everything else is fine with this in terms of how it's...
Patty, I'd like to address that.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I understand that, but what you're seeing now is you're having a public hearing. Those people who have interest in this issue are there tonight or have made some sort of statement. If you go to a referendum, people are going to walk in and arbitrarily vote, may not be up to speed on the issue, but I think those people who have a vested interest in this, who have studied it, they've either contacted the city manager, contacted their council members, or they're probably standing in the audience tonight to make a statement.
Council?
Yeah, I think Glenn made some great points. He's spot on. That's exactly why we're addressing this. There's many points. I think Rita brought it up at the last meeting. We've got $4 million of deferred maintenance on our storm system that we don't have the money to pay for. This is going to slowly chip away at that. It may not affect every homeowner here, but it certainly affects most of the neighborhoods south of the light. And which is why we're addressing this. We've addressed it at every meeting since I've been on council. There's storm drainage issues. There are homes that are nearly flooding down there. And this money allows us to try to rectify 50 years of no maintenance on those storm systems. It's foolish to even reconsider. We're at a second hearing on this. To propose taking it to referendum is a foolish recommendation.
Point of order. I think that's inappropriate to characterize as foolish. I don't think it's foolish. I see people nodding their heads, so you may not like it, that's okay.
Well, I do believe that we have a lot of residents that are affected. I'm not one of those. I don't benefit from this at all. But more than half of our city has flooding streets. We're trying to solve that problem.
Council, before I open up to the floor?
I would like to echo that. Pretty much ever since that I jumped into this, I have heard about stormwater and flooding and the complaints, and people coming to me, what can be done. And many people don't understand that the city didn't have the budget. The city had to postpone and delay projects. And after a while, things pile up. Fortunately, we have a council right now, and the previous council who was willing to work on this and figure out ways to designate money. The money that will be collected on this fee pales in comparison to the money that's being spent right now to correct these issues. However, they still have to be maintained. So you spend millions of dollars and then you don't want to pay anything to keep it in good shape, you're going to have a repeat of the exact same thing that's been happening. I won't go as far as calling it foolish to consider something else, but I think as far as if the city will carefully consider where we're at right now and what we're faced with, I would consider this to be a wise decision.
Thank you. Council?
I'm not against this because I think we do need the fee in order to help for fixing the problem. I guess my only concern is the no end date, just because I don't want to see that in 5 years now going from 15 to 18 and then going from 18 to 20. And granted, I know it's a council to council, year to year idea, but I don't know what a council 7 years from now is going to decide. And like you said, I think there's a lot of people in this city who do live paycheck to paycheck, and $15 a month is a lot. That's, you know, a tank of gas, or almost half a tank of gas these days. And I'm looking at this of all of the other cities and their comparison of how much they pay. And granted, we're a much smaller city than these, but you know, Newport Richey pays $336, and we're at the highest at 15. So when we originally started talking about this, we weren't talking about numbers as high as 15. We were talking like, you know, $6, $7. So I'm all for this fee, but my just concern is the longevity of it, and if you don't put any like checks and balances on it, is it going to get out of control? I mean, I don't know the answers. Maybe it's not. Maybe in 2 years we'll say, hey, we don't need any more. I'm just thinking, I don't like having an open end. That's all. I'm just concerned.
Thank you.
I would also like to say something. As many of you know, I've always been for asking the citizens what they think. Most of the time shut down on it, but that's okay. I asked during the report last time from the gentleman if they were going to notify the citizens. So we've done everything we can. I understand both sides, but I also understand the flooding in these streets where some of these residents are stuck in their home until the streets go down. Not everybody drives a truck or an SUV that they can get in and out. Some of them drive cars, and they have to stay in their homes no matter what until the street flooding goes down so they can back out of their driveways. The infrastructure is horrible here. The city has and has owned up to it, not doing anything for 50 years, not due to the fact we, just put it aside for the heck of it. There were reasons. But we do need to have some kind of plan in place to help in the future continue to maintain and improve our infrastructure so that we don't have issues like this. And I understand the fee. I get it. I'm going to have to pay it too. I also understand I pay for a reclaim box in my yard that I don't use, and I pay every month for it. But, it's sad, but we cannot continue to let things fall apart here and then have huge numbers, huge dollar amounts to fix them. And then there's no money in the budget to do that.
Now, there's something we haven't really talked about, at least at this meeting, and this is in regards to the money. If we continue to do the repairs that need to be done, within 2 to 3 years, we won't have any money to repair anything. So what this is going to do is help put money in the budget so that we can strictly use that money for the repairs. Once the repairs are made down the road, most likely future councils will lower this monthly fee. But we need to get this work done. I know a lot of you don't go out and look at these systems, but many of us on the council have. It's in pretty bad shape. There's a lot more maintenance that goes into the system than what you can realize. Every time the water gets in these pipes from the ocean, you've got barnacle buildup. At high tides, you're going to get just full moon flooding. And that's the flooding we need to stop. And also, when we get some storms, we can keep a lot of the seawater from coming back into the streets. And this is all over the city, not just the south side, but the north side as well. So I wish everybody had the information at hand that we do, but if you read the information and were able to investigate a little bit, you would see all the work we've done on the budget and on this particular project. And we really need to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any council, anyone else?
Patty, I've got one more comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Vice Mayor here. Hey, I think the ordinance has the mechanism or vehicle in there for the annual review and changes by resolution during the annual budget process. So I think the vehicle is there to examine the rate structure on an annual basis. My concern is we've got the momentum here to answer an age-old infrastructure problem, and we need to move forward on this thing. Not even think about kicking the can any further down the road on this thing. We've done a lot of good discussion, investigation, and thinking on this, and we think we have a way forward from this. The vehicle is there to examine the rate structure on an annual basis. I understand some people's concerns about this thing, but I think we can't just say we're not sure. If there's a concern, then what's the alternative? Give us an alternative to this thing. Don't just say we're not sure it's appropriate or timely or we like it. Give us an alternative. But if we don't have that, then let's move forward on this thing. There's been a lot of good discussion, a lot of good investigation, and a lot of critical thinking on this thing, and it kind of gives us a way forward on this thing. And a year from now, we can take a look at the rate structure again and change it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Now we're going to open up for public comments. Yes, I'm just going to go from this side of the room to that side of the room, and I'll come back until we're finished. Ma'am, you're first.
Joe,
There's
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fred, our attorney is asking to speak first.
Mayor, if I could make two comments, and Chris Rowe is here somewhere, he may want to comment further. It's my understanding that if this is enacted this evening, then in the near future, he would go through the validation process to go to court and have a circuit judge review this and ensure that it is consistent with the statute that authorizes the stormwater assessment. So that's the first point I want to make. That's important to me because when it's validated, you set it's a ceiling, and in the future going forward, if you increase the assessment, then it's of course there's a question as to whether the increased amount is also validated. It would not be, because the court would not have entered a judgment based on that. So in some sense, going through the validation process sets an upper limit. So that should be a deterrent going into the future for the city council to increase the cost, although, conceivably it could. The way it was always explained to me is a stormwater assessment is like a spigot in the side of the building, and you can turn the spigot and increase it in some years and decrease it in others, and that's a good thing because it's an equitable tool for you to use as a city council over a period of time to adjust the assessments to be consistent with your needs. So that's one point. The other one, and Lynn and I talked about this earlier, if you've had long-standing deficiencies with stormwater, then in my opinion, and Chris may want to comment on this, you, some point, run the risk that you will be, if you don't remediate the deficiencies, you will be dealing with DEP at the state level, and if with DEP, it's always a classic Mr. Goodwrench situation. It's pay me now or pay me later. So if you, as a city council, put in place this stormwater assessment, then you are choosing to pay now instead of going the route of not taking care of the maintenance, hoping it goes away, and then only having there be a day some point in the future where instead of paying X, you're paying X times 2. So that's would be my concern if you don't take action. And just to address the mayor's point, could you do it as a referendum? I think you could, although if that's what the council decided to do this evening, we would have to talk a little bit about the mechanics of that, given the time frame in order to get the ordinance on the ballot.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am, you were first. I'm going to ask everyone to keep their masks on, please, in the audience.
My name is Carol Connery, and I am the president of the Bel Air Sands Condo Association at 3210 Gulf Boulevard. I'm here speaking on behalf of the 24 condo property owners of my building. We as Bel Air Beach condo property owners understand the need to address stormwater runoff and even agree that we must contribute in order to maintain the infrastructure and stormwater management system. While we intend to contribute, we do not agree that a fee of $6 per condo unit per month, totaling $144 per month, or $1,728 per year for the 24-unit condo property is fair to the condo property owners. And this would just be one line item in our total yearly budget. How did this consultant determine the $15 single-family monthly fee and then the $6 per unit per month? Maybe there should be a separate meeting with these consultants to solely address the stormwater fee and explain it to all property owners. A single-family home property owner will pay $15 a month, which is $180 per year. If we squeeze 4 single-family homes onto our property, when I say squeeze, it'd be 0 property lines, rather than the present 3-story condo building, the owners would collectively pay $60 per month and $720 a year. We do not believe that this is an equitable share of costs. $180 per year for a single-family home versus $1,728 per year for our condo building. As of June 1st, at the June 1st, 2020 council meeting, Councilman Bean opined that Bel Air Beach should have been collecting a stormwater fee for the last 50 years. Well, maybe so, but the present condo and homeowners should not have to pay catch-up for those 50 years. In 2019, our 24 condo owners collectively paid approximately $105,000 in property taxes, plus another $8,600 for the Suncoast Emergency Service. While the vast majority of those taxes go to the county, the city of Bel Air Beach did receive about 9 or 10% of that revenue, which is approximately $10,500 of our payments. Pinellas County property appraiser Mike Twitty recently opined that the 2020 property values for Bel Air Beach properties have increased about 5%. That means the city of Bel Air Beach will receive additional revenue from this year's collection of property taxes. Yesterday's Tampa Bay Times on Sunday had a large article in their business section which stated that homeowners insurance is getting a whole lot more expensive.
That time, ma'am, time limit is up, 3 minutes, if you'll just finish very quickly.
Well, I might have another 2 minutes, but I'm talking for 24 hours. I appreciate maybe 2 more minutes.
City Attorney, she's representing 24 people. There's, they could yield their time, but they're not here to yield their time, so I believe it best that you yield the time. Council, I could ask for suspension of the rules. How would you like to handle it? Would you like her to finish?
Just
2
let her
minutes?
finish, yeah.
Yes, please finish in 2 minutes. We're going to suspend the rules, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
The article goes on to say that major insurance companies are raising windstorm policies in Florida as much as 33% and dropping tens of thousands of customers. The Bel Air Sands Condo Association had a 70% increase in our wind insurance coverage from 2018 to 2019. Our association had a 13.8% increase in our flood insurance from 2019 to 2020. I surely don't pretend to know the financial status of the city, but why can't the council consider applying for a state and a federal grant for infrastructure and storm protection, or possibly a commercial loan or line of credit? Can we possibly consider floating a multi-year city bond, specifically earmarked for the stormwater issue? The COVID-19 pandemic is exacerbating financial situation for many. It may be very detrimental to the financial stability of a number of our property owners. While we again agree that we need to address the stormwater issue, we ask that the City Council charge a fairer fee of $3 per unit per month for Bel Air Beach condo units. Additionally, I do find it disconcerting that the present proposed ordinance would allow for a majority of the City Council members, which presently would be 4, to increase the stormwater fee by up to 4% per year, rather than having a public hearing. If you do not want to revisit the amounts of the fees, then I ask that you table the proposed ordinance for now, so that more property owners can be made aware of the new proposed fee. I only read the public notice in the Tampa Bay Times on June 24th, and then on June 25th, I received a postcard from the city. That's only about a week's notice, particularly since there's a major holiday in this time frame. Many property owners, both single-family and condo, are out of town
Mayor.
at this time of year.
Mayor,
Yes.
that's 2 minutes.
Thank you. Please conclude.
Okay, well, thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank
the
you.
opportunity.
Thank you
The
very
thing
much.
is to please consider lowering the $6 per month per unit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to your condo that you represent, all your owners.
Thank you.
Mr. Schott.
Rich Shop, 115 13th Street. I just wanted to let everyone know here that the City Council has taken this particular recommendation of raising this stormwater fee very seriously, so much so that about 9 months ago, this commission, or this City Council put together a committee. It was called the Residential Financial Advisory Committee. I had the honor of serving as a chairman of that committee. We met 9 times, and we are there are 6 of us on the committee. We're probably the only 6 citizens here who have looked at every bit of financial information that the city has. We had members of the council, including the mayor and the vice mayor, and most of the members sitting here. All of our meetings were open to the public, so people could come and find out what was going on financially here in the city. And I just want to let you know that this recommendation to raise the stormwater fee was one that our committee put together, a committee of citizens, having reviewed all the city's finances. We brought that together. Obviously, ours are just recommendations. We gave it to the City Council. The City Council accepted our report. That did not mean they accepted our recommendations. That meant that they had our recommendations and they could look at them and see if they wanted to implement any of them. So, as a former chairman of that committee, I want to let you know that our committee unanimously made this recommendation, and that this council has proceeded very carefully and with very good consideration to every individual person's finances. We had people from the condominiums, we had people, or the townhomes, we had people from very wealthy homes, and the people who, most of us live in the middle of that. So I want to commend the City Council. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Schaub. Mr. Hensig?
John Hanzig, 103 22nd Street. I was a member of that finance committee, and before anybody thinks anything otherwise, Rick and I did not collaborate about what I'm about to say. But I concur with everything that Rick said. This was something that was hatched in our committee. It makes sense. I'm for it. I came from a city I lived in for 15 years that had stormwater fee. It stayed constant the whole 15 years. And by statute, the only thing it can be used for is stormwater maintenance and upgrades. And I would wager to say that the existing system in this city does not meet today's standards for stormwater collection and runoff. Yeah, for whatever reason, past administrations didn't address it. Are we playing catch up? Yes. The majority of the flooding happens at the south end of from the causeway south? Yes. But this affects the whole city. The strategic plan has a plan where every year or so, 2 streets from the south end to the north end will be done. And then the system will be literally new. And from there, it'll be maintained accordingly. The intent is that in these discussions, in the work sessions and so forth, eventually the money that's currently budgeted out of our property taxes will diminish as the pot for stormwater rises. Perhaps it'll go to 0, I don't know. So I'm for this, you know. Yes, I saw the public notice in the Tampa Bay Times. We were told we get postcards. I didn't get one, and the city's got my address. So I don't know where the FUBAR was and how they're coming about this. Everybody keeps saying it's a $15 fee, and then, you know, townhomes and condos or something else. It's all supposed to be based on the impervious property within your real estate property, if you will. So it's supposed to vary, but it's not supposed to be more than $15. But again, I'm for this, and I recommend council approve it. As far as putting it to a ballot referendum, I worry about it having a town hall meeting in time to meet the deadline to get it on the ballot, because we're not getting any guidance about mail ballots with this election and this virus from the state. So I'm done. Thank you.
So,
I'm Captain T.J. Luger, 114 9th Street. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I do want to thank you specifically for listening to our concerns and putting the idea out there that we should put this to a vote for everybody. Now, I've lived here my entire life. I was a kid, and I would crawl through the existing storm drains to the Intercoastal, all the way out to Gulf Boulevard. When they rebuilt Gulf Boulevard, they've actually raised the street just enough to where it makes the rain runoff rush a little faster down our residential streets. Not that big a deal. The problem is tide. We all know, I've lived here, like I said, 50 years. Had water in my house on the ground floor, approximately 3.5 feet above sea level, twice. Not that big a deal. That's the price we pay for living in paradise. I agree with some of the comments I've heard that this seems like a never-ending tax. It's going to go up. And I'll use, for example, the road tax on our fuel. I spend a lot of money burning fuel in my vessels, but I'm charged as an automotive driver, which I already pay registration fees, road taxes, you name it. But I'm being charged extra money on fuel that my vessel's never tearing up the streets. It's not churning weight down the highway, but I'm still paying extra for that. With no, I don't even have the right to complain about it. I agree with you fully. This should be up to the citizens to be really made aware of it. But the bottom line is, unless you control the tides, there's nothing you can do. You can put in bigger pipes, better gutters, better grates. The water is going to be where the water is going to be when the tide is high, period. End of story. My remaining time, I'd like to pass off to my father. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, 1 second, Mr. Lugar. This is due time, he doesn't have to pass time. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. First off, thank you, council, and Mr. Mayor, attorneys, etc. All right, got my hands on this rah-rah sheet provided by Stantec. And I refer to page 15 of their sheet. Nowhere from Bel Air Beach all the way to St. Pete Beach, that includes Indian Rocks, Indian Shores, Reddington Shores, North Reddington Beach, Madeira, and Treasure Island. Nowhere are they listed in here. Apparently they don't have any problem. Okay. The other thing, on page 5, I believe it is, that they've indicated improvements to various and sundry streets along here. Nowhere from 9th, well, I'll have to say from 8th Street to 1st, not even mentioned. And all I've been hearing all afternoon from people is that that's where the majority of the problem is. But yet Stantec apparently didn't seem fit to include them as far as any improvements. All right, as far as the amounts, I paid $311 towards the city, to the city, in our taxes. Add another $180, that's 58% increase. Call it a fee, user fee, call it anything you want, but it's a tax. Okay, the other thing, if you'll look at your own tax bill, we pay Swift Mud. Approximately 1/4 to 1/3 of their budget is for stormwater management. I haven't heard one person mention anything about any matching funds that Swift Mud may provide. I did speak to an engineer at Swift Mud, Mr. Martin, and he indicated that there is a possibility for matching funds. Now, one of the council members indicated about a sunset provision as far as is this going to be in perpetuity. I understand that's what I've always referred to as a sunset provision in law. All right? Now, nowhere in the way I read the ordinance or in Stantec's proposal did it mention any provision for sunsetting this.
Mr. Lugar, that was the time if you would just wrap it up very quickly.
Okay.
Hey, he can have mine. My name is Tom Brahan. I'm on 110 24th Street, or 24th Ave. He can have mine.
Okay.
He can keep going.
Thank you very kindly.
Folks, just 1 second, Mr. Lugar, I just want to have
Sure.
the clerk reset that. Folks, if you want to give time, that's perfectly allowable. Just let the city clerk know that. This way we won't have to interrupt. We can add the 6 minutes right in the beginning. So if you have your...
Good. You heard me? Good.
Very good. Yes, thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Mr. Lugar, continue. You have 3 more minutes.
Okay, well, I won't need the 3 minutes, but it also, on page 5, the Stantec's proposal says for other improvements, but yet a good amount of it looks to be for curbs. Well, I don't know, I mean, what do you do? Build a bigger curb? And so the water will run faster or come up through the bay a little quicker? It just, to me, increasing the size of the outfall of the culverts makes sense. But again, there's other mechanisms other than having this utility fee, tax, call it anything you'd like. And the other thing that I noticed in their proposal is that no provision was made to pay for the cost of stabilizing our moon so we would not have any high tides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lugar. Anyone else from the citizens? Leslie Natera.
I'm not speaking against the general principle of this thing, just about how the fees are allocated. In the definition
Mr. Natera, would
section,
you do me a favor? Just either pull the mic closer or go. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
okay, in the definition section, it talks about a condominium parcel, means tax parcels developed with one or two condominium units. And a condominium unit means a condominium unit as defined by state law. And then it goes on in the stormwater fee calculations to say that the impervious service area attributable to condominium parcels is approximately 40% of the impervious service area association with the average single-family residential parcel. Then it says, accordingly, each condominium unit shall be assigned 0.4 ERUs. I live in a condo with 10 units, so we'd be assigned 4 ERUs. 10 times, if each unit gets 0.4, we get 4 per condo when we're only 40% of the ERU for a single-family residence. And I know I speak for several other condo people around here who are not happy with the way that is, shall I say, divvied up, allocated. Seems to be sort of backwards. We should divide it as opposed to, well, give us 4%, then we'll divide it by 10, and each person in each unit would pay 0.04. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Citizens? Council, normally this is the time I would come back, but there's been a variety of questions raised. I was wondering if maybe we wanted to hear from the consultants at this point before we finally discuss it and then go to a vote. Is that council's pleasure?
Glenn Gunn would like to make a comment.
Okay, I'm asking if we should hear from the consultants first. Do you have a comment before that?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, yes. Consultants, yes. Feel free to address any of the questions you heard, any of the ideas that you've heard, give any methodology. I mean, take the time that you need because people have come out to hear this, so I want everyone on the council to know and the citizens that have come here to know and also preserve this for the record, so thank you.
Very good.
And if you'll introduce yourself, because we know you, but they don't, so.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I took notes during the commentary, so I will try to address as many of the points as I can. I'll also defer to my colleague, Kyle Stevens of Stantec, for some of the technical issues that were asked about. My name is Chris Rowe, and I am the lawyer with Grimes Miller Olive. It's a law firm that specializes in helping cities and counties finance public improvement projects and figuring out how to pay for those public improvement projects. I helped to write the ordinance under consideration tonight. I also assisted the Stantec professionals as they analyzed the city characteristics which led to the fee under consideration this evening. Bear with me one moment. I'll retrieve my glasses. Let's get through some of the comments that have been asked here, questions that have been presented. There were some comments regarding the condominium units and how it was that the condominium unit is assigned the amount that it was. Basically, stormwater calculation is not set by state statute. In other words, when the city gets ready to adopt a stormwater fee, it doesn't look to state statute in order to determine how the fee is going to be calculated. Instead, a city can determine on its own how best to adopt a fee calculation that works for the given community. The industry standard for stormwater fee calculation, and by that I mean the vast majority of cities that have this type of charge, calculate their fee exactly this way. That is on the basis of impervious area. Impervious area is basically the amount of developed property that contributes to stormwater runoff in a rainfall event. The more impervious area you have on your property, generally the more runoff your property will create, the more burden on the city's facilities that have to be addressed. So the way that most cities go about allocating these charges is by recognizing that properties with lesser or more impervious area will pay lesser or more depending on the exact amount present. Stantec undertook an analysis and determined through reference to the property appraiser records, which report square footage of impervious area for all parcels in the city, that 4,188 was the average amount of square footage of impervious area on single-family residential properties. Now, the city could have gone about measuring the exact square footage for each and every parcel that's single-family and charged each of those exactly for their individual square footage. However, the more common approach throughout Florida is to identify an equivalency unit, basically an ERU or an ERC, which is what this ordinance suggests, whereby all single-family residential properties pay basically that same rate. That especially holds true in a community like yours, where, as was mentioned earlier, the parcel configuration is very, very similar. The lot sizes are similar, the amount of development on each is similar. It makes sense to go ahead and have a common charge for all residential property. Otherwise, you would expend an exorbitant amount of money trying to calculate with exactitude the stormwater fee for each property, and that additional money and expense would invariably be passed on to ratepayers. So this is common around the state. We've suggested a method by which all single-family properties pay the same charge. It's that $15 a month per ERU. We next looked at condominium units and basically compared the condominium parcels, that is a parcel of land that contains more than one condominium unit, and compared it to that 4,180 square foot equivalency unit assigned to single-family properties. And we determined, through Stantec's analysis, which included, by the way, more than just referring to the property appraiser's records, they actually did a GIS study to determine how much impervious area was present for the condominium parcels. Determined that it was about 40% of what the single-family residential impervious area count was. So they will in turn pay 40% or 0.4 ERU per month for their charge. That's how we determined it. It was basically by looking and comparing the two square footages for impervious area. It's a common approach. It's used widely throughout the state. There's really nothing that's out of the ordinary with the method that we're suggesting. Some communities adopt additional considerations, bells and whistles, which are not present here, but those communities tend to be much larger. Oftentimes they have a substantial stormwater issue that has to be addressed. And remember, the more complicated you make a particular system, the more you're going to have to charge in order to administer it over time. Our thought was, because the community was just starting with a stormwater fee, adopt something that's relatively straightforward, relatively easy to not only implement in the first instance, but to administer over time. That's what you have before you this evening. There was a question about, if I understood the question correctly, that of the survey taken by Stantec of other communities that have stormwater fees, the survey did not include similar coastal communities in the vicinity. That was for a couple of reasons. I'll allow Kai to speak to it. But I would note that there's no prohibition in the law for the city adopting a stormwater fee to address stormwater expenses merely by virtue of being a coastal community. In fact, the Florida Stormwater Association promulgates a model stormwater fee ordinance for coastal communities, a number of which have taken advantage of, and which I built several of those provisions into the ordinance you're considering this evening. Just because the community is coastal doesn't mean you can't have a stormwater fee, or that they're not stormwater needs and burdens that need to be addressed. Care to add anything to that?
The only other point I'd add to that, Chris, is with regards to that fee comparison as well, one thing I'd always like to know when we put those up, you've got to put those comparisons in there, but no detailed research has been done to what these other communities are providing with regards to a level of service in their community. Your community, being a coastal community, and in my work, I typically find those fees are higher. You've got different types of needs than an inland community, as well as other funding sources they may pay. So you may see a fee there. They may be also paying with other sources like the general fund and subsidizing their fee as well. So I just want to put those 2 points out.
There was a question about the individual stormwater projects that are referenced in the stormwater presentation that Stantec made last time. The stormwater projects were made available to us both through the stormwater master plan that the city has previously commissioned, but also our discussions with city staff as to what it expected in the way of projects going forward. The list that's included in the presentation is not exclusive, nor is it binding. The city can use these funds for any stormwater related purpose, including those that were set out in the stormwater presentation we gave last week. The money that is generated by this fee is in fact, as one commenter pointed out, dedicated. By that I mean it is set up as an enterprise fund. And what that means within the law is the money generated by the stormwater fee must be used for stormwater purposes. The city can't take that money and use it for anything other than addressing stormwater management within city limits. Now, to the extent that the city has historically paid for that stormwater management exclusively through its ad valorem taxes, to the extent you add a new revenue source to offset some of the amount that's otherwise borne by the ad valorem tax base, then you could, in time, adjust your ad valorem taxes downward to reflect this new revenue source. You're not required to do that, but it is one appealing advantage of adopting a fee like this. Some communities are consider when they're about to impose the charge. That is, ad valorem taxes are the primary source of income for each city throughout the state, with rare exception. Ad valorem taxes are a very powerful source of revenue, but they're also subject to fluctuation over time. There may be events that happen outside of the city's control, such as a downturn in the economy or drops in real estate property values that could impact the city's ad valorem tax revenues. When a city diversifies and funds a given service like stormwater through multiple funding sources, including a fee, the city becomes less subject to valuation dips and rises and diminished revenues that follow in ad valorem taxes when property values decrease. It makes good planning sense from a sustainability viewpoint to adopt a range of fees that can be used for this type ad valorem and the stormwater fee under considerations tonight will help to establish that sustainability. The fee does not sunset. The fee has been set up so that it continues over time. The ordinance points out that the city council will intends to consider the stormwater fee each year during its budget adoption process. The city council is at liberty at any time to discontinue the fee. However, it's not set up to automatically end after 1 year. It's set up so it will continue from year to year. If the city goes above a certain amount as prescribed in the ordinance because it determines it needs more money to run its stormwater program, then it may be responsible for providing notice and conducting another public hearing such as what's happening tonight before it adopts the fee increase. It does not automatically sunset, however. There was a question about the bond validation. So what the city will do if it imposes this fee and adopts this ordinance is it will set about borrowing a small amount of money with which to finance the purchase of stormwater-related facilities. When a city borrows money in the form of a bond issue or a bank loan, the city can ask the circuit court to review the financing and the underlying charge which is used to repay the financing, and ask the circuit court to approve it, basically validate it beforehand. That's very, very helpful to the city because it gives the city the peace of mind in knowing that the fee is lawful and legal and won't be challenged in the future. Oftentimes a controversial measure, or maybe not a controversial, any measure, is subject to ongoing criticism and attack by property owners who, for whatever reason, don't like the given undertaking. I'm going to sue to have this overturned. You're going to be on the hook for lawyers' fees, etc. If a city validates its stormwater fee and its ability to borrow money based on the stormwater fee at the outset, as we've suggested, then those sorts of legal challenges will be cut off. The city will be on good legal footing, and it will know with certainty that it has the legal authority to impose the fee, calculate it just as been outlined in this ordinance, and move forward with peace of mind and knowing that they won't be subject to suit in the future because all the legal matters in it is all up front. If the ordinance is adopted, the city council will consider a resolution as the next item on the agenda that will authorize the small loan I referenced. That small loan and that resolution will serve as the basically the premise for the validation, which will take place in the very near future. It's an expedited proceeding we hope to have it resolved in about 2 months, after which collection of the charge will commence. I think that was the majority of comments and questions that I noted down. Is there anything else I'd like to address?
Council, is there any questions for the consultants? Thank you, gentlemen. Council will open it up for final comments.
I would like to go ahead and make a comment. Mr. Luker, you had mentioned that this starts on like 9th and 12th, the stormwater expenditure sheet. That's because that's planned for year 2021. Lynn has already set in the budget and it is scheduled to work, 7th and 8th, Lynn, for this year, and we've already done other streets on the south side this year. So this plan starts at 2021 and then gives you the next 5 years, which streets are in the process of being worked on. So I just wanted to clear that up for you.
Council, other comments?
I think to add on to what Ms. Swope said is that the 2021 budget for stormwater is $613,000. We're only proposing collecting in this fee $176,000. There's still $435,000 that has to come out of the general budget. So just kind of to put in perspective what we're talking about, an annual fee, which is why we had our Finance Advisory Committee take a look at this to see how can we balance this. We are by no means balancing the budget of these improvements through this fee. It's just it's helping offset some of the costs. Oh, one other thing was there was a question about grants, Swift Mud matching funds. Lynn can speak to this more, but we've exhausted all those options. And then selling municipal bonds, we still have to raise money to pay them back. If we borrow money by selling bonds, we still have to pay that money back. It's not free money. So that's something to really think about. Those funds would still be owed, and then we'd be paying interest on it like we have on a lot of the other improvements that we've done. We've borrowed money and we have big, debt and interest payments. For instance, this building, we're trying to avoid taking on debt. That's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I had given a suggestion to the council about running this to a referendum, and I'm going to state on the record that I am totally for the whole concept of what we've done with the stormwater. I like it. If it comes to a referendum, I'll personally vote for it, but I want it to come to a referendum, so I'm not going to support this tonight. I think this needs to go to the voters. I've heard from the citizens. You've changed my opinion on this. I know there's merit to this, but I just want everybody to understand it fully. It's a complicated concept, so that's where I personally stand on this. Council, if there's any other comments, Jody Shirley moved this so she has the last word. She just had a summary, but she may have something else to add, so I certainly want to give her that opportunity, and then we're going to take this to a vote.
I believe Mr. Gunn had something.
Vice Mayor?
You with us, Glenn?
I'm with you. I'm ready to call the question.
Okay, no need for it. I mean, if you want to, I just asked for final comments. I'm moving to you and then to Jody Shirley. Ms. Shirley, Councilwoman Shirley, you have the last word.
No, that's it.
Okay, then we're going to move this. So let me bring the question to the council. This is a consideration of ordinance 2003, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, an ordinance of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida relating to stormwater management, establishing a stormwater utility pursuant to Chapter 166 Florida statutes and Section 4.03089.3 Florida statutes, providing for a stormwater fee, specifying the methods of calculating, billing and collecting the fee, establishing a rate schedule for the stormwater fee for fiscal year 2020 through 2021, providing that the rate schedule for fiscal years thereafter may be established by resolution of the City Council adopted during the city's annual budget process, directing codification of this ordinance, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. That is the second and final reading. A vote for this passes it, a vote against it rejects it. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Beam?
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis?
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley?
Aye.
Councilmember Swope?
Aye.
Councilmember Aki?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn?
Aye.
Mayor Manzo?
Nay. So it passes 6-1. This is now going to be implemented. We're going to move on to item 6. Item 6 is what the council said, the counselor here who is our consultant. This is consideration of Resolution 2020-09. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida. Resolution of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, authorizing the issuance of a stormwater utility system revenue note, Series 2020, in the principal amount not to exceed $45,000 to fund the acquisition and installation of capital improvements necessary for the provision of stormwater management services in the city, providing that the Series 2020 note shall be for a limited obligation of the city, payable from certain stormwater fees as provided herein, providing for the rights and remedies of the owner of the Series 2020 note, making certain covenants and agreements in connection therewith, and providing for an effective date. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Gaddis motions, and Mark Beam seconds. It's open for discussion, council. No discussion? I'll open it up to the city. Residents, this is on that note, as described. There was no comment from the city. Back to council for final comments. Dave Gaddis, you get the final word, so we'll go through everyone else first.
I have no comment.
You have no comment. Want to take it to question? Glenn Gunn, did you hear everything?
I'm on board. This is just a follow-on to the ordinance we just voted, and it's just part of the process. So it's basically straightforward, and I'm ready for the vote.
So bear with me, I'm going to read it again, I'm going to call this question. It's consideration of Resolution 2020-09, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, a resolution of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, authorizing the issuance of a stormwater utility revenue note, Series 2020, in the principal amount not to exceed $45,000 to fund the acquisition and installation of capital improvements necessary for the provision of stormwater management services in the city, providing that the Series 2020 note shall be a limited obligation of the city, payable from certain stormwater fees as provided here, and providing for the rights and remedies of the owner of the Series 2020 note, making certain covenants and agreements in connection therewith, and providing for an effective date. An affirmative vote will pass the ordinance. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye. It passes 7-0. We're going to authorize the city manager to work with the consultants then to move forward, and Lynn Reeves is nodding yes, so we'll move forward on that and get this out. I guess I had one question, council. I know that the courts are right now, I don't know, most of them are open. I know I can't get into most of them. How are they doing with this type of thing? Is it going to turn around pretty quickly?
It varies by jurisdiction. I have one on Thursday that requires in-person attendance and seminar. Another one in Sarasota County next month that is by Zoom only, virtual attendance. So it varies. I'll determine that in short order, and I'll share that information with the city manager.
And you'll keep us up to date
Yes.
through city manager. Okay. Thank you for your work on this. Okay, we're now going to move into the consent agenda. There's no discussion on this for the audience, just so you know. We just passed these in mass, and then I did split 3 items out, numbers 9, 11, and 13. I do, for the record, have to read each one of them. I'm going to read it once with the okay of council. We're going to pass it all once. There'll be no discussion. Then I will discuss number 9, 11, and 13. I have very brief comments or questions on that. So, item number 7 is the approval of the May 18th, 2020 City Council work session meetings. Let's start that again. Passed approval of the May 18th, 2020 City Council work session minutes. Item 8, approval of the May 2020 City Council work session minutes. Item 10, approval of the June 15th, 2020 City Council work session minutes. Item 12, authorize the city manager to advertise for 7th and 8th Street drainage modification project. The description on that being the project includes the outfall, the check valves, the piping, stormwater inlets, and paving and curb work. And finally, item number 14, consideration of acceptance of the Planning and Zoning Board final report to the City Council. That is to accept the City Board's research for alternative uses of the city properties as requested by the City Council. And that is only accepting the report. It is not implementing that report, just as a piece of information. So do I have a motion to pass items 7, 8, 10, 12, and 14 of the consent agenda?
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
I take a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
So it passes unanimously. Items 7, 8, 10, 12, and 14. Now I asked to split out item 9, 11, and 13, and we'll take them one at a time because we have to keep them separate. So I can't make a motion, so somebody's going to have to make the motion to approve this. So item 9 is approval of the June 1st City Council meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a second. We have discussion. Want to yield to me?
Yes.
Thank you. On June 1st, this is really for the city clerk, and the reason why I've split this out, I had to recuse myself from voting on an item that would have inured to my benefit. Under Florida law, I presented you with a Form 8B, and under Florida law, that is supposed to be in this packet, and it is not. So we would need to supplement this with my Form 8B that I filed with you. I know you received it because you acknowledged that.
Yeah,
So
it's with your minutes to be signed. Yeah, it's not, probably
it was
not.
not published.
No,
Okay.
no.
I'm going to ask that if anyone who wishes to see this, okay, this is just I had to step aside on the voting. You're not normally able to do this under Florida law. I had to, it was required. I have to file a form with the city. I filed that form, and it's now going to be included. If anyone would like to see it, I'll make that available before this vote. If not, we're going to pass this. And would anyone like to see this? Okay, then this is for the approval of the June 1st, 2020 City Council minutes. All in favor?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
It's labeled work session, and that was a regular council meeting. At the header, very first page.
Yes, that's in your packet, it's correct. In your packet to be signed, it is corrected, but you're right, in the packet, it was sent out that way, sorry.
Councilmember Gaddis, in what we're voting on though is for the approval of the works, the regular session, but your correction has been made in the packet that we're going to sign. So same issue, but it is a correction to the minutes, and that's appropriate. Thank you. Good catch. Okay, any other corrections on these minutes before we finalize them? So then we have a motion to approve the June 1st, 2020 City Council meeting minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Those minutes are passed. The next one that I asked to break out was the item number 11, and it's to approval to change QuickBooks Master Administration, name City Manager as Master Administrator. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Want to defer to me for my question?
Yes, please.
Thank you. My only question, I did not understand this. It seems like it's just something we have to do, Mr. Reeves, but I didn't understand what you were doing here, so if you would just explain this.
Well, when we initially bought QuickBooks, how many ever years ago, there was an administrator assigned to it. I've been trying to get it changed for almost 12 months now. And every time I send something in that they request, they send something back. And this is the latest request that they wanted minutes that said, I sent in that I was appointed the city manager. We sent in our charter. We sent in, actually last week we sent in that Patty was assigned as the city clerk. So this is a process that they take to move it from our previous, so it's just something that is a process.
Can I clear this up a little bit? A lot of software that's multiple users is like this, where it's possible to have multiple administrators. However, whenever you're dealing with cloud-based services or where you license through the cloud, things like that, only one person is actually authorized to add and remove administrators. And I believe that's the authority he's asking for.
I think I understand it. Does anyone else on council have any questions or issues on that?
I can tell you it's been a nightmare.
It sounds like it's an ordeal. I hope this works for you. Okay, so we have a motion we'll be now calling the question to approve, to change the QuickBooks Master Administration and name the city manager as the Master Administrator. I'm just going to call it voice-wise. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Go with our luck and best wishes, Lynn Reeves. I hope that one works for you. Okay, item 13 is acceptance of the final advisory committee, final report to the city council. This is to accept the committee findings and recommendations from research requested by the city council. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Want to defer to me for my issue?
Please.
Thank you. I did think it's just an issue in wording. It says accept committee findings and recommendations. It should say research. We're not necessarily accepting all their recommendations. That is an individual thing that we will decide on. Any council member could move that, but right now we're just accepting their research. I believe that's exactly what we said in the previous thing when we accepted the planning board. So that was my only suggested change. I would need an amendment if somebody wants to go with that. If not, we'll leave it like it is and vote on it. Anybody want to amend? Okay, if we do the recommendations, then we're accepting their recommendations, which means it's going to leave a question of implementation.
I don't believe it says that we have to act on their recommendations.
We're accepting them. I know that caused some confusion. I saw it on social media. So just a suggestion.
Mayor, the main reason this was put on there is because the council accepted them as a work session. So you needed, and we did it for the planning. We put both of them on here as a consent item because all we're asking you to do is accept what you unofficially accepted in a work session. That's all.
So everyone knows, we can't actually vote at a work session, so we'll take a consensus vote just to see if we're all on the same page. This is formalizing that.
Right.
I'm going to withdraw my issue if no one else considers it an issue, but I know that came up. So then let's just leave it as it is. And if no one's going to amend, so then we have consideration of acceptance of the Finance Advisory Committee final report to the City Council. We will accept the committee findings and recommendations from research requested by the City Council. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It'll pass unanimously then. Okay. That clears the consent agenda and the items removed from that. Now, the next item is a big one. That's item 30B, which is the whole issue of the beaches. And we've been going for an hour and 46 minutes. I have no reason personally to take a break, but I want to make that option open before we get into this discussion. And then maybe we'll take a break after that. We'll say, does anybody need a break now?
I would like to go ahead and have one.
You want a break? All right, so I'm going to say 10 minutes is sufficient? 7:46, 7:50, 7:55, 9 minutes. Okay, we'll be back. Okay, folks, so now there you are. Okay, so we moved to the regular agenda, and the first item, since item 15 has been moved, we're putting item 30B in its place. It's unfinished business, but it's really the topic of the beach accesses, Bel Air Shore Ordinance, beach accesses, and I think part of this discussion is also our control of the beach access points. I suggested to Lynn Reeves and to since this is not, you don't need a motion for this is a discussion, but we're going to come out of this with resolution points, hopefully, for where we're going for a city. So this will be an action item. You will see it done here. We're not allowed, folks, for the ones who have never come to council meetings or never have seen this before, we're not allowed to talk with each other beforehand, okay? It's illegal. So we can only speak with the city attorney and the city manager, city clerk, but we can't speak with each other. So we don't know what each other's positions are right now. This all has to get out in the open right now. Some information has been put out there, but no one has responded to things in terms of the city council, so this is the meeting that we're going to have. So I suggested to Lynn Reeves and our city attorney, and by the way, I had a request from one of the citizens, if we could please speak very closely to these microphones. They only work if you're 2 inches away, so people are having a hard time hearing us, so please just bring them closer when you're speaking. So I asked the city manager and city attorney if I could give a brief overview, just to kind of let everyone know. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and just really let everybody know we have 3 different types of beaches in our city proper and across the street in Bel Air Shore, which is another city. And I wanted to just, with everyone's permission, basically give you a quick overview. Now, a lot of you know I'm an attorney. This is not legal advice. And as City Manager Reeves said, he goes, I don't want anybody leaving this saying, the mayor said, and he's an attorney. Okay, this is not legal advice. This is the way I see it. I have a folder this thick so far that I have accumulated as a legal file, so please don't request this. I'm a citizen holder. I own, just like everyone else west of Gulf Boulevard, I own interest in that easement. You all do too. And I was very concerned, obviously, with what happened with this umbrella stuff. So you can challenge it as an individual resident. You can challenge it from the city. We're going to talk about not challenging at all and trying to work it out. Okay, that's kind of where we're going with this. So let me give you a quick overview, okay? We've got 3 beaches. I'm gonna go from the easiest one to the hardest one. The easiest one is Bel Air Beach, okay? And basically, this is the area right above 19th Street. It's owned by the city of Bel Air Beach. We've got white sand, which we call dry sand, and then we've got the wet sand, which is down by where the water actually hits the tide. Along this map that Lynn has up here, which doesn't have Bel Air Beach on it, there's a thing called the erosion control line. That is the limit where private property goes to what is known as state property, the wet sand. Okay? In Bel Air Beach, it's real easy. It's the retaining wall. So when you go and you're walking along Bel Air Beach and you see the retaining wall, that up to that retaining wall, from the Gulf of Mexico to the retaining wall, that's public property. Enjoy the beach. Okay? If you're down by the water's edge, you're technically under the control of the state. The land itself, the dry sand, Bel Air Beach, is under the control of the city council. So the city council makes the rules, the ordinances, and anything else that affects the usage of that. Lynn Reeves is in charge as city manager of maintaining that beach. So if you see something that you don't like there, that's our city's responsibility. Lynn has his crew, his DPW crew. They go up and down, they take care of that. That's our responsibility. We rake the seaweed, we do different things. That's Bel Air Beaches. Okay? Anyone in the world can use that beach. There is no restriction. The only provision is, if you bring your car and you park it in one of our parking lots, you either need to have a Bel Air Beach decal, or you need to pay the parking fee. If you do that and you abide by the other rules, enjoy the beach. Anyone can use it. That's the easiest one. From 1st Street in Bel Air Beach up to 19th Street in Bel Air Beach, once you go across the street, once you go across Gulf Boulevard, you're now in another city, and that city is called Bel Air Shore. It's completely not our city. We don't own anything there. The residents of Bel Air Shore all have Gulf front houses. If you take a look at these maps that you see here, you see this thing called the erosion control line, okay? That line extends from their property into an imaginary place in the sand. You will not go out there and be able to find that erosion control line. On this map, you'll see frontage, you'll see signs, 26, 36, 80, 82. That is the amount of feet from their seawall to the erosion control line. They own that beach, those residents. If you're sitting against a retaining wall, you are on their property, private property. This was not taken by the city of Bel Air Shore. It was not given by the city of Bel Air Beach. It's actually constitutional. It goes to the state constitution. It goes to the federal constitution. Most of the residents historically have been very understanding and have let people go and sit on that beach. Really, you're sitting in their backyard. They don't have to do it. Most recently, some of the residents, a few, have said no. And that's usually because there's been abuse. There's been abuse that people have went in their swimming pools. People have sat on their lounge chairs in the middle of the pandemic. People have had beer parties. People have had marijuana parties. People have decided to, set up cornhole games and everything else and play loud music and hook up tents. And these folks, some of them have just said no more. So we're not going to permit you to do it. So if you're behind the erosion control line, in other words, eastward of the erosion control line towards their house, they have the right to ask you to move. And again, I'm not your attorney. I would suggest if an officer asks you to move, then you probably should move. Okay? The officer's going to ask you to move to the wet sand area, which is the area in front of the erosion control line. So if you look on here, I can't even see that, but I think that might be 100 feet or something on 3rd Street. Basically, you'd have to move 100 feet away from that seawall. Sometimes there isn't 100 feet. Sometimes that's underwater. But most of the times there's 100 feet of beach, and you can go out there, and you can put your blanket or your chair there and enjoy yourself. You're on state land again, okay? So that's private property. If the residents, again, this is a suggestion, not a requirement, if the residents are courteous enough to let you use that property, please be respectful. I think the problem isn't with our Bel Air Beach residents, it's been the outside visitors. Which takes me to the 3 beach easements. There are 3 beach easements, one on 6th Street, one on 12th Street, and one on 19th Street. These are the areas where you see the little gates, okay? You're still in the city of Bel Air Shore, but each one of those beach easements has been given to the people of Bel Air Beach who live east of the center line of Gulf Boulevard. Sorry, folks who are in the condos, you have your beach already. This was given back in the 1940s to the people who are landlocked. We enjoy a perpetual easement or license to use that property for beach and bathing purposes. That's what it says. Don't ask me what it means. You certainly can go to the beach and enjoy yourself. You certainly can go to suntan. But we can't do anything we want. So for example, the city of Bel Air Shore has set out rules that say you can't build a fire on the beach. You can't have glass bottles. Well, these are safety concerns, and it's their city, and they make those rules, and I would think those are pretty reasonable rules. So why are we here tonight? We're here tonight because the city of Bel Air Shore has passed an ordinance, most recently, that pretty much prohibits all shade covering, okay, on the entire city, okay? It bans it for the residents, it bans it for our beach access points. And that's where we're at right now. So I know some residents have been very upset with this. I've heard from several people. I'm upset personally, and there's a lot of options that we can consider as a city. The city of Bel Air Beach does not own those access points. I'm going to call them easements because that's what I always call them. Those three things are maintained, though, by the city of Bel Air Beach under what's called an interlocal agreement with the city of Bel Air Shore. So Lynn Reeves' group, again, they maintain that. They empty the garbage. They take care of painting the parking lot. They do all the work that's required over there. But it's for our use, and it's only for our use. If you are not a Bel Air Beach resident living east of the center line of Gulf Boulevard, you do not have a legal right to enter through those access points. You still can walk along the wet sand. So if you come down from Indian Rocks and you're walking in the water, or you're walking, 2 feet off the water, you're in the wet sand, the state sand, that's fine. But you don't have the right to cross from the, let's say, the sidewalk outside 6th Street and walk through. You don't have the right to walk along the beach and say, I'm gonna go take a shower. I'm gonna go sit on that bench. You don't have that right if you're not a Bel Air Beach resident. Now historically, we've had some issues about trying to keep people out. It's been an ongoing request of mine to the city manager. He's made it, I know, to the police. We get improvement, it stops. With the pandemic, it has gotten overwhelming, and all these people are coming in. They're coming in on Ubers, they're coming in taxi cabs. They're coming in and they're using this. They're outside of our city, and they're not respecting the property rights of the people of Bel Air Shore. I listened, folks, to the 2 hours worth of meetings with Bel Air Shore. I cannot disagree with their residents. We wouldn't tolerate it if it was our backyard. Where I have the problem, and which we're going to open up to the council's discussion right now, and then the city's discussion, is this ordinance to ban the umbrellas was made with the stated purpose of, well, if we ban the shade, maybe they'll all go away. Well, I'm fine with that if the other people who don't belong here go away. That's my position, but not the Bel Air Beach residents. We have a right to go to the beach and enjoy the beach. And enjoying the beach is not walking away with skin cancer and second-degree burns. We need shade, okay? I don't think it can be said any easier. We have a variety of options that are open to us, and I will just bring this, and I'm going to turn it over to the council then. I had a meeting with Mayor Schmidt. I did not represent the city. In fact, we specifically said both of us were operating as individuals. I had the right as a property owner to speak with him. He happens to be a friend of mine, and I called him up, and I said, what are we going to do here? I said, this thing's going to go viral. It's going to be a problem. I said, what can we do? We need to have shade. He goes, I hear you. We understand. And he said that, to me, he said he was going to bring a motion to eliminate the umbrellas from the ban. I may have told Mr. Reeves something slightly different, that basically to exempt the easements from the ban. But they're going to change this. They're hopefully going to change it. On the 21st of July is their next council meeting. And he asked me to just exercise forbearance and tell the people in the city, can you wait till the 21st? I'm going to take care of it. I will say I've known Mayor Schmidt for over a year. He is a man of his word. I like him. I will put in a good word for him. If he says he's going to get it done, I think he will. But as he said, his council has to approve it. So the purpose council tonight is to see how, as a city, we wish to proceed, okay? Keep in mind, Bel Air Beach, as a city, is a property owner on this side by virtue of owning City Hall, the marina, and some parks. So the city has a right, if they wanted to go to litigation, they could on behalf of the citizens. Any citizen could go, but I'm not advocating that. I'm advocating that we just try and work with them, and more importantly, work with them to control these beach access points. It's not going to be good enough that we talk to Captain Weiner. If necessary, we're going to hire more police. We're going to put in gate systems that keep cars out. We're going to put in tags if we have to. We've had proposals for beach badges. We need to come up with a way of showing the folks in Bel Air Shore that we want to keep the outsiders who don't belong there off that beach. I think once they go away, my feeling is this problem goes away. It's not the Bel Air Beach residents that are going in people's pools. I don't think so. And if you are, stop, because it's not good. With that said, I've spoken enough. I'm going to turn it over to, I want to see if Fred Riley or Lynn Reeves has anything to add to this, and then I'm going to turn it over for discussion to council.
No, Mayor and Council, I spoke with Mayor Schmidt, and I've also spoken with Commissioner Bloom from there. He called me to discuss it. And I think at this point, the sheriff is not enforcing it. That's my total understanding, and I can tell you, I was at each beach access over the weekend, twice each day, and there didn't appear to be too much of a problem. For the most part, our residents were staying within the confines of the access. There might have been one person that was down on the beach a little ways, but for the most part, the residents are doing, what's reasonable. And I can honestly say that I didn't see outsiders at all. So I think where the outsiders came in was when the beach reopened. Unfortunately, the sheriff put a big dashboard up, and he listed those 3 accesses, which really he shouldn't have because they're private. I think that's what brought the crux of the problem. So, I think the residents, for the most part, are honoring, taking care of, enjoying the beach. They're, everyone I spoke to down there, they were very cordial. They weren't out there to create issues, and I don't think that's the intent. So the intent going forward, in my mind, is let's have the discussion with Bel Air Shore and see where we can come to some common ground. And as I suggested to the mayor, hey, maybe we exempt the beach accesses for the umbrella. If you're having your issue, if you look at the diagram, sorry about the bubbles when you don't touch it. If someone wants to go in that 68 feet at 3rd Street, then that's an issue. And put up an umbrella or put up a canopy or do whatever. That's a private issue. If they go below that line, it's still controlled by the city of, or town of Bel Air Shore. And their ordinance would still be in effect, just like our ordinance says on our beach. You can't have a dog. Doesn't mean you can walk your dog on the wet sand. It means you can't have a dog. So I think going forward, I think we'll resolve this. And I don't think, unless there's someone out there that's told me that somebody trying to arrest them or, to do something, I think going forward it'll be fine. We just have to, how do you say it, stay calm and try to work it out among the 2 communities. And we are going to have some discussion based on my discussions with both of those people. We want to have some discussion on how to control the access. And what that might look like, at this point, we don't know. But hopefully, if both want to control it, we share in that expense going forward, and we make it a better place for all of us.
Thank you. Fred Riley?
I'll make several comments. I will first make a disclaimer like Mayor Manzo. My legal guidance is directed to the city council. It's not directed to individual citizens. I'm going to read a list of documents that I looked at, and I provided the city council with some legal analysis, but let me read you the documents. And the purpose of reading them is to give you some idea of the degree of complexity of this issue, although it's not that complicated. I looked at the abstract, the title, which relates to the 3 access lots, the interlocal agreement between City of Bel Air Beach and the Town of Bel Air Shore, the Town of Bel Air Shore's Article 1, which relates to beach access and beach access restrictions, the Town of Bel Air Shore ordinance, which is 2020-01, which is the one that has the prohibitions related to the shade and the canopies and umbrellas. I also looked at the 3 individual property appraiser printouts, which depict the 3 beach access lots. And I also looked at Florida Attorney General Opinion number 2002-38, which relates to the regulation of the dry sand portions of the beach. After looking at all that stuff and talking to Mayor Manzo and City Manager Reeves, I put together an email that I shared with the City Council members to try and make sense of it all and take a position. That email was shared with the City Attorney for the Town of Bel Air Shore, and I spoke with her last week. We had a very civil and professional conversation. I will tell you, we differed on interpretation of their ordinance, and we agreed to disagree. But where I think you are this evening as a council, as it is really pretty straightforward. I think you have really two things that you should do, and you should strongly consider. The first is to authorize City Manager Reeves to continue what he's already begun, which is to have informal discussions with them to see if a informal resolution can be worked out. If that proves to be unsuccessful, then I think you'll know that relatively soon. And what I would then suggest to you, and this suggestion was also made by the town's attorney, is that we do a Chapter 164 dispute resolution, which is a mechanism for resolving disputes between 2 governments. And that's basically a mediation process. It's used quite frequently, and it's a way for 2 governments to both approach things in a reasonable and sane manner and get a resolution without having a border war. So those are the 2 things that I would recommend you to do, and I will echo what both the mayor and city manager have said. To my knowledge, there has not been a flurry of people getting cited, and there's not a whole lot of action. Everybody recognizes there's a problem, and everybody, I think, recognizes that the problem should be resolved. And this is a time and the type of dispute that absolutely should be resolved with reasonable people sitting down and working it out. And I'm not a proponent at this point of the city taking any action to get involved in litigation. I think you would really be wasting time, effort, and money on that. And again, my feeling is you will know pretty quickly if something can be worked out, and I have every expectation something could.
I'll just add to that. I have spoken extensively again with, and I know this as well as anybody in this city, so I've offered to continue to speak with Mayor Schmidt. I'm going to, as a private citizen, whether I'm representing the council or not. Again, every citizen in this room, if you live east of the center line of Gulf Boulevard, has a right to be heard. And I hope that you will be heard on the 21st at the meeting. Be respectful and tell them what you think, because they want to hear from us. But I would like to continue that. I would be more than happy to represent the council's views, providing that they are in sync with my own. I'm completely in sync with your views, okay? This is a litigation file that I'm starting. I'm not going to litigate anything. I have no intention of doing so. But when you came back after telling me that their attorney outright rejected our proposal, well, I thought it was time to start preparing. It doesn't mean we're going to litigation. This is not discoverable, folks. This is my litigation file. I'm a property owner, and basically, this is something that I think that can be worked out. I think they understand completely what the situation is. But I will tell you, this is the opinion of 4 attorneys that I have reference to, that this is something worth fighting for. And I got a letter from a citizen today that said, we moved here so that we could use those beaches. And if they're compromised because we can't have shade and we can't have umbrellas and essentially, people are gonna make it so difficult that we can't use the beaches anymore. That affects our property values. And as a citizen, I'm not gonna let that happen to me. Other people can accept that, I will not. I think that this will be easily worked out. I think the town of Bel Air Shore is gonna fix this thing. Lynn's nodding, we both have spoken to the same mayor. We know they're gonna fix this thing. So I don't think anything's gonna be necessary other than we go over, we all be polite on the 21st, and they're gonna fix this up. We're not gonna have an issue. As for the other issue with the erosion control line sitting on people's private property, I'm of the opinion that this is not a city issue. If you're sitting on somebody's property, just like if you decide tonight to go come in my backyard, I'm gonna ask you to leave, and if not, then you can probably meet the Pinellas County Sheriff, because you can't stay in my backyard. So this is a citizen-to-citizen issue. That town of Bel Air Shore does not enforce that rule. The citizens do it because they're the owners, and we don't protect you on that. We don't get involved in private disputes. So my recommendation to council would also be that we don't get involved in any type of litigation. And I will say this, I've spoken with mayors who did get involved in litigation. We don't want them to go there. You're talking $100,000 per parcel to do litigation, and it wound up in a standoff, and everybody wound up paying legal fees. They got nothing out of it. So absolutely, under no condition should litigation be something on our radar unless no one wants to work with us and they just say, too bad, you know. Or I heard a comment by a citizen there that they said, we'll lock the gates. Well, if they ever lock the gates, I'll be the first one, representing myself and myself only, to get those gates unlocked by getting an injunction. You can't lock those gates. That's out of the question. So that's where I stand on it. I want to hear what council has to say.
Eddie, I've got some comments.
Sure, Glenn.
Yes, I agree with the diplomacy at the lowest level. I think that's very commendable, and that's the way we should go. However, here's a couple observations. One is, I don't think it's appropriate for Mayor Monzo to be talking to Mayor Schmidt, resident to resident. I mean, there's a perception issue there, and there's a conflict issue there, I see. Mayor Schmidt is if I understand, he's basically a strong mayor, right?
No, he is not.
So,
he is not a strong
he
mayor.
is not. Oh, they have a city manager
They do not.
or administrator? Okay.
City manager.
I will still fall back to my position. I think there's a conflict there and a perception issue there. The person who needs to take the lead on this is our city manager. Our city manager should be talking to either their council members or their mayor to avoid any perception of conflict or impropriety there. City manager should do all of our negotiating, all of our diplomacy, bring it back to the city council, discuss the issue, there's some intelligent debate, and then as a collective body, we decide the appropriate course of action. I think at the end of the day, the goal is to institutionalize and answer a lot of these long-standing questions that seem to have fuzzy memories or there's some conflict about how it's being interpreted. Obviously, our city attorney differs from his interpretation of the legal documents from their city attorney. So whatever course of action we take, I'm on board. But at the end of the day, whatever that course of action is, I think we need to iron out some of these nebulous questions and fuzzy questions and institutionalize them for perpetuity, because we all know what's going to happen. The council members change out, the city staff change out, residents change out, and in 5 to 10 years, we're going to be reinventing this issue. So it wouldn't hurt to let's resolve this thing once and for all and do it on a legal basis so that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, when this issue raises its head again, you can fall right back to the legal documents, and nobody will regret having those legal documents available. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Glenn. I'm just going to, Vice Mayor, I'm going to rebut something you said, and then I'm going to turn it back to the council because it's critical what you just said. I'm going to be speaking about this later tonight, about people stepping on other people's First Amendment rights. I did not, when I became mayor, cede my First Amendment rights to the city of Bel Air Beach. I am a property owner with deeded access to those easements in perpetuity. I will not be stopped speaking to anyone who wants to listen to me. I have the right to go to that council meeting. I do not, and I will not, without permission of council, represent this city. But I am a property owner here. I hold as much right to that as anyone else. And I intend to make my voice heard, and no one is going to tell me I cannot do that. That would be an infringement of my First Amendment rights. That is done by a government actor. We're going to be talking about that. Mr. A spoke about something that we're going to be talking about later. You can't do that. Any citizen has the right to speak to another government official if they'll listen to him. I've spoken to Senator Brandeis about this. I'm going to speak to other people, okay? So I don't have to represent council. That's council's decision. And I don't even know if I want to represent council. I don't know what council's opinion is yet. Other than that, I agree with everything else that the vice mayor said. I think this does need to be memorialized. I disagree with one thing that Lynn Reeves said, that this is a temporary problem. I have been complaining about this problem since I became mayor. There's an inundation. If you went there tonight, if we have a pretty sunset, you will find car after car come in a quick method, none of them from this city, to watch sunset. I've noticed it, and so have all the residents in Bel Air Shore who have the houses that are adjacent to it. I've seen them sitting on their retaining walls. I've seen them walking in their backyards. It's unacceptable. They don't have the right to be there, these people. Our Bel Air Beach residents enjoy it. It's there for us. But understand something too, as these residents in Bel Air Shore exercise their right to exclude us from their dry sand that we've historically been using, it makes our beach much, much more limited. You basically have the 3 easements, which are about 80 feet wide and maybe about 80 feet long on a given day. I've seen them where they're 10 feet long. It's not a lot of place to put 19 blocks of citizens here. I got 19 blocks in Bel Air Beach that use those 3 access points. So I don't want to share this with people from Tampa. Sorry. I paid extra for this, and so did you. Our sand was much more expensive than the other sand in the neighboring towns. So I want what I'm entitled to, and I'm not going to take any less. I'm not compromising my rights. We have deeds that spell that out. I want my beach. I want my beach access. I want my MTV. What do we have here? Who's next?
I would like to speak.
Sure.
I agree with Vice Mayor Glenn Gunn, and I also strongly suggest that council ask City Manager Lynn Reeves to represent the city in their discussions with the mayor of Bel Air Shore. You've known that mayor a lot longer, have a lot better relationship, I think, and I think that will play a big part in the decisions that Bel Air Shore makes, hopefully. But I stand with Lynn Reeves making the developing the conversation and the communications on behalf of City Council of Bel Air Beach.
Vice Mayor here, I would just like to add that nobody disputes your First Amendment rights. I think the impact is when you took an oath to be the mayor, there are certain considerations and things you should be thinking about. I mean, if you want to make inputs as a resident, that's fine, but there are probably better and more appropriate channels than to just say, I'm going to go visit Mayor Schmidt resident to resident and we're going to discuss city issues. I mean, take a step back there, take a step out at the moment there and think about that situation and how it's perceived by other people looking at that, especially the people who work with you on the council and members of the council on the other side and the residents. It doesn't add up. So all I ask is you need to take a step back, think about that situation, and the easiest way forward is city manager is the way forward and our main contact for dealing with the city of Bel Air Shore.
Okay, Mayor Gunn, Vice Mayor Gunn, I'm going to, at this point, take myself out of being the official representative for Bel Air Beach. But I disagree 100% with you. I serve on a council of mayors for Pinellas County. I serve on the Big C, which is a group of all the mayors of of Pinellas, of the beach. What do you think we do? We talk. I have every right to speak to other mayors. And I'm going to speak to other mayors. These are the contacts that I've made and why I'm in politics. So I'm going to use any political connection I can. My viewpoint may match the city of Bel Air Beach. It may not. And I'm not going to be told otherwise. I'm not even going to discuss it anymore. But if this council is in agreement that they want Lynn Reeves to be the point person, remember, the city of Bel Air Beach doesn't own these access points. You as citizens own them. We do not represent you on that. You represent yourselves. Any one of you can call up Mayor Schmidt if he takes your phone call. Any one of you can go to your council meetings. So I'm not going to bargain for a right that I have. But I don't have to represent the city of Bel Air Beach. If you want, the city of Bel Air Beach has its own position, and Lynn Reeves can make that position. That is not necessarily the position of the citizens. You may not agree with what Lynn Reeves is saying. It's up to you then as a citizen to do something about that. I will be at that meeting. I will be speaking at that meeting next month. I will be speaking as myself, as a private owner of a parcel. That's the end of that discussion as far as I'm concerned. But the rest of the council, I'd like to hear what, where our response collectively as a city should be.
Can I just add that I agree we all have a right to be heard, but as a representative of the city, I believe we need one person spearheading the city's position. And I would like Lynn to do that for us. I know you've had a good relationship with Mayor Schmidt. Now, the couple of things that I kind of made notes as we were kind of laying this out is that, the beach has been unusually busy because of the COVID. I mean, there's no sports, there's nothing for anyone to do. People are going to the beach. They're coming to any beach, any access they can find a park. I know we've had this discussion before that, they're ticketing vehicles, they're trying to, limit those that shouldn't be there, which is part of the problem why this is in front of us right now. And we've talked as a council in the past about trying to enter into an agreement for towing vehicles that shouldn't be in those parking lots. And Lynn, as part of your discussions with Mayor, that might be, Mayor Schmidt, that might be something to talk about, is how can we help them control who's coming to those beach accesses. And, I think it's important, I think your idea of maybe discussing, can we have umbrellas in the access points? Can we, and I hate to say fence it off, but I mean, there's really cool beach fencing you can use, put a little picket fence, like outline, here's the allowable umbrella space, something like that. I mean, using the little white picket fencing like you see in beach communities that use for sand barriers or something. But somehow to, just let them know we're making an effort to help control the overflow of people in their backyards. I know for a fact it's an issue. I lived on Bel Air Shores many years ago, and it was an issue then. I can only imagine it's worse now with the number of people accessing our beaches. Other than that, I say be good neighbors. I've been saying this from the get-go. They allow us to use those access points in exchange for us maintaining them. If we're not good neighbors to even our next door neighbor, why are we going to be good neighbors? We just need to be aware of, this is someone's private residence that you're camping in behind their house, and just kind of be aware of that someone lives in that house, and you wouldn't like it if they were in your backyard. So I'm just saying, be considerate of our neighbors. And Lynn, I trust you to keep everyone's best interest at heart.
Vice Mayor, I've got one more comment.
Hang on, Vice Mayor. We're going through the first set of comments here. Dave Gaddis has the floor.
I believe that before the 21st, we should have some sort of an action item completed to show them that we're making an attempt to curb the amount of visitors that are essentially attacking their home front. One way that we're doing that already is we're going to be discussing shortly raising the parking rate. It's not going to cure everything, but that's a good example of something that we're trying. That we're at least not ignoring the problem. We're trying to figure out some way to curb people coming that don't live here. And I think that with that and maybe something else, other suggestions, and we're also open to suggestions about anything that we can do that may also help. Because I think, honestly, we've just not had enough dialogue COVID has brought just a mass influx of humanity, and I'm sure it's very overwhelming for them. So I am in total agreement with waiting, and at the same time allowing Lynn to continue talks with Bel Air Shore, and let's give them the opportunity to come back with their own suggestions, and maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle. I don't really think that all is lost. I truly don't believe we're going to lose our beach. I think it's just a matter of right now it's very traumatic times for everyone, and with everyone that would normally be here over a long period during spring break, essentially getting cheated out of it because of this virus. As soon as the beaches opened back up, it was completely overwhelming, and I totally understand their frustration. That's all I have to say about it.
Thank you. Marvin, Robin, Upke?
I've been here 20 years, Lynn has been here over 20 years, and at one time, there's a lot of people that may not know, we had our own police department. At that time, there were 2 officers assigned to the city, 2 at night and 2 during the day. So they didn't leave the city, they were here. So at that time, there was a lot of coverage on the beach, no question about it. And that changed, we went to Pinellas County Sheriff. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lynn, Pinellas County Sheriff now pays, or let me back up, Bel Air Shore pays for the coverage in their area. And there's only a percentage of time, one guy on a ship that goes through those beach areas. So most likely, with the recent COVID and the people coming down, and hey, eventually, as time went on, people realized there weren't 2 officers 24 hours a day in Bel Air Beach or Bel Air Shore. So that's changed, so people take in. So I think with Lynn's experience and knowing all the ins and outs the last 20 years and what's happened, and he's very familiar with the contracts that Bel Air Shore and Bel Air Beach has, I think something can be worked out to find a solution to get coverage for these beach accesses. I brought up at the work session possibly put gate accesses in there. That would prevent any drop-offs. So anybody who buys a Bel Air Beach sticker for their cars, or anybody that lives in Bel Air Beach could have a card access and enter that area without a problem. Then you wouldn't need someone standing in front of those 3 accesses 24/7. That might be a simpler way. It may be a little costly, but if you talk about the cost of the sheriff in the city, another man, that's $100,000 a year. So there might be some option there. So, but these are things I believe Lynn and the mayor could talk out, and I rely on his experience to go forward with this.
When I first heard about this umbrella thing, I was annoyed, irate, and I just thought it was ridiculous from the medical standpoint. I was outraged. I understand why they're doing it, because people have taken liberties and abused the privilege, not necessarily our residents. But I think what we need to do is start with the basics. I don't think we need to go extreme to like the gate idea. I think start with, yes, the sheriffs have limited time, but instead of taking the time to go on the beach and say, hey, who owns the Honda, who owns this one, doesn't have a tag, hey, move your car, stop that. It takes a lot less time just to write the ticket. So no badge, you get a ticket, there's no warnings. If it's a resident who hasn't bought their tag yet, that's unfortunate, but hey, that'll motivate you to come and get the tag. I would start with that. If that doesn't work, then I would go more towards the towaway zones. As soon as somebody gets their car towed, I guarantee you that's going to get out on social media that someone from Tampa came to Bel Air Beach, got their car towed because they parked in the wrong spot, and all of a sudden people aren't going to come. And like I said at the last work session, we have to have realistic expectations. If they're going to make the effort to come, they're gonna find a way. So I've seen people park at Panera and walk over the bridge, pulling a wagon with their kids and all the floaties and everything, so you're not gonna stop at 100%. You just hope that those people that go through all that effort are going to be thankful they're there and respect the property. I do agree that I think Lynn should spearhead this and have one form of communication. I think, of course, any resident's allowed to talk to any resident. And I'm willing to do this conservatively, do this the nice way, but I agree with Fred that, you know, there's certain steps, and if the one conservative right way is not done, then we need to be more aggressive and show them that they can't eliminate our shape. I can bring pictures. I'll do a whole PowerPoint presentation of the skin cancers and the removal and the skulls that I have to heal, so that may gross them out and may be worth it. So, yeah, I support Lynn to represent us, and don't hold back.
We have been speaking about possible resolutions, but we've been speaking about it. And I would like to get direction to the city manager tonight, because we've been speaking about this since, I know, have my notes, since May 15th. The idea of towing, raising the parking rates, which we're going to do tonight most likely, gate access control, which I know he's working on because I spoke with him. The whole idea of beach tags. I'm not willing to see the idea that you park in Panera Bread and walk over. You don't cross that property. And I believe Dave Gaddis reminded me of something I should have known all along, which was beach tags. In New Jersey, where I grew up, you have a little badge that says you're a resident. And the sheriff, or they don't use the sheriff, they use the local police force, and he comes around and for you to get on the beach, or if you're, some places just have badge checkers. We're going to have to spend more money for security. We cannot hope this is going to go away. It hasn't went away in a year and a half. And I, as mayor, have been asking for this a year and a half. I've asked for this at least 8 times. And not that I have any more power than anybody else here, but if the mayor of the city can't get this to go away, I don't know how it's going away. It's gotten worse. We know the trouble times: sunset, holidays, and weekends. We're going to have to spend some extra money. It came out of the Rick Schock memo, and I see him here, and I hope he'll speak tonight. It came out of his memo. He said, we've got the money. This was the chairman of our finance department, finance committee. Let's spend the money. Because if you don't, I'm going to go with what Fred said earlier, Fred Riley. This is the Mr. Goodwrench approach. You're going to pay them now, or you're going to pay them later. We do not want to do litigation on this thing. We do not want to lose our beach access. We don't want them to lock the gates, because then we're going to have to go either as private citizens or as the city. We don't want to spend that money in the city, and you certainly don't want to spend that money as a private citizen. So I think the city needs to do something. And it's not just by request. In 2003, I believe, it's 2003 or 2000, former Mayor Michael Kelly, representing the council, signed an interlocal agreement that requires us to do the security. It's not an asking. We must do it. As an attorney, if somebody brought me that contract right now, I'd say we're in breach. We have not done all the security that we can do. Talking to Captain Liner isn't working. We need to do better. Maybe we need 2 police officers during those certain weekends. Maybe we need a security detail. Gates, access cards, beach tags, all of these are viable ways of controlling this. Having buses drop off 30 people, having van loads of people come in, having the frat boys from University of Florida come and party. No wonder these people don't want us on the beach. I understand, I sympathize with them. So I think we need to step it up. We have an agreement that we have signed that we were going to do the security. And the reason why those gates are there, and I didn't live here at the time, but the reason why those gates were there, surprise, surprise, people from outside the city were using the easements. So Bel Air Shore took it upon themselves to put the gates there. That never used to have gates.
No, they've always had gates. They've always had gates, Mayor.
Can I ask a question?
I have paper on that. Yes, go ahead. There's a big...
We have so much emphasis on these 3 Bel Air Shores beach accesses. Why aren't we putting the same emphasis on Bel Air Beach's accesses? We can't even, as residents, go park, and I can see people that live near me, we can't go park at Morgan Park because there's not even a reserved spot for a resident in there, and it's full of non-residents. You cannot go to the beach in Bel Air Beach because there's no parking.
I said that earlier, though. That's because we took sand renourishment.
I know, but
now it's a public beach.
Well, now we, since we're putting so much emphasis on beach access, we probably should revisit that as well. I'm just saying from resident standpoint, they're forced to go to Bel Air Shores access because they can't access their own beach.
Well, look at you, Fred Riley. I mean, we have a legal issue here. I don't know that we can exclude anyone from the Bel Air beaches at this point.
I'm going to answer a different question.
I want you to answer that one, though.
I'll give you an answer to that in a minute. You are, before Councilwoman Shirley spoke, you had two issues that you were kind of discussing simultaneously. One is the Bel Air Shore ordinance that relates to umbrellas and canopies, and then the other is how do you police the access points, okay? And you're bouncing back and forth between those two issues. I think what you really ought to do, and then this will go to the issue she's raised with Morgan Park, is you really ought to segregate each of them and address them one at a time. The one with, if I've understood the comments from the council, the one related to the Bel Air Shore ordinance and how that's going to be addressed is, sounds like consensus that City Manager Reeves will work with the mayor of Bel Air Shore to see if that can get resolved. And so that one, it sounds to me, is the direction that you want to go. The other two are, are certainly something that you can address. And if the Morgan Park is the one I'm the least familiar with, if that is a city park and the beach renourishment throws a condition in that you are probably obligated to comply with, but it's something you should at least consider further. The three beach accesses, though, the issue of how do you police that, I think based on what I've read in the interlocal agreement, that probably should be a secondary discussion between you as the council, but also the other party to the interlocal agreement. And that, I would say, is a secondary issue that it's come time to address it. And I would encourage you to do so. I mean, one thing that's been clear to me, and I don't live here, I live across the bridge, but I know I will never park in one of your lots other than this one. There's a lot of people that are upset, and rightfully so, because they want to get what they intended to get when they purchase a home here. And in some ways you have kind of a unique situation with having the accesses basically put in trust for citizens, and then having an interlocal agreement. And that's, I would say over time a lot of things evolve, and what it would appear to me as a person evaluating it is over a period of time your ability to use those has evolved, and to some extent it should continue to evolve, although that doesn't mean relinquishing the rights that you have. It just means policing it a slightly different way, which I think is something that's probably in the cards.
I do want to hear from the citizens on, and I agree, we have two separate issues, but they're intertwined because one is driving the other.
Absolutely.
So I think we have a pretty much consensus. I'm going to come to the citizens in 1 second. I just want to see where the council is at, and then the citizens can comment on the response to the new ordinance at Bel Air Shore. Okay, so for Bel Air Shore, if I hear everyone correctly, we want Lynn Reeves to represent the city. Okay, again, everyone maintains their own personal rights. Lynn will express the official city view, as such that the city is an owner here. He will express the council's view. He will continue to work with Mayor Schmidt. He will seek an amicable solution, which is where we're heading right now. And he will report back to us as soon as possible on any discussions. We cannot have discussions amongst ourselves, so if necessary, we will call a special council meeting. The 21st is looking encouraging that these will change, and I don't think we need to probably do anything officially as a city, other than what we're just doing right now. Did I state that right? I'm seeing a nod of heads. Is everybody in agreement with that on council? Yes.
Mayor, just
Yes.
to
Vice Mayor,
clarify.
I'd like to add one thing to that.
Okay, Glenn?
Yeah, the last council session, we talked about managing expectations, and I don't think we've done a great job on this. This Bel Air Shore ordinance came out, the 16th, 17th, is it when it hit the airwaves, and immediately social media lit up, and we are just now addressing it, and it's the 6th of July. We're finally addressing it to our residents. I imagine there's quite a few people in the back of the room there who came here tonight specifically to hear about what the city was doing about this. And I think the expectation of the residents is that they kind of expect the city to take the lead on this thing. So while I respect everybody's right as residents, I mean, yeah, Bel Air Shore is being inundated by this thing. The social media is lit up, but I think we're moving in the right direction by having one voice, Lynn Reeves, the city manager, speaking for Bel Air Beach. Now, the thing we need to add to that is the communication aspect of this, and maybe Dave Gaddis can have a sidebar with Lynn Reeves on the side, but as soon as any progress is made, it's time to keep the residents and the council apprised of what progress is being made or whatever setbacks. And just like Dave Gaddis brought up, what's the plan B for Bel Air Beach to demonstrate to Bel Air Shore that we're working with them? You know, we understand the problems and we're their ally and we're trying to work in the same direction, but at the same time have a backup plan if this thing goes south or we can't come to a final agreement and resolution on how the legalities match up. That's all I had. Thank you.
And I think that's somewhat in what I was saying. In other words, you're going to keep us informed. Again, there can't be crosstalk amongst the people on the council, but we can work through you, again, with our opinions. And that's that. So,
Mayor, just
yes,
to clarify, in that discussion to get the beach access thing taken care of, Commissioner Bloom also talked to me about how we can control it, and I think we just need to take that.
I'm going to compartmentalize this because Fred Riley's point is correct. We're talking about two separate issues. I want to hear, the council is in agreement on part one, which is what I just said. You're going to represent the city's official position. Remember, the city owns 12 lots here, between parks and City Hall and everything else. So the city's a big property owner. So this is the city's response, okay? But the city's not legally representing its citizens. It's kind of a dicey situation, but that's the way I see it. That's where we're at as a council. Everybody's in agreement. Okay, now, on just the issue of the response to Bel Air Shore, not how we're going to control the beach access, I will hear everyone who wishes to be heard. Mr. Schock. We're going to do the next part second, so if you have issues on how to control it, that's going to be the next piece.
I'll be brief because I've spoken on this a number of times. And regarding the access, at last month's work session, I gave the city 3 concrete recommendations as how I think we can control the access. So I'm not going to spend any more time on that. What I want to do really is speak to the citizens here, because this has got to be a citizen movement.
Mr. Schock, please, you have to be within 2 inches of that mic table.
It has to be a citizen movement. I'm not a lawyer, but I've done a lot of research on this. And what concerns me is it's kind of like Neville Chamberlain, Peace in Our Time, and that didn't work out so well. It really didn't. And Bel Air Shore had a Bel Air Shore council meeting. We weren't invited. So Bel Air Shore, in my humble opinion, is going to do what Bel Air Shore wants to do. I've lived here for 10 years. I've been beating this drum for 10 years, and nothing's happened. So I think now the citizens have got to take action here, do your research, and here's what I have a real heartburn with. And if you don't know what these up here say, you need to. Okay, I know in front of my access at 12th Street, I live on 13th Street, I know Mr. Bloom owns 21 feet of land. But after the 21 feet westward to the water, it's public property. And I'm not going to have him tell me that I can't use that land. I can't put my umbrella up. I can't bring my paddleboard down there. It'd be the same as a waterfront owner on the Intercoastal Waterway saying you can't run your boat in front of my house. So I would recommend you do your research, contact your congressman, and we have got to be united because at the end of the day, Bel Air Beach can only do so much, but we as the citizens have quite a bit more rights. So make sure you understand exactly where that beach line is. Okay? So I'm calling on the City of Bel Air Beach tonight to get with the City of Bel Air Shore and have them take down that sign. Because they have no right to tell me what I can do on public land. If you want to look this up in the Florida Constitution, it's well documented what it means for public land. Secondly, the Supreme Court has ruled and established that the sand that washes up from adjacent beach renourishment does not belong to the homeowners. And for those people who've lived here for many years, you remember when there was no beach. So I would say, and I would take it to a court of law, they don't own any of that sand because they benefited from beach renourishment that's taken on both ends. Okay? So I'm just telling you as citizens, I'm not telling, of course, wrong choice of words. I'm encouraging you, our city can only do so much or may only be willing to do so much. But we as the citizens have a lot of opportunity and a lot of ways that we can go with this if we unite and do it right. So it's time for Bel Air Beach to do its job and regulate, control, and enforce the security of our beach accesses. And it's time that we as the citizens get smart and stand up for what is, I think, the biggest single benefit we have being living here in Bel Air Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chuck. Other citizens? Yes, Mr. Hansick.
John Hansick, 22nd Street. I concur with what Rick said, but it's up to the citizens. And probably the thing that would scare the daylights out of them is if a whole slew of us showed up July 21st. But I have a question, and it's a simple question, that apparently there was a compromise suggested. Apparently the city council knows what this suggestion is, but we the citizens do not know what it is. So I'm asking, what was the compromise or offer that the city presented to Bel Air Shore that was rejected outright? We need to be informed too. Somebody up here said that they outright rejected an offer of some kind of solution.
Mr. Hansick, I'm going to ask if Fred Riley wants to add to that, but there can't be crosstalk between, so if he wants, he will address that.
I'm addressing the council.
Okay, that's fine, and I will ask if he will address that after you finish, okay?
All right. The other issue is, as you stated in your comments, we've been dealing with this for what, a year and a half? But this, folks, is not the only issue that takes forever to get fixed. We drag our anchor, we drag our anchor, we drag our anchor, and we don't get anywhere, and our rudder's stuck. We're going in circles, it takes forever. The one thing I would say about the parking lots that we maintain, I made this suggestion last month. We got signs that says parking by permit. People snub their nose at that. I suggested, as some others did, you put no tollway zone signs in there, and the tow company comes and gets them. You tell the sheriff at $491,000 plus a year, we don't go looking for you on the beach to tell you you're illegally parked. Write the dadgum ticket. We pay you to do a job. It's in black and white. If you know decal, no parking. And by the way, sheriff wants 2.6% more next year. That's over $500,000. I'm not fussing at the sheriff. The sheriffs do a good job. But the latitude needs to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Hansick. Yes, ma'am, in the back corner. Mr. Riley, if you would please address that after the citizen comments, okay? Thank you. If you care to. I can't force you to. No, that's fine. No, thank you. We just used the time to speak with the city attorney. Go right ahead.
Jules Chandler, 3207 Hibiscus Drive West. In listening to, and everybody's, I live on the beach, I don't even go to the beach, but I understand the frustration. I commend council members who agreed to have Lynn speak. You're very level-headed, calm, and that's what they need. I know that it seems like a lot of you are very, very passionate about this, and I understand that. But I personally don't think that coming at them, with a fist showing is going to rectify the situation. I think talking with them in a calm way, taking the first step, and then seeing, you got to break it down. You just can't, in my opinion, you just can't go at them, with your pistol cocked, ready to, well, you don't agree with me, and I'm gonna fight you about this. You catch more flies with honey. That old saying proves true. I like the tow-away zone. My question would be, or something to think about, would that be a shared cost? Would that be something that just Bel Air Beach would pay for? Or is that something that, because it sounds like Bel Air Shore doesn't want just anybody going there. But anybody can go there. It's a public beach. Somebody can walk the bridge and go there if they want to. There's nobody that can stop them from doing that. We may not like that, but it is a public beach, parts of it, according to Bel Air Shore. But we want to be good neighbors. We don't want to screw up our relationship with them. Don't they give us access to use these? They couldn't they come back and say to us, I'm sorry, you can't use this at all? They can't do that?
Absolutely not.
Well, that's
I'll deal with it after you finish.
Okay,
Absolutely not.
that I didn't know. But I thought that Glenn Gunn, council member, vice mayor, Glenn Gunn spoke very well addressing this issue as well. So I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. With council's permission, I just want to clear something up. There was a piece of misinformation there, and I want to address it. It is not a public beach at the access points. It is private beach. I have a copy of the deed. Patty Gentry has a copy. I got them from Patty Gentry. Thank you, Patty, and I think everybody in the city is going to want a copy soon. We might want to just post them seriously on the website. You will see that those give you the access to those easements and no one else. They are not eligible for any city. You can go to the beach, Ms. Chandler, if you're walking from Indian Rocks or you come all the way down from there. So if you're walking along that state area, you are absolutely correct, that's free. But you cannot cross our parking lot. That's private property. It'd be just like crossing that homeowner next door, trespassing. And maybe we should start trespassing people. Maybe we should start arresting people. I don't know. Because you don't have the right to use it under any circumstances. You don't even have the right to put your car in there and take a quick picture. You don't have the right to watch sunset. Only our residents. This is ours, folks. And I'm sorry, I'm greedy. I'm not going to share it with anybody. When I bought my house here, I bought my property, I looked that up and I said, I got a perpetual easement here to use this property. It's a private access. Once you get to the water, anybody can use that. But no, you can't come in. You can't park and walk across. That's not correct. So I hope I cleared that up. Yes, thank you. I got a thumbs up. Yes, sir. By the way, I'm only talking about the 3 beach access points. Remember, Bel Air Beach is wide open, okay? Anyone can use Bel Air Beach.
My name is Roger Sacco Kelly, I live at 121st Street. I'm a little perplexed here. I did a little research also, and it's my understanding from all of my research that the mean high tide watermark belongs to the federal government, period. And I'm not certain how we define mean high tide watermark. But when I walk the beach and I see the seaweed up against a lot of the barrier walls, I take it that from that barrier wall down to wherever the tide mark is for that point in time is federal property. Access to it is something else. But I as a citizen can do whatever I want unless it's a violation of federal law between that high tide water mark and where the water is. I come from the northeast, and this has been an issue like on Cape Cod and other places where we have fairly large residents. And this fight has been going on up there for years. But when the fight is ended, I have all the access right I want to walk in front of the Biltmore or any other place on that sand, and they can't do anything about it. They maintain it, they take the seaweed off, they fluff it out, they do all those other things, but they still don't own it. So I don't understand personally over here what this erosion line is, because as far as I'm concerned, and as far as my reading documents, the mean high water line mark is the point of ownership. And if I'm looking at seaweed against someone's stone wall out there, hey, I can do whatever I want between that seaweed and where the water is right at this point. When I was down at Patrick Air Force Base, we drove our vehicles on that beach any place we wanted, irrespective of where the hotels were and everything else. When I'm at Cape Cod or on the Connecticut beaches, I could put my blanket and whatever else I wanted on that property, and they couldn't do anything about it.
Sir, the time is concluded.
Thank you. I
Okay,
just
thank you.
wanted to make my point of what my experience.
With council's permission, I will answer your question.
Research.
If they permit me, I will answer your question because I can give you a very quick answer that I think will help your understanding. I'll need council's permission to do that. Any objections? Okay, the erosion, I'm going to get right back to you in a second. I just want to explain this gentleman's question because it may figure into other people's thinking. The mean high tide mark, sir, that what you're speaking about is what is in the legislation, okay? And again, in our Gulf of Mexico situation, anything westward of the mean high tide level, which is generally where the seaweed comes up, okay? That belongs to the state of Florida for use by all citizens, okay? You don't have a right to go across private property to get to it, though. Anything eastward of that, okay, which is going towards the people's houses, that is private property. Now, the erosion control line and the mean high tide line in Pinellas County are the same thing. In order for a mean, and this gets very complicated, but in order for a mean high tide line to become an erosion control line, there has to be 19 years of study, it has to go to an engineering study, survey, goes to the governor. They did that. That's all been done for Pinellas County. So when you see on these charts the erosion control line, that is synonymous with mean high tide, and that will never change. So no matter how much sand is added or subtracted, that stays the same. So when you see that, and that erosion control line is there, again, you won't see it in the sand, you kind of have to pace it off. If you're on the other side, okay, if you're on the other side cut towards somebody's house, that would be a problem. Okay, you're actually on somebody's property. Now, I'm not going to get into a whole big legal thing. You can argue customary use and that we did it this way for 100 years, and I know Rick Schock knows about this. That has to be determined by a judge. That's not a city, that's a judge. And you have to do it parcel by parcel. That was the 100,000 I was telling you about. That was the cost for one parcel in St. Petersburg Beach. So I just wanted to add that. Ma'am, I think you're next, and then I have this gentleman in the middle. Did that answer your question? Thank you. You're welcome.
Vivian Oliva, 111 Gulf Boulevard, Bel Air Beach. I know some people have been here 20 years. I've been here since I was 6 years old. I've been here over 50 years. I saw Bel Air Beach incorporated in 1950. We already had our beach house here. I saw Bel Air Shore come to an accord. At that time, there were, right now we have 61 properties in that beach. At that time, there couldn't have been a dozen. and there was an accord reached. And that accord was those 3 Eastlands would be in perpetuity, they would be unencumbered, and they were for the use of accessing, bathing, and enjoying the beachfront. The high tide mark at that time, as we frolicked in the dunes and the seals that existed prior to the seawall that was put in the mid-50s, later destroyed by Hurricane Elena, reinstalled, is what caused the erosion of a beach that was more than half a football length from the dunes. So when people are talking to me about the history here, I remember when there were only 2 policemen in Largo, people. There were no policemen here. My father would bring him a box of cigars, a bottle of scotch, invite him over for dinner. It was an officer and a captain, and a store. We had a police force here, which we voted on, those of us who were here at that time, as we saw our area grow. It was voted out. I must say, I felt really bad about that because we had been here so long and they were very, very good at doing the job. They had a vested interest. It's a situation that I say to myself, you know, you've lived too damn long. You've lived long enough to know the history, to know who started this, to know when it was called, the Tinney subdivision.
Ma'am, we have time. I really want to hear what you have to say. Thank you. I couldn't ask for it. You have 3 more minutes, okay? Patty, you said?
When we started, it was the Tinney subdivision. It was developed by Kirkaby, who developed Bel Air Estates, by the way, and A.L. Cuesta, who was the owner of the largest cigar company in Tampa. He was one of the ones with Tinney who developed this. So it was the Tinney subdivision till 1950, when it became Bel Air Beach. So when I listen to all of this, and I remember the cooperation of all the people who lived here, and we've come to this, to fighting over an umbrella that will keep you from getting skin cancer, being burned. I remember the situation of a previous mayor from Bel Air Shores who had a mother and her daughter arrested for drinking a cup of coffee on the beach. We're indeed doo-doo people. We really are. And if I sound passionate, I am. I've seen the very thing my parents bought and paid for, and that I bought from my parents to make my home. I've seen it go down the toilet piece by piece. I remember the Morgan Street situation when they said, whoa, 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 we need renourishment. I kept saying, don't do that. This city fought to be a private beach. We sued the state of Florida. We built the first bridge. We built it, the city. That's why we had tokens that the people in the city could use. So I've seen a lot, and it's extremely disconcerting to see that this issue with Bel Air Shores just continues and continues. So I don't know really what else to say, but I was really going to call everybody, but I have said what I have to say. The history of this area is too important just to let it go and not preserve the beauty, the tranquility, and the cooperation that existed here by the families that came here and made a home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, sir.
Thank you. So, my name is Ron Hinkle. I live on 103 15th Street. And first off, thank you for tackling all this. It's a big job, I know. And Lynn, I spoke to you earlier about some of my ideas. But, after thinking about, customary use, as the mayor had mentioned, unofficially, of course, that's basically where, hey, all along people have used umbrellas or tents on the beach or chairs. So customary use means you should be able to still do that, okay? But one thing that after listening to everybody talk, we haven't really talked about outreach. And why not form a committee with the town of Bel Air Shores to come up with some solutions together, possibly an education, maybe signage at each of the access points saying, hey, this is a private beach, treat it with respect. How about something that says, to show them that we do care about their situation too, because if I lived on the beach, I wouldn't want somebody popping my chair underneath the coconut palms on 12, which I saw numerous times. So maybe that's an angle we should approach. And like I told Lynn, I'll volunteer for whatever, but again, I think we need to, instead of being attacking, we're one community with them, even though they got bigger houses than I do. I know Ryan Howard said hi to me once, so that was cool. But why not reach out and with a committee, work with them, come up with solutions together? That's, I think, the way to go. Maybe I'm wrong, but I want my property value to continue to go up, and that, for it to go up, you're gonna have to have beach access, and you're gonna have to have a good relationship with those folks. So that's all I gotta say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Would any other citizens like to be heard? And this is again on the response, not on the solutions to keeping the outsiders outside. See no more hands. Yes, I see one more hand, sir.
Yeah, I'm Bill Milden, 3121 Hibiscus Drive West.
Bill, if you do me a favor, get real close to that microphone because I can barely hear you and I'm 10 feet from you.
Yeah, I'm Bill Milden, 3121 Hibiscus Drive West. Quite concerned about access, not just for the Bel Air Shores area. I run that beach, I run on the roads, I see the people coming in and out of there. It's always a pain. You can ask them to leave, they're not going to. People are parking wherever they want to. My wife's at Publix. She heard the cashier say, oh, just find a place that's got shutters on it. They're closed up for the winter. Park in their driveway and you go out to the beach. 5 years ago, we moved here, bought our place. We could go out on that beach. I might not see another person. Doesn't matter if it was a weekend or a daytime, middle of the week. Now, I can't even get on the beach. The parking lot for the marina, way overrun. The people that are coming there, they don't care about the beach. They don't pay taxes here. They don't have to do anything. Myself, my wife, my neighbors, we're working with the lady from the Nautical. We're picking up trash out there all the time. Saturday morning, there's one dumpster and it's full, one can's full. She's been taking all the trash into her dumpster. Every week we go out there and fill them up, put them in her place. They don't appreciate what we appreciate out there. You're gonna jack up the prices, make it $50 for the day. I can't believe that the people are coming there and doing the things they are. They do pull in buses. We've seen the buses pull in, we've seen the vans pull in. They pull into the Nautical parking lot. So I think the beach access thing is kind of the whole Bel Air Beach, not just the Bel Air Shores. How long do we have to wait before we can stop allowing everybody on the beach after what we did with the federal government to allow them to replenish the beach? Is it 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, or is this just a forever thing that we're going to be stuck with? Because if it's only a couple of years, then maybe we can handle that. Take no more beach sand from anybody out there and just let it do what it's going to do. Right now, most of our beach is up in Clearwater, and the other part of it's in Bel Air Shores. And our beaches come right down. We measured it with a laser set up in transit. We had 287 feet from nautical access to the water line, and right now we have less than 120. It's happening pretty fast that it's going in either direction. So, I'd like to see them stop from letting them on the beach anywhere if they don't have something that they're paying more than just the parking fee. They're going to come through that access by the nautical, charge them another fee to get on the beach. I don't care. Make them pay, because we're the ones that are paying for it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any other citizen comments on this issue now? We'll come back to council. We've heard the citizens. I brought up the issue, I know Fred Raleigh hasn't had a chance to look into it. I did bring up this issue about how long do we have to wait under sand. I don't know if you've had a chance to do it, but I think it's something we do have to look at. They're in the process of getting those easement sign-offs right now to do another renourishment. So I remember speaking with Jody Shirley on a work session, as I recall, she's nodding, and she remembers it too. And we said, well, maybe we don't take sand this time, because, you know, this access issue, it's not only with Bel Air Shore, but we're also having it with, I'm hearing that we can't even get on our own beaches. I mean, I don't use that area up there because I'm privileged to live right across the street from beach access in Bel Air Shore, but it's wrong when our own residents can't get there. It's just wrong. Mr. Riley, did you want to answer? There was a citizen question, and I don't know if you've done any research on how long we're tied in under these prior easements, under these prior agreements for sand, and when should we be going into this new one?
I'm going to answer a different question than what you're asking.
You always do that.
That one's a matter of what the contract calls for, and I have not reviewed it, so off the top of my head, I can't give you an answer. I'm confident Lynn or Patty can get me the contract, and I'll look at it and we'll give you an answer on that one. The other question that was raised about what was rejected out of hand, that's your characterization. I will soften it a little bit. In analyzing the Bel Air Shore new ordinance, there's subsection 10, which is added. Subsection 10 included a reference to the beach. In the other code provisions related to beach access and that sort of thing, it repeatedly refers to beach and beach access. So my legal position was that by only referring to beach in subsection 10, they were not including beach access. And that to me is a very logical construction argument that you would make. That's the argument that I made to the town's attorney, and she listened intently and said, I don't see it that way. And, you know, that's a difference of two lawyers having a different point of view, and that's what ultimately you go to court over, is when you have two different points of view. But there was no animosity in it. It was two lawyers that had different interpretations of the same thing, and you know, I think my interpretation's right. I'm sure she thinks hers is correct, but that goes to the issue of what should be done next, which in my opinion, I won't deviate from what I said earlier. You should have the city manager proceed to try and work with them to see what we can do, and absent getting a solution that way, then you should consider a mediation through Chapter 164 between two governments.
And I just want to add to what you just said. It wasn't an offer in a formal legal sense. It was a discussion between the two attorneys. There was no offer. Again, the city of Bel Air Shore, the city of Bel Air Beach has no right to make a deal on the citizens' behalf, okay? So each of you, again, if you're east of the center line, own a right there, so we're not going to make any deals on anyone's behalf. But we think that settling it the way that we've talked about will settle it for everyone's behalf. And if that's not satisfactory, then individuals can pursue whatever remedy they wish.
The discussion I had with the town's attorney was towards how do you interpret this? And the secondary question is, how are you going to enforce it? Because the conversation was had, I want to say about 6 days ago, and my concern, as was a concern of others, is what do you expect will take place over the next, the upcoming holiday weekend? So it was more, how does your council look at this, and how do you intend to enforce it? And thankfully, they've not enforced it vigorously, and here we are.
So I summarized before what the council's consensus position is, which is essentially that the city of Bel Air Beach is going to maintain a consultation and a connection with Mayor Schmidt through Lynn Reeves, the emphasis being on an amicable solution to all of this, that we're going to give them until the 21st of their meeting, which is 21st of July in Bel Air Shore, to basically, our desire is to basically scrap that ordinance as it affects us. And city manager will convey that information and report back to us immediately on any changes or anything that he finds out. There has been a non-enforcement agreement, kind of. Again, this is informal, but there's a non-enforcement agreement. I'm glad to hear that no one's been harassed by anyone, and I think the sheriff is on board with that, so it shouldn't happen. But if it does, you contact Lynn Reeves and you let him know that there's a problem there, okay? In terms of fighting for the individual rights, all of the citizens have those individual rights. The 21st meeting, Rick Schock said, let's go over there. It's so easy, you don't even have to go over there. It's a virtual meeting. The City of Bel Air Shore will post the access codes on their website. We did this last time. You go in via Zoom. There's a little button that says raise hand. You raise your hand at the appropriate time and you speak with them. And I'm just going to ask, since you're going to do that, that everybody, really let them know what you're thinking, okay? And the way everyone was tonight is absolutely excellent and professional, and that's what they need to hear, okay? This is the way to do it in city government, okay? There's no, yes, we're mad about it, but nobody's calling anybody names or anything like that. This is an absolute way to do it. So I encourage you to do that across the street, and I think we're going to get a lot of results very quickly. And if we don't, then we'll be back in session. I will call, and I'll let everybody know I have the authority as mayor to call a meeting solely. Lynn Reeves is going to let me, well, Lynn Reeves and I are both going to be there. Again, I'm going as a private citizen. But we'll all know what happened, and if I don't think it's satisfactory, next morning, Lynn and I will be speaking, and I will probably call a council meeting, and we will all be back together again for a more, the next step in terms of the response, and everybody will be invited to come to that. In the meantime, you're free to do whatever you want as citizens, okay? Council, did I say that right, and is everybody in agreement? I'm seeing nodding of heads. Okay, so that's that portion of it. Now, the second portion of this is what we were talking about, and I was taking notes as people were speaking and stuff that we've been talking about for a while. Ideas on how to control access, to make sure that only Bel Air Beach residents are using the 3 easements. Fred Riley's going to take a look in terms of if we have any options in terms of restricting people on Bel Air Beach. I don't think right now we do, but maybe in the future, yes. Okay, so he's going to look at that, and let's see, because we're doing this stuff with the sand right now again. But for ideas, what has been thrown out, and council has all spoken about this in work sessions already, and I think we were pretty much in agreement. Towing, raising the parking rate, which we're going to deal with later on today. Electronic gate control, that's for cars and also for individuals. We can give you a pass key or a pass card, an electronic thing, and you'll simply go through the gate, and that's it. Don't let anybody in who doesn't belong there. Beach tags, resident beach tags, which you wear at all times. This way when the sheriff, because sheriff is not going to sit here and say, where do you live? So if you have a beach tag, you're good. You could be on our sand up to our erosion control line. If not, you can't be there. And stop the, I also heard, stop with the warnings. We said that last time, stop with the warnings, stepped up sheriff patrol, maybe adding individual patrols, extra patrols during the weekend. Now, we've talked about this, we've been talking about it since May. Some of this stuff has gone back over a year. I'm not going to accept talking to Captain Liner anymore as a solution personally, okay? I'm not. So what are we going to do as a city to show Bel Air Shore and to show our residents that we're going to fight for their rights? Because this lady said it so perfectly. I mean, this is our stuff. And I'm not giving it up, and I hope nobody else does either. I'm not diminishing my expectations. I bought here expecting to have a private beach, and I want it. I want my MTV, like they used to say. So I'm opening this up to anyone who wants to. These ideas are before, and if anybody else has any other ideas, what are the ideas? Is I would like to tell the city manager tonight, here's what we want to do. At least, I know some of this he's already doing. I have had a conversation. I know he's looking into gate controls and stuff like this, but what do we want him to do as a council right now? And he can tell Bel Air Shore that when he goes across the street. Council?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and ask a couple questions, and actually to City Manager Lynn Reeves. To my understanding, since Bel Air Shore owns those accesses, they would need to be the ones to decide if they want to put up a tow sign and implement that. Yes, we could approach that with them in sharing the cost and stuff, but it's not like we can simply go in there and put up a towing, sign up there saying you're going to be towed away, because that's Bel Air Shore's property. Also, to my understanding, Bel Air Shore directs the sheriff in what they do in those beach accesses. Whether they want to ticket them, whatever, that's up to the sheriff in Bel Air Shore, since they own that property. Now, granted, I know when you meet with the mayor of Bel Air Shore, you can have those discussions on how we can assist, but we can't just make decisions on those things. We need to back to working with them, be a good neighbor, that kind of stuff. Am I correct that they make those two decisions?
Yes, it's their property. They would have to, we can suggest to them. And I know they have some interest in talking to one of the commissioners. They have some interest in looking at how to control the access, whether we put a padlock on it, or, the residents would have to have a key to it, or put a passcode on it. We're looking into what the cost of electronic gates with some kind of card system. So there's several options that we'll talk to them further about, but you're correct that, we can tell the sheriff, as I did over the weekend on Friday night. I was at all the accesses, and, I had a discussion today with the patrol captain. Just as an example, there were 5 cars in 12th Street at a little after 7 o'clock on Friday night that had no beach sticker, and the deputy just pulled out. We're going to get that clarified, because that wasn't correct. And when I talked to Captain Oseras today, the patrol captain, he's going to have that discussion with the deputies. You should have at least given them a warning, but there was no paper on it. It's their discretion, but they should have given them at least a warning, and if it happens again, then they get a ticket, or however they want to do it. I mean, that's up to the sheriff, but we're going to have some more discussion about that. And part of the problem is there's 3 accesses. Which one do you hit at sunset? You may not be able to hit them all. 6th Street that night had, I think it was 3 cars. 12th Street had 5, and 19th that night didn't have any. So I guess nobody wanted to go down there. Didn't have
They will now that you told them.
So I have one other thing too. Looking at putting in those gates, electronic gates or whatever, we need to use code or something to get into it. Is anyone really concerned about backing up traffic on Gulf Boulevard? You don't have a lane to pull in there and wait to see if the next person in the gate opens one or not. I mean, that's something we need to really consider before we look at that.
Well, we need to, I think we need to start the process of looking at options, and, if the option, as an example, electronic gate, I can tell you from experience in some places, depending on the type of gate, electronic mechanism, that could cost you $15,000 or $20,000, with the card reader and all this peripheral stuff. And that would create a problem turning in. But on the other hand, every house in Bel Air Shore has a gate that they drive into their driveway, so I don't expect it to be anything different.
Can I just make a couple of points is, while this discussion is great, it's kind of a moot point because what I hear is we all have these wonderful ideas. Doesn't matter because Bel Air Shores has to give authorization for any of this to be done. So I think back to Fred is at hand is how do we handle the initial code that they've just passed about the umbrellas?
Right.
That's probably item number one. Item number two is how do we, and I see this different than Lynn talking to the mayor of Bel Air Shores. I see it as we need a committee of a couple, and maybe it can only be one, council member from Bel Air Shores, council member from Bel Air Beach, some residents together to meet and come up with how do we control access and have a plan, because you could spend days getting all these security things lined up and it's a waste of time because they're not going to allow a gated, maybe they're not going to allow it.
Well, no, one of their commissioners did bring those
One of the
up.
commissioners, but you've got to get consensus, right? And you've got to get consensus from us, and you've got to get, my point being is, there's a lot of wasted time right now. Let's stick with dealing with the umbrella issue, and then two, how do we get a small committee together that works just that? Rather than having all this open discussion, and we don't know if we can do any of these things because we got to get approval from them. Like, a simple one hitter is that tow away. That is so simple. If you can get the mayor of Bel Air Shores to agree to that at their council meeting, it doesn't cost us anything. You
Right.
call the tow company, they put the signs up, we're done. We don't have to worry about anything. That's the easiest first step. And, we're spending a lot of time on things we can't do anything about right now. So in an effort to kind of tackle this agenda, we need to move on, I think.
I'm with Jody. I totally agree. I think first off, I think the gate is, I think that's going 0 to 60 when we haven't explored 0 or 1 or 2 or 3. So we need to, I think what you need to do, Lynn, is go talk to them and say, A, we don't like this umbrella ordinance and we want to figure out a way to get rid of it. Here are some of our ideas of how to control the access points, but obviously we need your agreement. And I think it's more of just a discussion. I don't know if we need to have a committee just yet. I think first step, you talk, we're unhappy, but we're willing to work and fix the problem so your residents are happier with the beach situation and not penalize us when it's not really us. So I think we need to start at that, and I agree, I think we need to move on to this massive agenda before my kids graduate high school. Just saying.
Okay, do we have consensus then? So Lynn Reeves, you're going to start investigating, you have to start investigating this, I agree. Bel Air Shore has to give permission, but by the same token, if they refuse, then we need to document this, because we do have a security component to that interlocal agreement. Fred knows what I'm speaking about. And I don't want them coming back and saying you didn't do your job. So, when I say you, our city didn't do our job. So we'll document what we're suggesting. If they say no to everything, then it's like, well, what do you want us to do, guys? We're listening to suggestions from them too. But, we're working here. We've given a whole bunch of suggestions. Let's look into it. Let's start. We've talked about this long enough. We've talked about this in May. Let's start getting prices. Let's start seeing what this stuff is. And then you can propose it, and let's see what kind of reaction we get. They don't want these outsiders there either. We have a common enemy, so let's get these people out of here. And I said it last time, and everybody laughed. I'll say it again, to the extent that we control that, because the way I read that thing, we control the security. Sheriffs, you're nice people, you're wonderful people. Stop being so nice, start giving tickets. We need to give these people tickets and get them out of there. No more warnings. No more going on the beach looking for the parking guy. That's crazy.
I think we need a slogan, like for the, no, seriously,
Get
for
off our
badges,
beach.
and if you get your parking towel, it's like, what, stick it or ticket? Stick it on your car or get a ticket, stick it or ticket.
I would also
It's
like
catchy.
to have, as far as the beach tags go, I know that nobody really wants to wear them, but on the other hand, if we all had them in our hand, had them on a chain, whatever, if we had those, well then the residents of Bel Air Shore would clearly see that we're not the problem.
Exactly.
And it may be just something temporary, but then again, it may be something that we enjoy and want to proudly carry around while we're actually on our own beach. It would certainly help these guys to identify that
the only way they can do it.
live here.
It's the only way they can do it. There's no way they're going to go up and ask, where do you live? And you don't have to carry ID. And yes, to me, it was a badge of honor to have it in certain communities, because in certain places in New Jersey, you were something if you had that tag, that beach tag from that community. So there's no reason we can't do that. It keeps the people out. So that don't belong there. We just want the people who belong there. We want our folks to enjoy it. We pay for it, and we're paying for it. We maintain those beaches. So.
I understand the badge idea, but I mean, my kids, I'm not gonna walk around with the chain and a vinyl badge, but hey, I will hang it from my umbrella. I can do that, so I'm just saying.
In New
But I'm not walking around with the badge, 'cause-
In New Jersey, we clip it to the beach bag, so you can, as
That's
long as
fine.
the sheriff
I'm
can
just
see
saying,
that
I'm
you
not
have a
walking
badge,
around
you're
with
good.
like a badge on to ruin my tan line.
Yeah. Okay, so we have consensus, we know where we're at, right? We can move on to the next item, everybody? We're good? Okay, Lynn, we'll be looking for your report back, okay? Thank you. And if you need a meeting, you let me know. All right, I think we skipped 15, so now we go to 16, which is consideration of appointment of alternate Board of Adjustment member John J. Hayes to board member. We have a vacancy. This is a council appointment of board member John J. Hayes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, is that Mark? Okay. Mr. Gaddis, you have the floor.
No, we've got an opening, and we have an eligible body who is willing to fill that void. I'm all for it.
Thank you. I only have one question for the city clerk. Was this position advertised, and was he the only applicant?
We've had that position advertised for many, many months, and we haven't had any applications, no.
So there was no other application that was on the website during the entire pendency of this vacancy?
Correct.
Good enough for me. I'm in favor of it. Anybody else have any discussion? Is Mr. Hayes here?
Mr. Hayes is out of town.
He's out of town. Okay, well, there's no meeting, so he'll be good here. I'll call it to a vote. Patty, we normally do this with a paper vote. It's silly. I mean,
Right.
Can we just do a voice vote?
Yes.
You want to call it?
Yes.
Okay, so this is, just let me call the question. It's consideration of appointment of alternate Board of Adjustment member John J. Hayes to the board membership. Okay? For Board of Adjustment. A yes vote is to appoint him. Patty?
Councilmember Beam,
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis,
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley,
Aye.
Mayor Manzo, do you want to do public comments?
Yes, I will. That's why I asked if he was there too, but is there, I'm sorry, thank you, Mr. Riley. Is there anyone on the public who wishes to comment? There being no public comments, we'll continue with the vote. We have 3 aye votes so far.
did I call Councilmember Shirley? Yes, okay, thank
Dean
you.
Gaddis and Shirley.
Councilmember Swope,
Yes.
Councilmember Aki,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn,
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye. So it passes 7-0. Congratulations, Mr. Hayes. He's now a permanent member. And we'll continue the advertisement, please, because now we need to fill his alternate spot. Well, we got off this page, but we have to come back to it for item 15 later. Oh, boy. Have to read this whole thing, right? I think I do.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Consideration of ordinance 20-02, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, relating to 5 proposed charter amendments for submission to the referendum, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for amendments to Article 2, Section 2.02, Article 2, Section 2.045A, Article 2, Section 2.06, Article 4, Sections 4.02 and 4.03, and Article 9 of the City Charter providing for 5 ballot titles, providing for City Clerk to obtain Spanish language translation, providing for approval by the majority of electors voting on the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election ballot, providing for a notice of an advertisement of the referendum election to be published in accordance with the State of Florida Election Code, providing that upon adoption of this ordinance, the 5 proposed charter amendments shall be submitted to the qualified electors of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, on the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election ballot, and shall become effective as provided by law, providing for the city clerk to confirm and codify the charter amendments to charter if approved, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and providing for an effective dates of proposed charter amendments. This is the first reading. I have to do that 3 more times before this passes. Proposed charter amendments for November 2020 election ballot. That is the description. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Mark Beam is making the motion,
Second.
and Dave Gaddis is seconding. Mr. Beam, you have the floor. Councilmember Beam, I'm sorry.
I don't have any questions on this particular one. I think we went over it enough. I read it again. I understand it. Is there anybody else?
I'll call that. Does anybody else have any issues? Well, you know I do. Mr. Riley, I think we still have some issues. I think we can correct them tonight. I hope we can. As I remember this, and this is my memory and my color-coded notes that I took, I think we still have some issues. And let me go through them one by one. And I think we have 5 members from this Charter Review Committee here. So if you'll just help me if I got any of this wrong, we would have to make amendments to change this then. Well, actually, I don't think we have to make an amendment because we're not changing the ordinance or what we're passing here. But we'll change the verbiage if it's correct. So let's go through it. I'm just going to go, I'm not even going to worry about what we put in the ordinance. I'm going to go right to the charter amendments themselves. So charter amendment section, Article 2, section 2.02, election terms, it talks about the, and then the ballot question, it talks about, this is a prohibition from anyone holding, it's term limits, term more than 2 term limits. Over here, it doesn't have the effective date. Do we need that, as a question to you, do we need that on the ballot for the electors? The intent was it begins after the next, starting with the next election. So, for example, Mark Beam is on, let's say he ran for re-election. That would be his second one. It would really only be his first one as far as we're concerned, because we're passing it now. That was the intent, I think, of our committee, if I'm not mistaken. Dave Gaddis is nodding yes, I think that's.
It says with those city or those council members whose terms begin in 2021.
Not on the question that's going on the ballot, though. The question that goes on the ballot is what you have in the back part of this, right? That this is am I correct in what the electors are going to see is shall Article 2, Section 2.02 of the Charter entitled Election and Terms be amended to prohibit individual council members, including the mayor, from holding office for more than 2 consecutive terms. If that's what's on the ballot, it doesn't say it.
Okay. This is a philosophy dispute, or
Just questions, not a dispute.
well, I'm just saying, you have a real challenge in stating concisely what the issue is. And if y'all want to put in there that make the clarification in the ballot question or ballot title that it begins after 2021, that's easily fixed.
I think that's what we discussed in the Charter Review Committee, but I'll defer to my colleagues.
I think for clarification purposes, it might be helpful to put a date in there because if a resident, votes in favor of this and then, say it's me and I run for a 3rd term.
Well, that's where the philosophy to be comes in.
I know. I mean, common sense tells you that, well, this didn't get voted in until now, right? So why would anything that I served prior to now be effective?
Right, and I think, and I differ with some of the council members in approach slightly. I think you have to give, or the citizens have to take some responsibility too. And what you're approving is the amendment. It's not the concise explanation of it. And it's, you do the best you can to concisely state the question, but if you read through these, it is very difficult to itemize every nuance of some of the amendments. Although this one's easily fixed by adding something that clarifies that in the ballot title to make it clear that it's after 2021.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's clear. I don't know if it would be clear to every resident. I'm just trying to be devil's advocate here, you know?
I don't know if it would be clear to any resident, quite frankly, if you weren't on the charter committee. I mean, and here's, I guess, what.
I think that the point is nothing can be retroactive. So anything we vote on, even if it's tonight, something, you can't go, oh, that's retroactive to something we did, you know, to you holding office a year ago. So, you know, that's where I'm going, that's where it's clear, but.
Let me ask you a question right quick. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
but,
please do.
We're basically, we've made up our minds. We don't want anyone doing this for more than 2 consecutive terms. If we vote for this, even the way that it stands, if you're in your second term, you can't run a third. That's it. Because we've decided as a council, we don't want that to happen anymore. And we're asking the people to agree with us. So why would it would be wrong for us to make exceptions for ourselves just because we've already ran 2 terms and we want to go for a third? That completely defeats the purpose of this amendment. So I
here's,
say
that's to
leave
my,
it as is.
that's to my point. Jody Shirley's right, and you're right. And if this comes, so let's just say somebody digs in their heels, okay? You know, Jody goes for re-election, she wins, she's on her second one, she goes, I like this job. Have her checked out, something's not right there. If she likes this job, she wants another one after this. She goes 3 more years after this one's done in 2021, okay? You know, I'm just joking, you know, I'm just using it as an example, but she could dig in her heels and say, that's not what we voted for. I like what you said, I agree, I think 2 terms is all we anticipated, and that's it. And maybe we just leave it the way it is, and Fred, if you're comfortable with it, I mean, if somebody wants to make a big issue of it and sue, then they can do that, but as long as this is constitutionally terms. Yes, they could have 3 terms if they want.
Yeah, well, could we just add something to that, including current, you know, positions held, or, you know, somehow clarify that, because I'm indifferent on what the outcome is, right? But I just want to make sure that we have a term limit in there. So if it affects us right now, perfect. If it doesn't, I don't care, you know, I don't know. I don't care either way.
Doesn't affect any of us.
Well, it will, but you know what, to Dave Gaddis's point, I think you just clarified it for me, and I
Yeah,
appreciate
me
it.
too.
Because you know what, it says here, for more than 2 consecutive terms, period. You can't do 2 consecutive terms. So Jody, you can't do your 3rd term.
Thank you.
So no objection on that one from me. Okay, next one. This one we haven't fixed yet. The next one is the Charter Amendment, Article 2, Section 2.045. This was the biggest thing I had, which was the presiding officer moving and motion, and it's not here. It's in the beginning, in your explanation, but it's not here on the Charter Amendment. We just have Robert's Rules of Order, but it doesn't talk about the charter member, the presiding officer moving a motion. The whole idea behind that is that the pass the gavel thing. Right now, I can't make a motion. I'm not going to be the mayor for life either, okay? But if I want to make a motion, this would allow me to pass it to Glenn Gunn and sit down, and he would chair the meeting for that point, and I would be able to make that motion, or the next 3 mayors, okay? So that wasn't in there. I think it's
Okay, you're asking about the ballot title, correct?
I'm asking about Charter Amendment, I'm on page 6 of this.
Okay, which is the ballot title, which is the question. The ballot question doesn't have that in there.
Right.
Okay, and you would like to include it in it?
I think it has to. That was,
well,
I mean, that was the biggest thing I put in. That was probably my single biggest thing that the Charter Committee liked, and I think I'd like to see it. It was a 1A suggestion. It was definitely the top of the hit parade, so it was supposed to be in our first thing. So I don't know why we're pulling it out at the recommendation of the Charter Committee. It should have been here. So it's supposed to be to handle it using Robert's Rules of Order as a guideline, and also, and I'm not sure which section it comes under, but permitting the presiding officer to move.
Okay, but I'm just making a clarification. You want that clarification to be in the ballot title?
I think it has to be, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that changes the charter, yes.
I have maybe a dumb question. Maybe I've locked out the last election. I did an amendment. Sometimes you start reading, it gets blurry. But when I get my ballot, I'm going to see the title, but then underneath it, is there more verbiage of what it's about, or is it
No.
just the title?
Just the title.
That's it? Okay, well then I understand where you're coming from to make it a little bit more specific. Okay, like I said, it's a good question.
Okay?
Can you
so-
correct that now, and can you add that in now for this? I mean, or can we just put it as amended? Patty, is it acceptable to say as amended? Because this is only first reading, Fred could make the correction, and then we still could pass this tonight. I want to pass this tonight.
That's fine.
Can you do that? Okay,
Well-
good. Yes? Patty's not saying yes.
I'm looking at the last from Mr. Zabel, and can I show this to you, Fred?
I don't have it in front of me.
All right, can I show it to you for your opinion? Because I'm not seeing what you're saying.
Well, the disconnect is between what's in the revised language for the amendment versus what's in the ballot question. That's where we're having,
Okay, so my question, Mayor, is that what the committee, whatever the committee decided, the council can change that.
Yes, and I believe it was something to the effect, and don't quote me exactly, something to the effect that right now, the charter says that the mayor cannot move a motion. And that's not consistent with what most of the other communities do. The mayor can move a motion, but they have to pass the gavel. The idea is that the mayor can't make a motion and then control a discussion. That it's just not appropriate. So this says the presiding officer. By doing that, if I turn over the gavel, again, I say aye. The next mayor, the next 3 mayors, until, because this is good for 10 years, the next 3 mayors turn over the gavel and they can make a motion. Because like tonight, you hear me say, I can't make a motion, somebody else has to do it. It moves things along a little bit.
Yeah.
So that, I think that's, I recall the language, it's late, it's getting late, but that's the way I recall it. So,
Yeah,
everybody else, right?
that's what I'm looking at here,
So
yeah.
we'll just say, can we just say that we'll change it, through Patty Gentry, our city clerk, will give you the exact language off of her resolutions from the Charter Review Committee, exactly what they said?
well, what you should do, I mean, you continue on and tell me the other things that you have.
Only one more thing.
And then you should approve this, and in between now and the second reading, there will be slight revisions, and you can approve the amended revisions. I mean, I'll tell you, I spent hours and hours and hours trying to make sure what was in that final version that I had was in this, and then writing the questions. So, I'm sorry it's not the way you wanted it, but it's not without effort.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I just want to make sure it reflects what the Charter Committee did. They put in 4 months of very hard work, and this just happens to be my pet issue. I mean, so and I'm not going to be mayor for the next 10 years because I'd be termed out anyway on my next one if I ran, but I don't want to have the next 3 mayors saddled with this really defect in our charter right now. It's the other mayors don't have to do this when they're weak mayors. Okay, that's all I had. Okay, so if we could make those changes, we're good. And then I think we could, if nobody else had any objection, I do have to open it up to the floor. But if council has.
I think, like you said, those changes, it's just one change, right? Just that one.
2. We had the presiding officer moving a motion. Oh, no, this is just one. I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I withdrew the other. Yes, just one. Only one change. Did I miss anything from any of the other charter? Everybody remember anything? It's getting on 10 o'clock here. Anybody remember anything?
No.
Okay, we're good. I'll open up to the citizens. Does citizens have any comment on the charter review recommendations? Back to council? Already moved it? No? Any comments, last comments? No? No last comments. Patty, I have to read it again, right? Fred, do I have to read it? Because we're going for a vote on number 17, so I think I have to read it. I believe I have to read it.
I know historically you have done that, but
Yeah,
we didn't do it before, so I think if we ask Fred.
only because I just don't want to mess up the charter.
I know.
Election. I'll read it fast.
You should be consistent.
I think I should, and I don't want to say, you're supposed to call the question according to Roberts, and I'm supposed to frame the question for everybody, so here we go, folks. Consideration of ordinance 20-02, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, relating to 5 proposed charter amendments for submission to referendum providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for amendments to Article 2, Section 2.02, Article 2, Section 2.045A, Article 2, Section 2.06, Article 4, Sections 4.02 and 4.03, and Article 9 of the City Charter, providing for 5 ballot titles, providing for the city clerk to obtain Spanish language translation, providing for approval by the majority of electors voting in the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election ballot, providing for a notice of an advertisement of the referendum election to be published in accordance with the State of Florida Election Code, providing that upon adoption of this ordinance, the 5 proposed charter amendments shall be submitted to the qualified electors of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida on the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election ballot and shall become effective as provided by law, providing for the city clerk to confirm and codify the charter amendments to the charter if approved, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and providing for an effective dates of proposed charter amendment or amendments. This is the first reading. A yes vote will bring this to the second reading and approve it as we stated, with the one minor change that Mr. Riley will make in consultation with the city clerk. No, there was only one.
Hey, I'm sorry I missed that. Could you reread it, please?
Where are you? I'll come and read it to you personally. Thanks, Glenn. You're a good friend. Okay.
Mayor,
yes.
There's two changes as I understand it. In 2.02, you wanted an additional thing in the ballot question about the effective date of 2021.
I withdrew that. Because I think Dave Gaddis clarified that. Yes, and Jody Shirley was correct. We just don't want to do more than 2 terms. It says 2 consecutive. We are all on our first term, okay? And we're going to get to do one more if any of us want to continue. So that's it. Yep, it stays just the way it is. That was good. Okay, with that, Hattie, you do the honors.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye. Passes 7-0. It moves to the second reading. And we're going to move this second reading, if we can. I'll have to ask you, Madam Clerk, can we move this, because Fred Bradley has a deadline of the 11th of August, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we have a choice. We can do a brief meeting before one of our budget meetings, or we could just put it on the August thing, because I think it should go through. But if we have a problem on that August one, we're going to have a secondary council meeting. So I'll do whatever council would like. I think we could accomplish this at August and not have a special meeting.
If we are already having another meeting and we haven't yet seen the final writing, it's probably not a bad idea to have a 5-minute meeting to vote for this.
Why don't we do this? If Mr. Riley, if you can pull it together for us, we have 2 budget meetings upcoming. I can call a meeting on 1 day's notice, basically. Right?
Mayor, we have what is considered a special meeting to set the tentative agenda on the 20th of July. So.
Oh, for the budget, budget workshop? There's a special meeting? Okay. How about the 20th, Mr. Riley?
Why not?
Sounds good to me. We'll vote on this on the 20th. Okay, we're halfway through the agenda, folks. Oh no, we're going to go for 6. Okay, so we have item 18, consideration of resolution 2020-07, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, establishing an amended residential rental registration fee pursuant to Ordinance 11-05 and establishing an effective date. The description on this is rental property registration rate increase. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Mark B. makes the motion.
Second.
And a second from Jody?
Yes.
Yes, Jody, okay. Mr. Beam, you have the floor.
It's very necessary. Anybody else?
This was a recommendation, I'll just say this was a recommendation of the Finance Committee. This is a fairly profitable community to do rentals in. The city manager and his staff spend a decent amount of time doing this. Our code enforcement spends a decent amount of time. I'm all for it. Anyone else?
I honestly didn't think it was enough.
You can amend it if you'd like. Your choice.
I'm open for discussion on it, that's for
You
sure.
have a proposal, how much, what you'd like to amend to? It's going to 300, so.
Honestly, I mean, it's a yearly fee, and they're highly profitable. A little tiny house on the corner entering my neighborhood, I believe they're renting it for $4,700 a month. And it's probably not even 2,000 square feet. Wow, you know, $300? I don't see that is really anything, nothing to even consider. I would say 500 would be more reasonable.
I agree with Dave.
Dave, would you just enlighten me so much? I would agree with you 100%.
Let me ask one question before we get too excited about this to our city attorney and city manager. Is there a legal cap on what we can charge here?
I'm not aware of one either.
Okay.
How many properties does this affect?
I'm just gonna give you a roundabout number, it's probably about 230.
230 rentals? Does this include condos, or are they just private, single family?
Condos. Anybody that rents pays a rent registration.
So and is it an annual or is it per renter? So in other words, there's some that are, okay, so it's annual.
Yeah, we send notice out in first part of September, and then they have till, with the due date of the 1st of October, and then they have 30 days because we have a $100 penalty in the current situation.
And it may be in this information, but what are we charging now?
100.
100.
230 times 500 is 115,000, just so you know.
It's an increase of $92,000 by us.
I'd like to add also that that property is not waterfront. It has a corner that butts up against two other properties, and you can sort of see the water from that property. To put it into perspective.
True. Yeah, but has anyone seen how much properties sell for? I'm just, if you buy a property at today's market price, you have to rent it to cover your cost at that number. I'm just being devil's advocate here. You have to, that guy's probably not making any money out of that $4,500 a month rate, because I'm thinking it's the new house the house they just remodeled, I know the price was steep. It was in the neighborhood of 600,000 or something. So just to be fair, I'm just throwing it out there to think about.
Yeah, currently, it's projected you're raising it $200 a year. And that's what the Finance Advisory Committee suggested.
I think it would make sense to stick with the 300, but over time, consider raising it. Because if you're going from 100 to 300, that's a pretty big jump. I can't get you guys to agree to $5 more on parking fees. Why all of a sudden are you going to penalize this guy? The guy that's the investor who happened to buy a property, or someone who's, bought a property in Bel Air Beach with the intent to retire there eventually or something. So
If he retires later, then he wouldn't pay.
Well, let's do this. It's
wait,
just a
Fred's
mover.
got something.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at section 54-62, which is what you're amending, or you're setting a resolution that establishes the fee, and there's no limit in there. I also am looking at the resolution that you're considering this evening, and as it's stated now, $300 based on the estimated administrative, financial, and enforcement costs incurred by the city. So you're projecting into the future what you expect it to be, and if you're amending your projection, it's going to be 500 rather than 300, and that's the way I would look at it. And over time, obviously, costs increase, and you have a rational basis if you are going on the projection that the cost is actually going to be $500 rather than $300. I don't think it's such a great thing to make the nexus be, we'd like $200 more, and that be the basis for increasing the cost. But if you have a rational nexus between the amount you're asking for and what you approve, then you're fine.
Well, let me ask you this, Councilman Gaddis, you had the idea. Do you want to make an amendment, or do you want to, at this point, we can bring these to the
I've got a couple questions, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
One is, how many rentals are we talking about?
230, roughly. It might be 235, but that's...
I tend to agree along the lines with Jody Shirley. It's kind of like the parable of the boiled frog. Turn up the heat slowly, and the frog won't jump out of the water and participate in the pitchfork and torch parade. I mean, it's easier to justify an increase, and maybe a year or two from now you take a look at it again. And then the third question I would have is, if Rick Schock is still in the audience, what was his basis for picking the number 300?
He's here, and we'll bring that up when he has the citizen comment.
Got you. Thank you. That's all I have.
I have to agree with Jody Shirley and Glenn Gunn. I think it's a good idea to maybe get this to 500, right? But maybe go in steps if necessary. Let's go from 1 to 3.
I'm okay with that.
So you won't make an amendment?
I won't amend.
Okay, thank you, but it's a great idea. Any other council comments? Then citizens. Rick Schock, did you want to say something?
The reason that we came up with the number 300 was because one of the members of our committee has rental property, and he was actually the one who suggested that it needed to be raised from 100 to 300. And when we did the math, it came out to a very nice number. And I think that what Councilmember Shirley mentioned, going from 1 to 5 would be, that's a heck of a jump. So I just think we thought collectively and agreed as a committee, we thought $300 was a reasonable raise of that fee.
Very well. Thank you. Any other citizen comments? Back to council. Mark, being you moved, did you have last word?
It sounds like a good compromise to leave it at 3, but I think in the future we ought to look at maybe ticking it up going forward.
Okay.
If they're getting that much for that kind of house, 500 is nothing.
And there is a cost. I mean, this isn't just money that's just the city's taking. City manager, his staff spends a significant amount of time policing these rentals. And also, I would also say policing. When you look at the crime reports, it's the rental properties that usually have the action by it. I know recently we've seen a few things. So I think it's justified if we need to do it higher in a future point.
Code enforcement officer has to stop by and
Absolutely.
correct any issues, beach tags issued.
I can assure you renters don't care about our code.
I'm sure you're right. Okay, are we ready to call it? Okay, so this is a consideration of Resolution 2020-07, resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, establishing an amended residential rental registration fee pursuant to Ordinance 11-05, and establishing an effective date. Rental property registration rate increases the explanation. A vote yes will increase it to the fee from 100 to 300. Patty, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye, so it passes 7-0. This will go into effect, the effective date, now?
October 1st.
October 1st, okay, so October 1st, this will go into effect. We'll sign the paperwork and move on with that. We doing okay, everybody? Nothing good? We're good? Okay, 19. Consideration of Resolution 2020-08, Resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, amending parking pay station hourly rates at Bayside Park, the Community Center, City Hall, the City Marina, and Morgan Drive Park, and establishing an effective date. Is that also October 1st?
No,
That's down?
I can
Okay.
get it changed in a couple days.
No problem. Hourly parking, this is an hourly parking rate increase put on by the city manager. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a tie here. We'll go with Jody Shirley and then Marv Beam. How's that? Ms. Shirley?
Yeah, so, again, I've been kind of pushing for this because I would really like to get our parking back, and I would love to see the rate much higher than what we're proposing here, but this is to increase the parking rates in our Morgan Park, Marina, and City Hall parking spaces. Eliminating the all-day purchase and going to an hourly rate that is slightly higher on the weekends and holidays. And I still think we have room to increase it more.
I'm going to be that guy again. Not only did I originally discuss eliminating the all-day rate, but I also really wanted an hourly cap, the maximum number of time that you could bank in that meter to force people that are parking and utilizing that meter to stop what they're doing and go back and feed it, just because it's a pain. Yes, we make a lot of money off of it, but at the same time, they may very well decide, this is such a pain that maybe after 3 hours they'll go, they'll leave, and somebody else can use the meter. But I just think for what it costs in surrounding cities to park all day, this is still really cheap.
Yeah, you're right, Dave. I think we even talked about not only capping the amount of time they could put in the meter, but capping the amount of time they could stay, like with a 4-hour maximum or something,
Right.
is what we discussed.
Well, I can do that with the meters. That all what I'm asking you for here is just to give me the authority to raise the rates.
And there will be no more daily rate, is that correct?
No more daily rate. So if a person that in the past came at 9 o'clock in the morning and on a weekend paid $20 till 9 o'clock at night, now it cost them $60, just to give you an example.
And does your, the printouts that you get or the data that you get from that, does it give you an average stay time of the people who park?
We probably could get that. I'd have to look at the reports.
That might be helpful to what Councilmember Gaddis is suggesting, because if we know, let's say, right now we're all complaining that the things are overflowing, residents can't even get in there and park. So if we know people are staying for 5 hours on the weekend, then maybe to be fair, I mean, this is a fairness thing, we say 3 hours or something like that, but we'll need your metrics to do that.
Well, I think I could do that, if I find out that the average is 3 or 4 hours, that the council, I don't think we need to come back to the resolution to do that. All I need from you is raise the rate.
But you'll let us know then what you're going to cap it at, because I do agree with this cap idea. Any other council comments? Citizens? Yes.
Jim Vascoy, 7th Street, Bel Air Beach. We talked about, Rudy Davis's group did a new map of that Morgan Street, not the Morgan Street, but the Marina. And he found additional parking spaces. Can we not factor that in so we can give a temporary fix to the other homeowners so they can have some of that parking at Morgan? So if we picked up 5 more spots because of what Rudy Davis did at the Marina, could we not give those 5 spots back to our citizens at Morgan Street? It's just a thought. Plus, isn't that packed down shell or rock can we not somehow just take some pavement paint? Because if it's packed down, it's not gonna shift too easy. And we designate those spots, we mark out those spots to create the area that we need, at least to fix this until we're out of the agreement or whatever this council decides to do. But at least that would open up some spots for our residents at that end of town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments? You want to bring this conversation into the sunshine?
We're just talking about the beach renourishment.
Okay. That would be the sum total of the conversation?
Yeah.
It has to be public meetings?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's all that was.
There was a suggestion for additional spots. I don't know if you heard that.
Well,
They paint some, and Rudy Davis apparently found some for us.
Well, the parking lot at the marina was laid out by an architect with those positions there. We can have a discussion with Pinellas County because they're the lead for the beach renourishment and see what their theory is with the marina parking lot as opposed to Morgan. I know the architectural layout at 9-foot parking spaces, there's 70 spaces there, and that's what we have a drawing of. And I'll have to look back at what Rudy, but I don't know that he picked up a ton of spaces there.
I think she said 5, so I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I don't remember.
5, hey, that's good compared to what we have, so 5 is a lot.
Yeah, but we need to ask that question with, because it's proximity to the sand also.
Okay.
You know, you have to have X amount of spaces within a quarter mile of the sand that you're getting renourished. So.
Leslie, did you want to be heard?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed some of that conversation. I know Lynn Reeves and I looked at that, and it's kind of interesting because they needed 70 parking spaces for beach renourishment, and yet when you look at the layout of the marina parking lot by the architect, it's exactly 70 spaces, but there's a lot of retention ponds and some areas of trees and stuff, and I think we looked at it and figured we could probably squeeze out probably another 10 spaces or so, but it's going to be tight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have Leslie DeTero.
The answers to whether we could put more of the Morgan Park back to city residents only, I don't believe so. When we first did beach renourishment, you had to have X number of parking spots within X linear feet of a beach access, which is why we had to get rid of a whole bunch of the resident-only parking spaces in Morgan Park. And I mean, and I don't think it was a county thing. I believe it was the state that got, to get the sand. So, and it was pretty tight. That's why we had those silly bike racks along Gulf Boulevard and stuff. So, unless they changed the rules and made it less strict, there's not a whole lot, I think, that we can do with those parking spots to move them around.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments? Back to council.
I keep looking at parking in Clearwater, and you walk a lot further than what the restrictions are for us. Doesn't mean anything, but I don't know if that's worth even talking about.
Any other council comments? Jody Shirley, you have the last word if no one else.
No, I don't have anything further.
And I'm going to call the question. Consideration of Resolution 2020-08, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, amending parking pay station hourly rates at Bayside Park, the Community Center City Hall, the City Marina, and Morgan Drive Park, and establishing an effective date. Mr. Reeves, you can tell us what the effective date was, as fast as you can change it, basically, right?
It'll take a couple days.
Couple of days, okay. Okay, so a vote for this yes brings in the new rates. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
And just to summarize, what is the increase in the new rate?
$1 per hour and no It's $1 per hour and no all-day parking pass.
And the city manager will get back to us in terms of a cap, a lower cap as suggested by Councilmember Gaddis. Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you have any other questions?
No, I was just on board with Dave Gaddis. Make it painful, and that's one way of controlling the demand, I guess, and possibly keeping the price as high as possible to also control the demand.
Okay, we had discussion after I called the question, so any other council comments? I'll call the question again now. Consideration of Resolution 2020-08, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, amending parking pay station hourly rates at Bayside Park, the Community Center, City Hall, the City Marina, and Morgan Drive Park, and establishing an effective date. A vote yes for this changes those rates now, as fast as the city manager can change in a couple of days. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye. So it passes 7-0. Lynn, you get out there with your change key and make those changes, and then let us know, if you would, what the cap could be, just so we could have discussion maybe and give you the go-ahead as to, you know.
You know, if I find that it's 3 hours, do you want me to just go ahead and put that cap on there?
That's what you're looking for, right, Dave?
3 or 4 hours, whatever the average.
Thinking 3.
3-hour cap. We all agreement with the 3-hour cap?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Need a bigger truck to haul away all the money, Lynn. Okay. Item 20, consideration of releasing and removing June Van Scoy from the Park and Recreation Board, sponsored by Councilmember Swope. This is City Council to vote for the removal of June Van Scoy. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
It's open for discussion. Councilmember Swope starts.
I hereby respectfully request the entire city council vote to remove Ms. Van Scoy from the Parks and Rec Board due to actions taken that do not represent the city in a manner in which is expected by a member of one of our advisory boards or committees. Advisory boards are designed to advise the city council members. The only authority is the quorum of the 7 duly elected members of this board. Ms. Van Scoy has consistently represented herself as the assistant to the mayor, of which Bel Air Beach has no such position. She has taken on roles that are not part of the Park and Rec's responsibilities. At times, these actions have placed this city and our citizens in jeopardy, and that's apparent by the outline of events sent by Mrs. Colucci. These events have been ongoing since September of 2019 and have escalated over the last 10 months. In short, a call was made to Mrs. Colucci's boss at his place of employment on September 10. The caller announced herself as the assistant to the mayor, whereas this person went on to state disparaging remarks about Mrs. Colucci. And then the action directly resulted in another action that occurred on November the 4th, right here in the parking lot of this building after a city council meeting. Ms. Van Scoy approached Mr. Colucci regarding that very phone call. The Coluccis were harassed, threatened, and called vulgar names, etc. Sadly, this altercation itself was never addressed by the city council. It didn't end with that event. On November 8th, an anonymous public records request for calls made by Ms. Van Scoy on September 10th was asked for and has never been supplied. This created months of various actions taken as stated in the email outline provided by Mrs. Colucci. Prior to the town meeting of Bel Air Shore, the City Commission on June 16, 2020, a fax was sent to the City Clerk of Bel Air Shore with a copy of Mrs. Colucci's public records request. Ms. Van Scoy then called the Bel Air Shore meeting and read her statement. During this call, Ms. Van Scoy immediately announced her position with the Bel Air Beach Parks and Rec Committee. also announced her relationship with the mayor of Bel Air Beach. But the most concerning statement during this call, and I'm going to quote, was, "It would be a crying shame if one person is permitted to sour the excellent relationship between the mayors and the cities," end quote. This statement most certainly could be construed as a threat that Bel Air Beach and Bel Air Shore will have trouble working together if steps aren't taken by Bel Air Shore against Mrs. Colucci. This city council is not a council of 8 decision makers, it is 7. We cannot have members of our committees and our boards representing themselves as holding a decision-making position. We have got to try to stop this. It's been going on for months, and this is just 1 or 2 events that I'm mentioning here. Again, I ask City Council to remove Ms. Vanscoy from this board immediately. This isn't about the amount of work that the Park and Recs Board has put together and has done and accomplished. It's about representing yourself as someone that is in a position of authority with this city. We cannot continue to have this happen.
Council.
I'm kind of torn on this, but it's for a different reason, and I'm going to try to explain this the best way that I can. First off, I would like to commend Ms. Vanscoy for spearheading a lot of cool events and really taking it by the reins and trying to make improvements in our city. However, not always is a good performance in one area. Does that make a good employee or a good co-worker or a good board member or a council member or anything else? This can be applied anywhere. You can be really great at one thing and not so great at other things. I'm just going to read something that I took off of Skype today as I was chatting with my wife about this, because I saw this and I was caught off guard by it, and so I go to my wife and we have discussions. The one thing that I will tell you that we don't do is anything my wife and I discuss in private, she generally doesn't become my spokesperson. So here's what I wrote. My take is that if they were married, and we all know who we're talking about, their combined conduct would not be allowed. But because they both identify themselves as life partners, they exist as married without the legal obligations. From an ethical standpoint, I see no difference, even if Florida law doesn't. As proof, the mayor has stated over and over that he is not guilty of a sunshine violation because girlfriends don't apply. I say that because this conflict keeps occurring, she plays 2 roles. 1, the mayor's unofficial assistant and press secretary, and 2, chair of the Parks and Rec Board. I just believe that in itself is a conflict, and I think that it would be in the city's best interest to remove June from the Parks Board so she can better unofficially serve the mayor. I also feel that had it not been this type of a relationship, that maybe the mayor would not have been so pushy about making sure that Ms. Vanscoy had way more time to speak at each and every council meeting since she took over that position, and also just to push her ideas hard onto the council. Just speaking from the heart.
Dave, I'm sorry to ask, but can you speak into the microphone, please?
I'm sorry, are you going to make me read this all over again?
No, no. If you'll just pick it up from the microphone, I appreciate it.
Okay, all right. Again, I'm just speaking from the heart, and this is just the way that I see it. I don't know if anyone else agrees with me, but I think that there is conflict, and even if legally there's not, I think from a city perspective and the citizens, the residents in this town, I believe that many do feel that there is a conflict, and I just think it would look better on the council, also on the mayor and on Ms. Van Scoy to step down. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
I'm like the most naive legal person on this board. I'm more medical, but I don't think that that's a sunshine violation, because that would be the same thing if I had conversations with June. I'm not married to her. Yeah, I guess it's friendship. Would that be a sunshine law violation? It's because it's park and council. Now, if she was on the council and they were married or boyfriend, girlfriend, that would be a sunshine violation. Am I understanding that right? Because I can talk to any board member.
That's correct.
Okay, so that, just correcting that. Second, I mean, it's a piece of paper, a marriage certificate, right? It's a piece of paper. Whether they're married, committed to each other, hate each other today, love each other tomorrow, hey, they may have a better relationship than half the married people in this city. So I don't think we should judge them based on boyfriend, girlfriend, or marriage. There's been spouses that have gone on the Nextdoor app and have been very verbal, but we're not, condemning them. To address the issue about allowing her more time to talk. Let's face it, guys, the Park and Rec Board has done a heck of a lot more than the other boards, like the Board of Adjustment. As far as presentations, they did a lot of events. She had to get a lot of approval. So yeah, she had more things to discuss. Therefore, was thankfully granted more time to discuss these things. And I think she's done an awesome job, her and her park board, of different events for the city. Because before all the years that I lived here, I didn't even know half of my neighbors 3 streets away. I didn't know because we didn't have opportunities to kind of go and just the idea of a festival, a car show, just kind of like piques your interest. Hey, I'll go, maybe I'll meet some neighbors. So I think she's done a lot for the city. Do I think she should represent herself as assistant to the mayor? No, it's not an official title. No, and I agree, maybe she shouldn't do that, but part of me thinks that a lot of this stuff is personal. It's personal issues between 2 women, 3 women, 5 women, 4 men, whatever, people, and I think personal issues are getting too much involved in politics, and I think we need to keep it aside. I have personal issues with people, but I'm not bringing it out here. I'm not suggesting someone step down because I don't agree with that person. So I think this number 20 is kind of ridiculous. If she was doing a bad job at Park and Rec Board and overstepping her bounds and turning it into a frat party or doing something crazy that doesn't go along with our Bel Air Beach values, then absolutely that would be valid. But I do not think she has done anything wrong in representing the Park and Rec Board. I think she's had nothing but the city's interest in bringing the city together. And I think honestly, in 2019 was the most the city has come together and socialized and met people. I mean, it's amazing what we've done as a city since I've joined council. And I think honestly, if this group of people didn't join the council when we did, I don't think we would be as close as we are as a city. So that's just my rebuttal.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Or turn it to the city.
Vice Mayor has a comment.
I think Marv was, go ahead, Marv, you want Glenn to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Glenn, go ahead, and then Marv B.
Okay, I have the utmost respect for June. I think she's got a lot of initiative, and I think she really took her job on the Park and Rec Board very seriously. I think there's been a lot of distraction. I'd hope that a lot of these issues would kind of die out or lower or whatever, but they continue to be a constant source of distraction for this council. We are continuously dealing with these issues, it's become a cost center almost for legal fees and attorney fees with all these public records requests, and it seems like we're always dealing with some sort of issue with this sort of thing. One of the biggest problems that I've observed is this confusion of bi-direction and a misrepresentation of being the mayor's assistant and dealing with other municipalities and public officials. There's this misperception that she's speaking on behalf of the city or representing the city, and I think that's very wrong, and it has to stop. It has to stop right now. It's been a source of confusion. We've had feedback from other municipal agencies, and it's not boding well for Bel Air Beach and speaking with one voice, and it's wrong. I think it needs to end.
Thank you. Mark Beam?
I've worked with June going from park to park, and she's has come up with a lot of fantastic ideas. There's many of them still on the table. She's done a lot to talk to other people and get the history of what we did in the past, and it's worked out. We've had the events were very nice, well thought out, well planned. A lot of personal time involved. And what the other issues are, they are. Those seem to be more of a personal issue, not having anything to do with the operation of the city. At least it should do. But that's what happened. But as far as removing her for performance, I can't see it.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Beam. Everyone's concluded that I'm going to say what I want to say.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay, so I agree, June, you've done a great job with, with the Parks Board and doing events and that sort of thing, and kind of opening up our eyes to that. Unfortunately, with COVID, we've been put on hold with a lot of that stuff. The emails that I received regarding the public records request were kind of eye-opening, I guess, to me. I didn't know all this was going on behind the scenes, to the point where I'd had a conversation with Lynn about, can we get our city attorney involved and maybe kind of do a mediation and, work between Ms. Van Scoik and Ms. Colucci and try to come to some sort of agreement and satisfy some of these personality conflicts. Unfortunately, I had that conversation with Lynn, and the very next day I get an email where Ms. Colucci's place of employment, there was this presentation just discussing her, their history and just bringing it out in front of her employer. And I think that overstepped the line for me. I think this no longer is about our Parks and Rec and our city and, all this of, you can do a great job, but sometimes you're maybe not the best communicator, or, there's ways to diffuse some of these situations. And I think that rather than trying to diffuse it and work through it, it got escalated by this visit to this Bel Air Shores city meeting. And with that said, it just made me take a step back and go, this is completely inappropriate. If someone contacted my employer and complained about me as a resident of Bel Air Beach, I would just be appalled. And I am at this letter. And I think up to this point, I was okay. I think it could have been worked through, but at this point, that drew a line in the sand and causes a more extreme situation in my view. And I think that, and just representing yourself as maybe a city official might be a little gray to me. I don't know a whole lot about that background, but this letter really put a nail in your coffin, in my opinion. But That's kind of just all I want to say. I just think it's completely inappropriate.
I guess it's my turn. Barbara Colucci is a city employee. She is a public official. She is subject to the same criticism that she gives to other people. Barbara Colucci is in the room right now, just so you know. Barbara Colucci made comments to this city council complaining about her perceived inability, I'm taking this off, to receive a records request that she wasn't entitled to. You're not entitled to a records request when the person doesn't have a record. How do we know that? Well, June Van Scoy is going to tell you that she made the same request of Patty Gentry for telephone records here, and the city said, we don't keep them and we're not giving them to you. This is another case of our city treating one person one way and another person another way. Either you supply the phone records or you don't supply them. And the law says you don't have to if you don't have them. Now, the forum of bringing a complaint, and a city clerk should know this, in my opinion, to the city council is wholly and 100% inappropriate. The proper venue is a court of law. That's what the public records law of the statute of the state of Florida says. You don't bring it to the council, you bring it to a court of law. And you make your allegations, and Ms. Van Scoy will get herself an attorney. And I am not conflicted out of that one. I probably will be that attorney. And if you lose, you will pay attorney's fees. So if you're sure of your position, by all means, bring it to court and challenge it. But if you lose, be prepared to pay attorney's fees. That's the penalty that Florida puts on people who make frivolous records requests. Ms. Van Scoy had to endure a memo sent to this entire city council in which Barbara Colucci, the town clerk of the town of Bel Air Shore, slammed me as the mayor, slammed Marv Beam as a liar, Councilmember Beam, and slammed the Parks Board chairman as violating state law based on unproven allegations, despite the fact that Ms. Van Scoy has said she never made any conversation with Ms. Colucci's boss initially. This body here is not a trier of fact. That is not our purpose. As for comments about sunshine violations, I don't know as an attorney what that allegation is. Ms. Van Scoy is not a member of the council, and as such, all conversations that I have with her are not subject to the sunshine. We make sunshine law up in this city, I know. We have people on our council who don't get it. Rita Swope, on the date of my inauguration, told the judge that I violated the sunshine law.
Point of order.
No point of order. This is a fact.
It's
It's not well-founded.
about me. We need to go back to the agenda. It's about removing Ms. Van Scoy.
And I'm talking right now.
Okay, but Rita Swope
This is
on
not-
the deal has something to do with it.
Yes, it does. I'm talking about the sunshine, and this is not debatable. I don't find it well-founded. If the council wants to appeal it, I'll go through an appeal. The fact is, on the night of my inauguration, she went to the judge that I brought here and made a Sunshine Act violation to the judge.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
I never did.
Okay, then judge.
I never spoke
Okay, excuse
to that
me.
judge.
Point of order. You're out of order. Do not interrupt me. I did not interrupt you.
You're accusing me of something I didn't do.
But okay, Judge Moore, the circuit court judge in Pinellas County, came to June and I afterwards and said, "What's with your council member?" She made I'm going to ask you one more time to stop interrupting me. This is the third time. Mr. Riley, one more time it triggers the removal. You understand, right? We talked about this. I've given her 3 warnings.
This is the vice mayor. I'd like to go
No,
ahead.
I have the floor. I'm not listening to anything at this point. I've listened to everyone else. You have no right to interrupt. You cannot call the question. You're not allowed to interrupt. Please learn Robert's Rules of Order, Mr. Gunn, please. You did it in June when you were chairing the meeting, so you're out of order also. You can't call a question, you cannot interrupt. Go look it up. And I'll stop the meeting if you want, and I'll research it with the city attorney. I'm getting a little annoyed with people interrupting me. I listen to everyone else.
Mayor,
Okay.
what I would like to do is just call a point of order just for a second, just so you can calm down.
Thank you.
And lower your voice.
Okay.
And just relax, okay? Take some breaths and then please
Let
resume.
Fred answer your question.
I don't have a question.
Oh, sorry, I thought there was a question.
I know the rules of order, I have them right here. You can't call a question, you're not permitted to interrupt. And we're not going to call a question before public comment. I don't think the city attorney will approve of that. The public has a right to be heard.
I think calling the question is non-debatable.
No? Okay. All right. I'm going to call a brief recess so I can get out my rules of order, and I'm going to read it to Vice Mayor Gunn so he could understand Robert's rules of order. Then I'm going to get back to what I'm saying. I don't care how long we're here tonight.
Mayor, before you do that, could I just suggest that you continue with making the points that you're making, and that it's already 10 till 11, and you still have quite a few things to cover. I wanted to make a couple comments because there's a few legal issues.
Oh, I haven't gotten to that yet. I'm being interrupted, but I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
So let's just get to calling the question. I can barely see with these glasses tonight, so. Okay, end debate and amendments. I move the previous question. May you interrupt speaker? No. Does anybody want to read this? Here's the little cheat sheets. Does anybody want to read these? Anybody want to appeal my decision? I'll proceed. It is not the purview of this council to make up rules and say what Sunshine Act feels like or they think it is. If you're calling the circuit judge a liar, that's not a problem. That's what the circuit judge told us. Your interpretation of the law was wrong, and it's been wrong many, many times before. We go to ethics courses every year, but apparently we still don't grasp the Sunshine Law. I can talk to June Van Scoy all I want. We have husbands and wives presently serving on the same board right now in this city. Husbands and wives. And that's not a sunshine law as long as they don't talk about something. It's ludicrous to make up law that you're not entitled to make. It's ludicrous to sit here and make decisions that you don't have the statutory authority to make. You do not have the right as a council. This is an illegal act by this council. You do not have a right to decide issues of public records requests. If the Colucci's are upset, go to court. Rick Colucci threatened that. He's right here. Go to court. I'll argue the case for her. Okay? So, let's talk about the law. As I've said, Barbara Colucci is a public official. She's subject to the same criticism she levels on everyone else. Just the same criticism that we all are. Okay? It's a higher standard. When we signed on to do these roles, she's actually paid. We're volunteered, but it doesn't matter. When you signed on to do the role of the city administrator, Lynn Reeves is the same situation. He's a public official. People criticize him, people love him. We all get that. And it goes with the territory. If you don't like it, quit. That's what Rick Colucci told me once. So, if you don't like it, quit. Now, when June Van Scoy goes across the street and speaks in any capacity to the town of Bel Air Shore, she's doing it as a private citizen. I read from her presentation, and she says, "Good evening." I'm not going to read the whole thing. "My name is June Van Scoy. I'm a resident of Bel Air Beach, and I'm the chairperson of the Bel Air Beach Parks and Recreation Board. I'm also the life partner of the Honorable Joseph A. Manzo, Mayor of Bel Air Beach." Get this part. "I speak with you this evening strictly on my own behalf." I'll say it again. I speak with you this evening strictly on my own behalf. After hearing that sentence, if anybody could say she's representing the city, you're just not listening. She spoke on her own behalf. As such, she's a concerned citizen. So concerned was she at our relationship between the two cities, and remember, we swim in their beaches, okay? That she went over to express the concern of how one person was souring the relationship, insulting Councilmember Bean, insulting herself, and insulting me. Unjustified in all situations. She is a concerned citizen. That comes under what's called the United States Constitution, First Amendment, right of free speech. There's a specific category. She is a concerned citizen. She has full protection of that document. Not only does she have full protection of that document, she has full protection of the Florida State Constitution, which also provides her with protection for her freedom of speech. I will not support this motion, and I will tell you why I'm not going to support this. Patty, I want from what I say here, in the record, intact, without edit.
Mayor,
Yes,
when you are ready for me to stop having it on the
I
record.
will tell you yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, and if I don't, let me know, okay?
Okay.
42 U.S. Code 1983, civil action for the deprivation of rights. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, I'm just going to read the operative piece. Every person who under color of statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state, territory, of the District of Columbia subjects or causes to be subjected any citizen of the United States or other person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws shall be liable to the party injured in an action at law, suit in equity, or other proper proceeding for redress. Councilwoman Swope has just got the city into a Section 1983 lawsuit, if Jim Van Scoy wishes to push it. The reasons given, and I'm glad that these are being recorded, are that this is not conduct in keeping with our city, that she exceeded her boundaries that are not delineated in any paperwork or any rules. She, again, like I said earlier, I didn't check my First Amendment rights at the door, neither did she when she became Parks Chairman. So you're being basically harassed and removed in retaliation because, as everyone knows, Rita Swope is friends with Barbara Colucci, and that's fine. But it's not fine when it comes to the law. Our city charter is of no matter when it says you can remove people for any reason, because this is an illegal reason. It's as bad as removing a person for race, color, or creed. It is illegal. And it goes one step further why I won't support it. We swore an oath that night that Judge Moore came here. And I told Judge Moore that I solemnly swear that I affirm that I will support, honor, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. By doing this, you have violated your oath of office and you are subject to recall and removal. I will not support this. I reject all argument that there's any validity whatsoever. If you want her not to refer to herself as the assistant to mayor, perhaps you can give me an assistant. Or maybe she'll just not call herself that. I think that's a reasonable compromise. I urge this council to run, not walk away from this, because you're making bad evidence, and there's 3 cameras back there recording it. That will stop it, Patty. Thank you very much for the detail. I will be voting no. Any other council comments before I take it to the floor?
I still just think this is more of a personal issue, and I think it's just gotten way out of hand. And I think that we just need to drop this, because this is just too much. It's just, all it's doing is just making matters worse. And I think that what we need to do is just stop this. I'm voting no, because I think she's done an excellent job as the Park and Rec Board. And that's what it is. What she does on her personal time with other residents, and if they have a fight over the color of their shoes, I don't care. But as a Park and Board Rec Chairman, she's done a phenomenal job, and I think she should continue. And that's, to me, is what this issue is about. It's to remove her from the Park and Rec Board. It's not to remove her from Bel Air Beach, not to remove her from the mayor's life. It's not to remove her from this hall. It's to remove her from the Park and Rec Board, and she has not done anything. So personal issues aside, get over it, come together, kumbaya, don't talk, I don't care. Let's drop it. I feel like I'm in high school. Drop it. Okay? She's done fine with her job. I'm voting no on this because I still want her to keep doing the Park and Recs and plan everything.
Well, since you're always the first to call people out and make accusations or imply that someone has an underlying motive, let me set the record straight for you, Ms. Aki.
That's Dr. Aki.
Okay, wait, 1 second, I'm gonna call point of order, please, just, David, if you would, just refer to the council as a whole, okay, well, she'll know who you're talking about, okay?
My reasoning for what I said has nothing to do with Barbara Colucci. It has nothing to do with any disagreement between these two ladies. It has nothing to do with what's happened. I know some things, but overall, I have stepped completely away from this and purposely not been dragged into the mud over this. Some people may have a personal agenda, I do not. By now, most people should be able to recognize that. The only reason why I am leaning towards voting for this is because I feel that there are just actions that are not appropriate and don't look well to the city. I have never said that there was a sunshine law violation. I have never made any accusations like that. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to basically give our city a little push into the right direction. And I'm sorry if you don't agree with me, but there's just been too much conflict over everything since the last election, and I'm ready for it to end. And I believe that this is a good start. So.
My rebuttal to that is, I don't understand what the first part of that comment is, that you're the first person to point out. I guess you were referring to me, because I feel that I'm not the first person to point fingers. I see myself as pretty laid back, and I like to just be objective, and I point out the wrong when it's wrong, I point out the right when it's right. I have no agenda, I'm friends. I think Barbara Colucci's cool. I think Jim's cool. I like Rita Swill. I like everybody. I have no beef with anybody. My whole purpose is, when you were saying I thought, and maybe I misinterpreted, in that case I apologize, I thought you were referencing the sunshine and how there was a sunshine violation, and that's why I prefaced my statement with, I am the least knowledgeable in law. I'm definitely 100% medical, zero knowledge in law. I've said that from day one. And that's why I had Fred clarify. So I don't know why you just kind of personally attacked me a little bit there, pointing fingers, because I think I don't know, counsel, tell me if I'm wrong. I think I'm pretty laid back and chill. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. I have no problem with that. And hey, if I'm wrong, point it out. If I'm right, point it out. I like you all.
Mayor, this is the Vice Mayor. I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, go ahead. Are you finished driving, Aki?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'd just like to call everyone's attention to section 6.01, boards and committees. Member of any board or committee may be removed for any reason by a majority vote of the council. This is a section that has been cited on numerous occasions by the mayor when we elected board or committee members saying, oh, well, hey, if we don't like the way it turns out, we can remove them for any reason. So at this point, this stage, this has become so divisive, I'm going to make the motion now because I have the floor to call the question.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. It's not debatable. Mr. Riley, before we debate this, though, he's making a motion to call the question before public comment. What is the legal, we haven't even heard from the accused, let alone the public, and I know there's people here to speak. So you're cutting off, you're basically conducting a meeting, I believe, in violation of the open public meeting laws by not letting the public speak. He can call the question after the public speaks. I don't think it's appropriate at this stage. That's my opinion, and that's how I would rule.
Okay, I'll give you a response. I think you're making it way too complicated. Before you vote on it, you have to have public input. So that's by Florida law. I wanted to make a comment too.
Okay, 1 second, I have to deal with his motion.
I know, I understand that.
I'll let you make your comment next. I have
I'm
to deal
not
with the
asking you to
motion.
make it. I'm just pointing out, I've been waiting patiently because I never wanted to interject before the city council's done with their deliberation. But I think you at times make things too complicated.
I agree.
And I'm not directing it to you, I'm saying the group of you. I say it with a smile.
I agree. I have to rule on this motion. Okay, it's not for me to rule on this motion, actually. We have to vote on this motion. We have a motion. We have a second by Dave Gaddis, I believe. Dave?
Sure.
Dave second, or is it Jody? I didn't hear. Dave, fine. Okay, so we have a motion to call the question. We have a second by Dave. We have a recommendation from the city attorney not to do this. I do believe this would violate the law myself. It's not debatable. I will take it to a vote. If we violate the law, I told you so. You vote for it at your own peril. Call the roll, Patty. This is on to call the question, which simply means there will be no public debate on this, and we will go right into a vote.
I'm sorry, but I just thought the city attorney said we need to have public comments, so I thought.
Yes, but I have a
we were
motion.
stopping.
I'm sorry. I need to talk over.
I will be perfectly happy, Mayor and Vice Mayor, to leave the motion on the table, and you can take public comment, and then we'll come back to my motion.
You can withdraw the motion and then bring it back. You can't leave it on the table. If you would like to withdraw it, then that's fine. It makes it easy for us. Are you liking to withdraw? Are you willing to withdraw the motion and bring it back you can bring it back at any point?
No, I'll call the question.
You're calling the question. Okay, let's just do this vote. I'm going to go on the record as saying this is illegal. Okay? Call the question and vote for it. Be my guest.
Can I object to that? This seems confusing to me, like, again.
Ask the city attorney.
Can we just stop for a second and make this legal and normal and calm down?
Sure.
Fred, help?
Is this legal or not legal? That's a yes or no.
I answered the question. Before you vote on the issue that is at hand, you have to have, by Florida law, you have to have public comment.
So I have a vice mayor insisting that we break the law, and
Right.
seconded by yes.
And Vice Mayor, maybe?
This is the problem here. I would encourage Vice Mayor Gunn to withdraw his motion so that this can go forward and then we can proceed to have the council complete its comments and then have citizens' comments, and then you can decide what you're going to do.
I asked him that, he refused to do it.
Well, I'm making a suggestion to him.
I will take the advice of the city attorney and withdraw my motion at this time.
Thank you. Any further council comments before I go to the citizens?
I guess, never mind.
No, go ahead.
I never got my question answered by Dave, but that's okay.
We can't have cross questions, but ask it to the body again.
I wanted to know why he personally attacked me.
Okay, I'm just, that's,
Point of order, let's move on,
yeah,
please.
I'm gonna find that well-founded. I mean, we can get into that later. We can't have that. Okay. I'm gonna move it to the citizens. Rick Schott first, Jules Chandler second.
From an outsider's perspective, but from the perspective of someone who's come to a lot of city council meetings, I'm appalled by this whole thing. I'm the vice chairman of the Parks and Rec Committee. I consider June Van Scoy a friend. I talk with her quite a bit. We don't talk about business. She's very, very clear about separating social things that we talk about and the business. and I commend her for that. I've also noticed, I think everyone here needs to examine their hearts and their motives here. I've sat through a number of city council members, or meetings rather, where everything that went up in front of the council for a vote came out 6-1. Everybody in favor except for one person. Now that person's entitled to their own right, and that's perfectly fine. But to the outsider looking in, I wonder if that's really what's going on here. Now, I'm not going to argue, Councilmember Swope mentioned right up front, no one's arguing with what June does with the Parks and Rec Board. But the idea of taking a volunteer and removing them from office for maybe misstating, I mean, you know, 20 years in the Navy, there's a lot of ways you can discipline people without removing them from office. So, I don't know, maybe everyone needs to go get a margarita together and get over this. But, oh my gosh, I'm appalled that we'd be looking at forcibly removing someone from office. And rather, maybe everyone here sat down with her and said, you know, you're a little out on the out of bounds line here, let's get back in. All right, you shouldn't have used that term. But if you all see that as a reason to remove somebody from office, I'm sorry, I just don't see that. But it's your choice to make, and if you make it, examine your heart and make sure you're doing this for good reasons, remembering our First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Jules Chandler.
First of all, Jules Chandler, 3207 Hibiscus Drive West, Bel-Air Beach. This is not a personal issue. I am friends and good friends with Barb. But right is right, 3 minutes is 3 minutes. Doesn't matter who's talking, so start the timer. She can be on the committee, I don't care. And I don't think that she does a bad job, but there are some things I don't agree with. And I humbly asked the city council members to consider the ramifications of the actions of Ms. Van Scoy, I don't know how to say your name and I apologize, or any representative of Bel-Air Beach, city council member or board or whatever, staff included. Members who were already on this said committee, working nicely with one another, quickly dropped out. I'm not going to get into the reasons that they did that. Immediately after the last election, Ms. Van Scoy repeatedly referred to herself as the assistant to the mayor of Bel-Air Beach. She was repeatedly told no such position existed and to cease using that title, but she continued using it. She also had requested a city email address, which has never been needed or given to any member of any board at any time in the past. That's an interesting precedent. Or is it? She has cost the city money with utilizing our city attorney regarding records requests, as well as attempting to collect money from the city from that said request. She's contacted our neighboring city due to a dislike of one of their employees. You don't have to like somebody, but to call their boss to try to get them fired and seriously jeopardizing our city's relationship with Bel-Air Shore, we should not want to continue. We should want to continue our valued relationship with Bel-Air Shore, not hinder it with childish nonsense and personal vendettas. From the beginning, it was questioned by many residents that she was placed on the Parks and Recs Board. I never felt that she or the mayor violated the sunshine laws. Okay, they live in the same house as life partners, but since it's not a legal marriage, it's fine. But is it really? There are many situations in society that are legal, but does that make them honorably acceptable? The opening up of our beautiful communities to non-residents was the big issue. Not having festivals, but having the non-residents. Now we have non-residents coming in, utilizing our beaches. The papers are saying so, residents are saying so. Mr. Mayor, you said you see car after car going to the beach accesses. Now, do we know for a fact that it's from a festival? No, we don't. But this is what residents are saying. I'm not the only one that's saying this. Okay, so in closing, because I know that if I was too much, I would get more time. But I appreciate you listening. And is this what you want as a voice of our beautiful community? Do we need this distraction? and you're setting a precedent. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hanzig.
John Hanson, 22nd Street. I've read all of this stuff before I came to this meeting tonight, and I've heard more. And quite frankly, I'm embarrassed to be a citizen of this city for the shenanigans and the carryings on. This I will say in defense of two people since the swearing in. There seems to be a personal agenda against two people in particular, and one of them is the subject of this particular item right now. I'm frankly disgusted. We heard one side of the story from one side, we've heard one side from the other. If we're trying to resolve things and keep the peace, if you will, and work amicably with our neighbors across the street, this isn't any way to do it. June's done a good job as the chairman of Parks and Rec, yeah. But I still see everything. Has she done some wrong? I think using a title that doesn't exist, a position that doesn't exist in the city, I think that's wrong. I'm just embarrassed that at 11:20 at night, we're still halfway through this session because of everything that's going on. And to echo what my shipmate Rick said, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution 6 times and was willing to take a bullet. And I really wonder sometimes if anybody's ever gone back and looked at your oath and really stopped and read it and understood what it meant. I did 6 times. At 72 and a half years old, I would do it again in a heartbeat. I'd take a bullet for this country. I understand what that oath means. I'm not saying you need to take a bullet for the city. But honest to God, go home tomorrow and read your oath. One other thing I've read many, many times and still have today. I've read my creed when they pinned my anchors on when I became a chief petty officer. No other branch of the military has a ritual for the transition into supervision like the U.S. Navy. But I'm embarrassed, and I'm frustrated, and I'm mad. Stop the personal agendas and do this business of the city of Bel Air Beach in the best interests of the Bel Air Beach residents, or step down.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Anyone else? Leslie Notaro.
I wanted to counter a couple things that the mayor had brought up in his things. He mentioned 42 USC 1983, which talks about actions based upon race, color, or creed. I don't think anyone here can say that there's anything involved here in race, color, or creed. I know that's a hot thing these days, but that's not this. And also, complaints were made that people have said some unflattering things about Ms. Van Scoy. I want to read something. Above all, Ms. Van Scoy is a public official, and as such, she is subject to criticism by all citizens who should be free to express their opinions without fear of reprisal and lawsuits by that public official. So I think that the possibility of a lawsuit by Ms. Van Scoy is non-existent. Thank you.
Jim Van Scoy. I will rebut that later. By the way, I'm going to make a motion to dispense with the rules, this is the accused, she's listened to a half an hour of our discussion, she should not be limited to 3 minutes to respond. She's not a regular citizen, she's the accused. And I don't think you would be doing her, you'd be doing a grave injustice if you didn't let her speak her piece fully without time limitation. Keeping in mind, we all keep our time self-limited to something reasonable. Is there an objection by the council? Continue, you have no time limit, please keep it reasonable in terms of your length.
Thank you. I want to start by saying my accomplishments and the benefits.
June, would you please speak right into the mic because I can
Okay,
barely hear you.
I'm just because of the virus, I'm trying not to be too close to the mic. I want to start by saying my accomplishments and the benefits the city of Bel Air Beach has had from me being your Park and Rec chairman for the city. It started with the Festival by the Sea that was able to be put together and funded from outside sources and put on for all our community, for all ages. And then there was even a trunk or treat for kids with a costume parade. And let's not forget the holiday party with Santa photos and decorating ornaments and cookies and coloring books and crayons for the kids. Again, at no cost to this city. In fact, no other Parks and Recreation Board in this city that I know of has ever been able to accomplish this with no cost to our city. It made money. It's a fact. Everything I have done for this city eclipses anything that some council members have done in 1 year. I'm not going to attack Councilwoman Swope. I'm going to give you a factual information, which I'm allowed to do. She complained about parking for the festival on our streets, having her wine and cheese group come in and complain to the council, but yet she parked her own vehicles on our city streets that day. They threatened to protest the event. But we had a parking plan in place to only park on one side of which was implemented. But 2 weeks later, they wanted to allow a citywide garage sale which blocks our streets to the point that they are impassable. Uneven enforcement of rules for this city? I think you do. I think you do. She ran, and I quote for one of her election advertisements, she will unify the city. I ask you, is she unifying the city? She has voted against every Parks Board event in the city, including the Children's Holiday Party. I have done everything I could to bring this community together by spearheading these events as a volunteer. Our events do nothing but bring positive press to this city. I have been an excellent chairwoman. The absurdity that I have to speak today in front of this council to defend myself for nothing that has to do with my position as Parks and Rec chairwoman. This city is simply unbelievable and unacceptable. In fact, it's against my First Amendment right of freedom of speech. Councilwoman Swope and the city clerk from Bel Air Shore, Barbara Clucci, have made me afraid to speak in front of this council and the city of Bel Air Shore for any other public meetings or events. They have said harsh words about me and my ladies group. So I ask you, why I have to endure all this stress and sleepless nights, harassment over the issue of the feelings of being hurt from another city's clerk and not being able to celebrate my birthday yesterday or go to my granddaughter's softball game tonight. And Councilwoman Swope trying to defend her friend at this city's expense and to violate my constitutional right of freedom of speech. I have a right to speak as a citizen anywhere I choose, and I did. And I never portrayed myself in that conversation I had with Bel Air Shore, okay, as being a representative. In fact, I actually brought it into the light, as I'm required to do, my position, and I did so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Star. Any other citizen comments? Bring it back to council.
I'm still kind of confused about this because, again, it says for removal of Park and Rec Board. And again, I don't think anything wrong has been done with the Park and Rec Board. And since it's been brought up, and Barb, you weren't here, I said that I like you and I like you and I like everybody, so just putting that out again. But I'm not even sure why the records request was done in the first place. I don't understand the point behind that. I don't know if that was it doesn't matter, but again, If we're looking at Park and Rec Board, I see absolutely zero reason to kick her off the board. Personal issues aside, that's between you guys. But Park and Rec Board solely, which is what this says, from the Park and Rec Board. It doesn't say from anything else, doesn't say from the city, doesn't say from this hall. Park and Rec Board. If we're going to read the question, you cannot remove her from the Park and Rec Board because she hasn't done anything wrong with the Park and Rec Board. That's it.
Thank you. I'm going to rebut what Leslie Notaro said. I'm amazed that you graduated first in your class, Leslie, and don't know Section 1983. I never even mentioned the words race, color, creed. That was your addition. Let me read it again. No need to put this in the record, Patty. It's there already. Every person who under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state or territory or the District of Columbia subjects or causes to be subject any citizen of the United States or other person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws shall be liable to the party injured in an action at law, suit in equity, or other proceeding for redress. If Council Notaro believes that the First Amendment right of free speech is not, I'm sorry?
Am I supposed to?
No, it's not in the record. No, none of that says you. I've already put it in there. The First Amendment right is the right they're talking about. I have case law after case law after case law. And just so you know, and everybody in this city knows, I will not be allowed to handle a case should Ms. Van Scoy bring it. Because I'm the mayor. She will get other counsel. If you think that this city is immune from a First Amendment lawsuit, not only do you have that, in 2 more items, we have another gentleman coming in with an allegation that we trampled his rights. He spoke earlier. We ripped out a political sign, allegedly. I know you did it to me during the election. I have one too if I want. You also didn't make me park on the streets. That's also an abridgment of free speech. This is the People's Republic of Bel Air Beach. We do what we want to do. We enforce code against who we want to enforce it with. Now we're making up sunshine rules. David Gaddis, you absolutely said sunshine. I have it in my notes. Okay?
Point of order,
and so,
point of order, we need to call the question and move
you
on.
can't interrupt me for a point of order to call the question. You can wait till I'm finished and then you can call it. I explain that.
Well, point
So,
of order, we don't need to attack Dave.
okay, I'm not attacking him. I'm explaining where he was wrong in his statement. So not well founded.
You misunderstood what I said.
Okay, again, it's not debatable. I have the floor, you can rebut it, okay? He did say about sunshine, and he said if we weren't married, this would be a sunshine act. If we were married, it wouldn't be a sunshine problem. If we were married and had 10 kids, it wouldn't be a sunshine. If we were married and served on the same board, then we'd have a problem. But we do not serve on the same board. If I cannot talk to my life partner, I don't know whose rule that is. It's surely not the state of Florida's. So if you want to remove her for bogus reasons, go ahead. If you want to remove her because you don't like the fact that she went across the street and did it, follow the vice mayor's advice. You can remove people for any reason. Perhaps next time you can remove a person who has a color that you don't like, or a religion you don't like, or a race you don't like. Do you think those things would fly? Do any of you think that? Does Leslie Notaro think that? First in her class. Nobody would think this. You're going to get sued. It's my job as mayor to try and keep this city out of suit. I have said enough. You vote for this at your own peril. I have given you the rule. I have given you the law. Your city attorney should be giving you this. Okay? He should stop this right now and warn you just the way I'm warning you. You're trampling her personal rights. You're trampling it over a personal friendship by one council member who, quite frankly, hasn't supported a thing that June Van Scoy and the Parks Board has done. I'll be voting no. I suggest that each of you vote no. And if you don't, then let the chips fall where they may. Ms. Van Scoy is recording this. I'm sure she knows what to do with it. And Victor, please, this is subject to very, very important future usage. Make sure those tapes that you have are preserved.
I'd like to ask the city attorney a question. Would you please explain to me what right is being violated from Ms. Vanskoy if she is removed from her position?
According to what I've heard this evening, it would be First Amendment rights.
From what? Because I don't think she's being, I guess it's all about interpretation, because that's not the reason why. It has nothing to do with what she said across the street. So now what are we talking about?
Well, can I make a few comments? And I'll address, I think, what you're asking. One comment is in section 38-52, which is term of office, paren B, says, all persons appointed to the Park and Recreation Board shall serve during such term at the sole pleasure of the city council, period. And it has other language, but that's the operative thing that governs what you do. You have the ability to remove somebody at your pleasure from that board. Having said that, what I have seen over the last, 45 minutes is you started out with the issue, which is item 20, consideration of releasing and removing June Vanskoy from the Parks and Recreation Board. That was the issue, which just mushroomed into all these different things. And I'll give you legal advice in some way that's probably late to the party, but I hope it is applicable in the future. When you do things like that, you bring in all sorts of other issues that simply make it harder to reach a decision on the issue that's on the agenda. And, having said that, Rick made to me, a very valid point. And it's to me, a fundamental point. I hate to say it. I'm not here as the referee. I'm here as the city attorney. But at times, I wonder if all of you lose sight of this. The point that he was making is that, that he didn't like the tone of the discussion and you should go get a margarita. In many respects, I agree with you on that. But the thing that you lose sight of is that the council member Swope had asked this to be put on the agenda and it to be discussed. And it is fully understandable, expected, and it's going to happen that you're going to have a messy discussion. And in this case and in other cases, you have a messy discussion because this is a small community and it has all sorts of interrelations between the parties. And, there's all sorts of connections and relationships, and that makes it harder on a lot of things. If everybody was spread out and this was a town of 1 million people, this would, maybe be easier, maybe not. But it is fully understandable that you would have a messy discussion about this topic. And in a way, I will tell you from my perspective, I raised this 6 months ago, having these kind of messy discussions over and over again, I'll characterize it as personalities, is to me counterproductive in many ways because you're not getting to the business of the city. You're going on a tangent of some sort, and there may be merit in the tangent, but I'm just telling you, from my perspective, y'all are not at times focusing on the matter at hand, and it's 11:30 and you still got 15 things to go through tonight. And this is an important issue. Y'all have discussed a number of important issues tonight, but I don't know that I have any great wisdom for you.
What I ask, Mr. Attorney, what I ask is, would you please explain to me how her First Amendment right is being infringed upon?
well, let me finish what I'm going to say, and I'll get right to that in a minute. Mayor Manzo said part of his job's to keep the city out of litigation. That's a big part of my job, and in the time that I've been here, I've spent a lot of time that in my opinion, y'all probably don't even understand how much time I've spent trying to keep the city out of litigation. Knock on wood, so far I've been successful. And, it's been a frustrating process. But I'm in a way, I'm not going to answer your question because I'm not advising her. I'm advising y'all. Your task is not to make decisions that violate somebody's rights. And you have a code provision, which I just read, that gives you the ability, if you so choose, to make a change. And I think you've infinitely complicated it by adding all these other aspects into one decision. And that, again, maybe I should have stopped after the first comment and said all that, but I'm reluctant to do that most of the time because y'all need to have the ability to have a robust discussion among yourselves about how you want to run this city. So am I going to agree with Mayor Manzo or agree with Leslie? I'm not going to agree with either one. I hope there won't be any lawsuit over anything because I hope you'll find a way to resolve the problem so there's no basis for a lawsuit. That's my hope. And that would be my suggestion to you, is find a way to solve this problem without it resulting in there being a further complication to the whole thing. How do you do that? I don't have a great answer for you tonight. I really don't.
So,
Vice Mayor, I'd like to be recognized.
I just wanted to clarify something real quick.
Vice Mayor, I have you after Robin Aki, okay?
Again, legally not good. So basically what you're saying is, like what I said, the issue is the Park and Rec Board, and we took it way beyond. So we just need to get back to the issue about the Park and Rec Board, right? Is that basically?
Yeah, and I think Rick said this, or maybe John Hanzik as well, said something along the lines of that this is the most severe penalty you could select. There's other things you could do if you want to reprimand somebody of sorts, although that's not provided for in the city code. I mean, the unfortunate thing, and again, you're probably tired of listening to me talk, but there's been an accumulation of things, and now it's all being discussed, and it's being discussed because of this one agenda item.
So we need to get back. So we need to get back to the agenda,
You need to get back to that.
which
and
says removing from Park and Rec Board.
in the future, I would suggest to you that if there are things like this, accumulation of things coming up, it's probably prudent to address them earlier, although I know in some respects they were addressed at an earlier time.
We're going to go to Vice Mayor Glenn Gunn. He had asked to speak next. Vice Mayor?
Thank you very much. I almost rest my case right here. Look how impassioned and how divisive and how distractive this issue is again and again and again. And contrary to the city attorney's comment, we know exactly how much time you're putting into this because we look at the billable hours that's devoted to some of this stuff and the cost that's being associated with some of this stuff. So based on 3857 that you just quoted in 6.01, I motion to call the question. We're not going to solve this thing with any more debate. Let's go ahead and call the question.
Do we have a second?
Second.
No debate, vote. Patty, please call the roll for this. Calling the question, this means to cut off all further discussion and go to a vote.
Councilmember Beam?
All right, clarify this. We're going to the vote.
I suggest
If
you
vote
clarify
yes-
the motion.
If you vote, the motion has been seconded. There's no debate. If you vote yes, it stops any further debate, and then the next thing I will do is I will call the question basically, and then we will vote for this. So this is only saying we're stopping debate. That's what this is. That's what the motion that the vice mayor is making. In other words, he's saying, no more debate, time to call the question, okay? And which, if you vote yes, the next thing I have to do is call the question and then you'll vote.
Yes.
Okay, so yes.
Councilmember Gaddis,
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley,
Aye.
Councilmember Swope,
Aye.
Councilmember Aki,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn,
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
No. So we have a 6-1 that the question has now been called. I will read the question and then we will call the roll for a vote. This is a consideration of releasing and removing June Van Scoy from the Parks and Recreation Board. A vote yes means she will be removed and released from the Parks and Recreation Board. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Beam,
Nay.
Councilmember Gaddis,
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley,
Aye.
Councilmember Swope,
Aye.
Councilmember Aki,
No.
Vice Mayor Gunn,
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
No. So the motion carries 4-3. Effective immediately, June Van Scoy is removed from the Parks and Recreation Board. That concludes the discussion on this topic. Okay, we moved item 15 to item 21B. So item 21, which was originally item 21, is now 21A. So we'll go into that, and then it's kind of a corollary with 21B, so we're going to do one at a time, though. 21A is the consideration of emergency resolution 2020-10, an emergency resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, providing for local government public meetings, providing for findings, providing for local government public meetings to be held using technology platforms, providing for severability, providing for applicability and conflicts, providing for an effective date, providing for a sunset date, and providing for codification. It was brought by me. The explanation is all city meetings will be held virtually, pursuant to the governor's order, it should say in there. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Ed Gaddis is making the motion, and we have a second by Maura Beam. Ed Gaddis, you have the floor.
Sure. I went ahead and did some research. I brought basically some handouts for everyone that I'll pass out in just a second. Basically, I've researched GoToMeeting, Skype, Zoom, whatever. We can do this with the gentleman back there on the video camera being the host rather than being our film guy. I believe that we have everything that we need in this software to be able to handle these virtual meetings and also allow the public to join us. I've included the monthly and yearly cost. It's basically you employ the webinar feature of Zoom, and you can have up to 200 people, which is probably all we would ever have, to join our video conference. And if we got any bigger, we could look into connecting that to YouTube Live. I don't think that that will be necessary. However, in the future, we will be coming back, provided that this vote goes through. We will one day come back, but we know that life is not going to get back to normal for a long time. That being said, I've also included hardware that I recommend that works in conjunction with Zoom and Zoom webinars that will allow us to continue holding these meetings, yet have sort of an automated camera microphone system so that our moderator or our host can handle the interviewing with messaging and then giving the mic to people. people that are staying at home that want to join our meeting. So that being said, for this, I know that it's on several people's minds here, and right now, I just feel like we had too many people in this building.
Thank you, David, for your research, and thank you for joining me on this one. As you know, last time I was not in favor of meeting in public, and Robin Aki and I were the only two. But I think things have changed. I think there was optimism at the time, and some of the people on the council, I'm going to give them kind of credit because I think they thought that we could do things in person. What we had here tonight should never occur. Our primary goal in our strategic plan is the safety of the community. And I feel that we let the community down tonight. Well, we let the community down in a lot of ways, but this safety is the way we primarily let them down tonight. We have put all of our important people who run this city in one room with 100 people. I can tell you, you know, if somebody doesn't test positive, it's a miracle, okay? And the problem is we don't have the bench as like like some of these cities where we've got 300 people. I've got one city manager, he's got one assistant, we have one city clerk. I mean, when we lose these people, we close the doors here. I have a whole thing of statistics, I'm not gonna go through them, but one that is telling, because I get this every day from the state, is that it took us 4 months, 114 days to get to the first 100,000 cases of this virus in Florida. That happened on June 22nd, 2020. In less than 2 weeks, we've racked up another 100,000. At this rate, it's going to get ugly. The hospitals are running out of ICU space. We are putting ourselves at risk of death here. I was kidding with the city manager. I mean, he's a little older than me, but we're not that far apart. We're in a higher risk group, and there's a number of people, or being other people that are in high risk, and I don't think that this is necessary. I know that we can do this. The other cities, Reddington Beach, Reddington Shores, St. Petersburg Beach, Bel Air Shore, Treasure Island, and the County of Pinellas all use virtual meetings. In terms of it discouraging people, actually to the contrary. Mike Twitty, our tax appraiser, was online at the Mayor's Council, and before the meeting he said, the county meetings are going 6 hours long because everybody is calling in and watching them now from Zoom. So actually, it's so easy to be able to do this from your living room without having to get up and go to council chambers. So I think it will help people. Also, to what David Gaddis said, if we prepare this in the event, I hope we never have to use this, but in the event that something ever befalls us, hurricane-wise or natural disaster-wise, we will have a means of operating with this council no matter where any of us are. And we don't have that right now. So we would be able to conduct the safety of the business of the city. So I highly recommend this. I think we're only going to do it as long as the governor's order is in place. We will come back at a future time as soon as the governor lifts that. But I am with Dave Gaddis. This isn't happening anytime soon. We have 11,000 cases the other day. I think we had 6,600 today, but it'll be up again. This thing is going in the wrong direction in Florida. And I mean, I can't even go back to New Jersey and visit people. They don't want us. So, not good. So I encourage everybody to support this. Thank you.
I really appreciate this one and 1521B, whatever it is now. Obviously, I'm the only doctor here. I've been saying this since our virtual meetings, and people kind of pushed me aside and disregard my expert medical opinion. But I'm really happy we're doing this. I think we definitely need this, and 21B. I see it every day. You think it looks bad on TV? It was really bad in person. People who don't want to wear a mask, all I got to say is, would you rather wear a mask or a ventilator? And this is getting real. So we need to protect our citizens, because we know by our survey that our mean population age is of the age of at risk. So with that being said, I totally agree and support this, that we definitely need to protect our citizens and wear face masks and social distance. And yes, you can do both. CDC recommendations, it's not one or the other. And yeah, I'm on board.
Thank you. Anybody else on council? Take it to the citizens. Any citizen comments on this? Back to council. Any final comments by the mover, Dave Gaddis, and anyone else? Barbie? Dave Gaddis, you have the last word. I'm sorry, Mark Beam, you go before Dave if you want.
Our comments on this one, it should have been done, I'm glad we're doing it, and Dave, thanks for getting the information.
Dave Gaddis, last word.
No other comments.
Yeah, I think that's, just real quick, Dave, I think that as long as this works, I think we're going to be fine. I think the biggest problem was we didn't have any means to include citizens, and that was a big problem with what we were discussing in the virtual meetings. The other thing is you said this would go indefinitely or whatever. There is an end date currently as August 1st, 2020.
Yeah, I said it would go as long as the governor's order goes out, because we don't, the governor's order right now, I believe, is August, but that's subject to change. Last time he changed it the night before, so you'll have to watch it, but right now it'll just be for July. These cases are going in the wrong direction, so.
So if we find this doesn't work, or we get, but you're confident, Dave, we're going to be okay?
Yes, people are using this all over the country, and basically I did some desk performance, and the webinar piece is what's missing from everyone's solution. In GoToMeeting versus GoToWebinars, I tested it out. In fact, I tried it again today thinking that they were just having, maybe they were having a bad day the first time that I tried it. And so I put 2 browsers on 2 different computers, and I set up a conference and invited myself on another computer, and the performance was unusable. It was about a 30-second delay.
Okay, my only other concern is, are we giving the city manager budget to buy equipment so they can participate? Because that's the other issue we have.
Let me explain what we're looking at right now, just so that you're aware of what I'm asking you to get into, is that, let me find the prices in here. Okay, so currently, we pay, what is it, 20 or 30 bucks a month for GoToMeetings, is that right?
I think the cost per year was like $150 or
Okay.
something.
It's relatively inexpensive. Okay, what I'm asking you to do is if you bought a year's worth of this service, it's going to be roughly $550. However, what that does is that gives us the capability to do things that wouldn't work with our existing platform. So out of that yearly price he just gave us, you can back that out and then just say we're paying this much more, about $300 I'm guessing. Right now, this is the only solution that I'm aware of that will work for us because of our limited technical capabilities and our low budget. As far as the hardware goes, later on, whenever we come back, if we want 2 or 3 people want to be here and it's allowed, or everyone wants to be here, but everyone out in the audience wants to stay home, we will have the tools to do that. And like I said, it's humans. That's the hard part. As he can attest, to do a job like this, it normally takes 2 people. So for the cost of around, I don't know, $5,000 or something, you don't have to hire somebody, and you have the hardware forever whenever we come back to that point to where we're ready to put ourselves on a video conference live.
Councilwoman Shirley, to answer your question, I've used this extensively to do training up in New Jersey.
I'm very familiar with software.
Okay, yeah, so it
I don't
works
have
great.
any issues with this. My issue is we don't have hardware to run this in City Hall. So we can't get these 2 people on a meeting with a video. I think we have 1 camera on Lynn's computer and no speakers. He's fumbling with earphones and things like that. We need to give him a budget to go buy some equipment so they can participate. Patty as well.
Yes.
She can't be on a telephone. We've got to give them
Correct.
the budget to do this.
So let me explain. My recommendation would be is that we post the meeting, give the web address, and we don't open City Hall. These 2 should be at home.
Correct.
Working on their home computer, and they just join the conference as participants. And the host, what this young man will be doing is actually firing up the meeting and and giving us the web address that we used to log in with. And then he manages people that want to join it and enter their comments. And it's not one of those out of control things. I went through all of the bells and whistles. Zoom keeps getting hacked. Well, it's because people don't turn their stuff off. They don't turn off options that prevent that from happening. And it's all very easy to do, and I think this is our only solution.
The other thing I'll bring up to the city, and Lynn Reeves is aware of this because we made him aware. In fact, I know June made you aware of this. There is grant money available in FEMA grants. I believe you've already set this up because we're under a state of emergency. Any monies that we spend to deal with this emergency are theoretically reimbursable. So whatever we spend and whatever we have to spend, it's going to be far less than if people start getting sick in the city, what the cost to the city can be. Because again, as I said earlier, I'm about trying to save the city from lawsuits. I don't think that the release in our front yard here is going to cut it. So what I'm saying is basically keep track of whatever you spend and then submit it to the FEMA folks, or I don't know who's handling this, but I think it's FEMA, for reimbursement, because this is done directly in our situation to deal with this disaster. I mean, but it's a great thing to have anyway. So it will allow, as Dave Gaddis said, everybody in the city to participate in the
Dave and I are going to have a little more conversation, because I've spoken to LogTech, and there's some, with that additional equipment. Zoom, I'm sure we can work this out rather quickly. It's just the equipment that the communications committee brought. I had a discussion with LogTech, and you and I just need to have a conversation.
So Dave, you'll make sure he gets the equipment, and and we don't need to give you money, the budget's there for this sort of stuff. I mean, worst case, I see you two each getting a laptop and taking it home that has the camera built in and the speakers built in. I mean, and what is that, a couple $1,000s, Dave? I mean,
Yeah, but that's not going to happen tomorrow. It's, we have to purchase them and do it.
you just need them by the next meeting, right?
Yeah, for the 13th.
Well, that's the 13th.
What I would recommend is if we decide to do this, I would recommend that we do a practice run, one session, where we go ahead and announce we're having a public meeting, but it's just a practice meeting, just to make sure we all understand what we're doing, and we can talk about it all together if anybody's having any problems, so that whenever we have the real meeting, we're ready to go.
I have a question for, I'm sorry, are you done? You done?
Go ahead.
I have a question for our city attorney. Is there any legal issues with any of this type of setup going on with the city clerk being at home, or the city manager? I just want to make sure we're not crossing any legal line like that.
Due to the executive orders that have been put in place and then extended several different times, you're fine to do this. At some point, hopefully soon, those will stop. But as of now, you're able to do that. You're able to use the technology to have these meetings. And the meetings of the boards and the committees.
All meetings, all city meetings. The
Yes,
city
sir.
hall is not
All
going to be open
public
for meetings.
meetings.
That's it. Okay, do we have any other council questions or comments before I call the question? Okay, so this is consideration of, this item 21A, consideration of emergency resolution 2020-10, an emergency resolution for the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, providing for local government public meetings, providing for findings, providing for local government public meetings to be held using technology platforms, providing for severability, providing for applicability and conflicts, providing for an effective date, providing for a sunset date, and providing for codification. A yes vote means that we will hold our meetings virtually until such time that the governor's order expires. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Beam,
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis,
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley,
Aye.
Councilmember Swope,
Aye.
Councilmember Aki,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn,
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye, so it passes 7-0. So the budget meetings and all other meetings at this point for the month of July are held, I believe, Fred, if I'm not mistaken, is it August 1st? August 1st, it technically expires, but we'll have to watch the Tallahassee to see what the governor does. I don't have any inside information on that. The county didn't have inside information last time until the last minute, but 100,000 cases a day, it'll be extended, is my guess. Okay, so now item 21B is what used to be item 15. And this is consideration of an emergency order, 01-2020, an emergency order of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, setting indoor public safety requirements, mandating that individuals wear a mask covering in public indoor places, providing for findings, providing for definitions, providing for mandatory requirements and prohibitions, providing for penalties and enforcement, providing for severability, providing for applicability and conflicts, providing for an effective date, providing for a sunset date, and providing for codification. The description is this is the public safety requirements of face masks for indoor places. Motion was suggested by the city manager. I'll ask for a motion.
So moved.
Mark Bean?
Second.
That was Jody Shirley?
That was me.
Oh, not me, okay. Mark Bean, you're first.
Anybody have a comment?
Oh, you have the floor.
I don't. Yes, I'm just relinquishing.
Oh, okay.
Well, since I second, I'll go. I obviously know a lot about this. As I've already said, it's very important to wear a face mask, not only to protect me, but to protect you. And just an FYI, I saw everybody doing it and still doing it. You do not need to remove your mask in order to talk. You guys heard everything I've said. I've never touched my mask, taken it off, so you don't have to remove your mask to talk at any time, even at the microphone. Just FYI, but yes, thank you, Lynn, for putting this in.
I just want to say the city managers, I had consultation with the city manager once and the city attorney actually, once the county gave this option, well, it wasn't an option, they gave the mandate that all businesses in the county that you had to have masks to go in all businesses. And we kind of went back and forth, and ultimately I asked Lynn Reeves, I said, it's your decision, but my suggestion was we do what the county is doing. That's always what Fred Riley recommends, is that if the county's doing it, if they recommend it for businesses, if the county recommends it, the county recommends this for city halls, but we have to make our own decision. I think if you can go into a auto parts store and you have to have a mask, if we have 100 people in our room here, you need a mask. It's real simple. I don't know if they're perfectly safe at keeping away the virus. I don't think they're hurting. So if it's an easy one, let's vote yes and keep our employees safe. There's not going to be a lot of other people in City Hall, but let's keep the employees safe. We can't afford to lose them right now.
If Vice Mayor would like to be recognized?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Gunn.
Okay, yeah, we just took care of the virtual meetings, so the reason why I was asking to reorder these things the way we did was because what we are now talking about is city employees, right? Because our meetings will be virtual, so you have now been sitting in a meeting for 6 hours wearing your mask, and you've made not less than 2 comments about how you couldn't see or adjust your glasses. So my question is, regarding the unexpected consequences, do you expect the city employees to wear their mask in the office all day long if they can maintain social distancing or be separated by sneeze shields or whatever? And I guess I need some input from the city manager. I mean, we're talking about the safety of our employees. Do you have some input into this?
Can I add input as the doctor on this council? But
No, I
first,
think
Lynn.
Let me have Lynn do it first and then come right back to you, Dr. Aki, okay? Go ahead, Lynn Reeves, because he asked you the question.
Yeah. Vice Mayor, what we've done since all this started, we put up the shield so the public doesn't have access to us. If we have a meeting with the public, we go into the conference room, we put on a mask. We haven't put on masks inside the offices. And for the most case, unless Patty says something otherwise, I don't think that's necessary at this point, because we've got the block from the public. That's just my opinion. And most of us are in our offices most of the day unless we have contact with someone or someone comes in to meet with us. Like today, I had a couple of residents come in, and so I met them in the conference room. I had a mask on, they had a mask on. So, but whatever you direct us to do, we'll do.
What's your preference?
Well, I'm getting the sense that you're applying a little personal responsibility and common sense to the thing. If you are interacting closely or can't maintain social distancing, you're practicing good hygiene and wearing a mask. Is that correct?
I didn't catch.
He said basically your personal responsibility, putting personal responsibility on it.
We're, you know, when we're meeting with the public, yes, we're wearing a mask, we're in the office, we're keeping our distance, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, it's, but we aren't wearing a mask all day long, I will tell you that.
I think if you're sitting in your office by yourself, working, it's unnecessary. It's your choice, obviously, but it's not required. If anyone comes to this building, they should wear them. I think it would be kind of a double standard if they're meeting with somebody and we're not wearing them, you know. So I think it has to be both ways on a meeting. But if you're in your office, I mean, that's your, to me, that's your call, you know.
I would,
Well, my concern is, again, the unexpected consequences. I'm reading through this thing, and it's mandating that individuals wear a face mask covering in public indoor places. To me, it doesn't sound like there's any room there for common sense or public. I think we're being overly prescriptive in this thing, and allow the city manager to manage his employees and use some personal discretion here and responsibility and common sense.
City manager, you already require masks for people coming to the building. I mean, we're in a state of emergency. The city manager can make emergency declarations. He's in charge of this building. He's made the decision after consultation with council, and he included me in. He didn't have to, okay? We just exchanged some ideas like we like to do sometimes, and he said, I'm gonna do it. And I'm like, well, that's great. So, I mean, if you work in an auto parts store all day, you've got to wear your mask, okay? Every public place right now is mandated in the county. If we do less than that, well, then I don't know, are we really doing everything we can to protect the public? I think you can't be in public meetings not wearing a mask.
No, I think what the vice mayor is asking, if I understand it, he's asking if the council's going to give some latitude in this resolution for the city staff, as long as they're within the office.
Well, I think it's, do we even need the resolution?
Exactly.
Because we have, now you've just eliminated everyone from the building, and we're even talking about staff being at home on these calls and whatnot. So do we even need the resolution? Are we imposing something we can't? The only public building in Bel Air Beach is right here.
Right.
Bingo, bada bing, you're right on. That's what I'm saying is,
And why are
it's a
we-
moot resolution.
And we're basically doing a redundant rule.
Well, that, I will tell you, that was my position, that we were, and I had that discussion with the mayor and the city attorney. I said, hey, the county's already done this.
Exactly.
And if we support the county's ordinance, then that's when I posted that. But in discussing with Fred, and Fred chimed in.
And by reversing the order of these agenda items, that we basically eliminated the need for this.
I agree with
I agree. Go ahead, I'd like to speak. I haven't had first speaking. I agree that this is absolutely unneeded at the present time. We're going to virtual meetings. Lynn and the office staff are in here all day long. They can wear masks if they want. If they're in their own offices, they don't have to. Right now, I mean, you have to take off your mask every now and then. It's been on for 6-7 hours. And unlike, you know, Councilmember Dr. Aki, I don't wear one all day long. So, I mean, this is like been long enough. So you have to take it off every now and then just to breathe. I am still 6 feet apart from the nearest person to me. So, I mean, we've talked extensively about this when we don't need to. We've already decided virtual meetings, so.
Fred Raleigh.
The Pinellas County ordinance or special order, emergency order accepts government municipalities and government entities and basically allow them to make their own rules. So what this resolute, or this, whatever this is, emergency order does is imposes the same standard on the government building as the county imposes on everywhere else. Having said that, the requirement is that somebody put on a mask. If they don't have a mask on, they only get cited if they refuse to put one on after being asked. So, I mean, to me, it's a two-step process. It's a reasonable thing, and you may, by doing the virtual meetings, have minimized the exposure for the future, but you're taking, if you pass this, you're taking every step you could reasonably take to try and eliminate the potential for people to get infected during their visit to City Hall. So I think it's a good measure.
I agree with Fred, and in my medical opinion, 6 feet away does not negate masks. You have to do both in order to reduce your risk. But it's not an issue, well, it actually is an issue because, if you want to say, well, we already are in a public building, well, for Pinellas County and that the rule already applies, there's several people in this room that haven't had masks on the whole meeting, some in the audience, some up here, so obviously we're not following the rules. But by setting this, we're saying that Bel Air Beach is officially requiring a face mask, which I would think would protect us. And obviously, if Patty's in her office and Lynn's in his office, you don't have to wear a mask. But if you're out together discussing something, you should wear a mask. If you have a meeting, obviously. I mean, it is common sense, but I'm looking around town and I'm dealing with this at the hospital, and trust me, common sense is not being used. So I think, yes, it might be a little redundant, but my feeling is that we need to have a record, like you said, that we've done everything, because if somebody that came in here from this meeting now is positive and blames it on us, guess what we didn't have? So I'm just saying, protection, just like the mask, it doesn't hurt you to have an extra layer of protection.
So to adhere to this, you guys are gonna wear your mask all day? Is that what I'm understanding? Because that's what this says. If you're in this building, you're gonna have your mask on all day. Is that what we're agreeing to, Patty?
Fred, is that what it really says? Or is there a
It says
latitude?
if you're in a public, yes, what we're passing is that if you're in this building, you have to have a mask on.
If Vice Mayor, I'd like to be recognized.
Go ahead.
I would propose an amendment to 21, and that is just to comply with the county policies with regards to wearing a mask in public buildings and city halls.
The county policy exempts City Hall. So I'll run your amendment, but this is what happened last week with myself and the mayor, the city manager and the city attorney. The city manager said to me, we're going to follow the county. And I said, the county tells you to make the decision. So we were going in this circle. We have to make a decision. They recommend that we follow their edict, which is all public buildings. And yes, everybody else in every other public building has to wear the mask. I don't think anybody's going to turn one of our employees in if they're in their office and they don't have their mask on. Close the door, nobody will know what you're doing. But if you're meeting with the public and you're requiring them to have a mask, then you got to have a mask. I mean, we got to do what we're asking everyone else to do. The county does not tell us what to do. They give us the option. So we can just say, do what we want to do, nothing. We don't have to do anything and just make them recommended, but although right now they're required. And I guess what Lynn is really asking for is the council to basically sanction what he's been doing all along, which is saying, if you come in this building for the protection of everyone, I want masks. That's all this is doing, and we're using the county ordinance as the guideline.
And I guess that's what I'm saying, is give him the discretion to work with his employees, exercise a little personal responsibility, common sense and good hygiene, rather than being overly prescriptive and say, anytime you're in the building, you got to have a mask on.
That's not what every other building in Pinellas County has to do, other than courthouses and city halls.
Restaurants.
And schools, yeah.
So page 3, item 2E specifically says that that government entities will, are encouraged to develop their own procedure, right? So it doesn't mean that you adopt what the counties already put in place. You have your own procedure in place. I think we're complicating it again with a lot of, whatever it is you want to do, Lynn, it's up to you, but by the way I see it, by saying this is what we're adopting, it still kind of leaves it open-ended. It still doesn't say this is exactly what we're adopting. It doesn't say that I am, well.
Yeah, it states that what we're really doing, in my mind, is reaffirming that we support what the county ordinance says. And that's all we're doing. The staff, if they have to meet with the public or anything of that nature, they're wearing masks. That's unless they're outside, could be different there, and some of them do.
Only inside a public building, outside.
Yeah. But to say we gotta wear this mask 8.5 hours a day.
I do.
Well, I'm saying in our office, or, if we're having a, whatever, but,
Lynn, ultimately, this is your building.
yeah, that's what we're,
You manage this building.
Right.
Are you 100% satisfied with the way that this ordinance is written?
yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Any other council comments? Citizen, I'm sorry. But no, we have to call the citizens first. Citizen comments. No citizen comments, thank you. Back to council for last words. Ready for the question? So it's item 15, which is now item 21B. It's consideration of emergency ordinance 01-2020, an emergency order of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, setting indoor public safety requirements, mandating that individuals wear a mask covering in public indoor places, providing for findings, providing for definitions, providing for mandatory requirements and prohibitions, providing for penalties and enforcement, providing for severability, providing for applicability and conflicts, providing for an effective date, providing for a sunset date, and providing for codification. A yes vote means the mask ordinance goes into place immediately. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Beam,
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis,
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley,
No.
Councilmember Swope,
Aye.
Councilmember Aki,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn,
No.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye. So it passes 5-2, and the mask ordinance is in effect. Everybody, we're now 12 midnight. We're in the next day. Congratulations. The longest council meeting in history. And we're not done. So we go to item, does anybody need a break? To be honest, I just want to push it through.
Just
Okay.
keep going.
All right, we'll keep going until we drop. 22, this is a long one. Consideration of resolution 2020-11, resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, relating to section 86-65, political signs, Code of Ordinances, providing for findings, providing for the temporary suspension of enforcement of section 86-65 Code of Ordinances, providing for severability, providing for applicability and conflicts, providing for an effective date, providing for a sunset date, and providing for codification. The motion was brought by me. It was not brought in the form that I wanted. I will speak about that later, but leave it just the way it is right now. We will probably have to amend it. The idea behind this is to temporarily suspend political sign enforcement for further consideration. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
David Gaddis,
Second.
motion. Second was who?
Me.
Robin Hockey. Dave, do you want to yield to me? I have the information that you might want on this.
You know what, I'm just going to give a comment and then you can have it. Basically, I don't like the fact that we have to do this. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to do it anyway. All I can say is it was nice seeing these pretty green lawns, not all cluttered up, but it looks like that's all about to end. So, there we go.
My turn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the reason why we're here, if you all recall, back to the, I'm not going to go through too much history, it's late, but a year ago, when we had the Paul Marino debates, one of the comments I made was our sign ordinance is unconstitutional. And it's the full sign ordinance, not just the political signs piece. We suspended enforcement. There was an issue, I believe, with a citizen, I'm not going to say his name, he had gigantic banners on his house. I think he had multiple ones. I remember looking Lynn Reeves in the eye during one of these things where we talked about should we enforce, and I said, I don't recommend doing that. I'm not even sure if we had a city attorney at the time, but I said, don't do that, because we have a problem with this. We do have a problem with it, okay? And what happened was, I'm not going to go, Fred, stop me if I go into any legal that you don't want me to go into. I think everybody on council got a letter from an individual. The man was here earlier today. Code served him with notice to remove a political sign. It was because it was not up by 45 days of the election. And he's an attorney and he understands the law, and essentially he's saying, you can't do that to me. I agree with him. I agree with him 100%. This law should have been changed 4 years ago. Mr. Riley, what changed from what I had to what you have, and I'm not going to go through all the detail because it's so late, we need to suspend enforcement of the entire ordinance, not just the political signs piece. The rest of it's unconstitutional too, okay? Our ordinance is exclusionary. It only permits the signs that the ordinance says you can put up. So it talks about open house signs, for sale signs, for rent signs, different signs that are appropriate, political signs of which we're discussing here. I know a few things it doesn't permit. It doesn't permit the freedom of speech. Go Packers, I can't put that up. Jesus is the Lord, I can't put that up because it doesn't have any provision for a religious sign. And ultimately, I want to say Bel Air Beach stinks. Not that I believe that, but Bel Air Beach stinks. I can't put that up either. We prohibit too much speech, which is protected by the First Amendment. This law is the same one when we're discussing Ms. Van Scoy. I'm not going to bother to read it again in the record. It is the exact same law. The action by the city manager here, pulling out that sign, or forcing that sign to come out, is the impetus, if this guy's talking about his lawsuit, to bring that 1983 suit. And you will lose. You will lose badly. You can't say 45 days. There were people when I was campaigning last year that had Trump 2020 signs in their front yard. We didn't enforce this. Trump hadn't even declared as a candidate when I was running, and people had banners, signs, because they contributed, I guess. So you're going to be able to put this stuff up. I know we value our aesthetics, and we're not powerless, okay? We don't have to permit hundreds of signs. We don't have to permit billboards. We don't have to permit flashing signs and blinking neon and all of this stuff. But the typical, what I call a campaign sign, a little square stuck in the ground, pretty much anything goes. And I know we don't like it, but the Supreme Court of the United States does like it. We're in violation, in my opinion. We need to change it immediately. This needs to be amended that we suspend enforcement of the entire law. I'm not sure about the advertising portion of this. We have advertising restrictions on signs. That may or may not be legal. By the way, this opinion of mine was not shared by Paul Marino, but it was shared by his assistant, Jacqueline Spoto Bertram. She said that. She agreed with me, even though he didn't. So I know you understand this. I think we just have to amend this to take it off for everything right now until you can have a chance to redraft it in light of Gilbert. I think it's Gilbert v. Arizona or whatever. I don't even remember it at this point. I sent you the case, I believe, or I told you the case. So that's my point. We need to get away from this thing immediately. This man's given us a break by not suing us. I hope that's the way it ends.
My only, I guess this whole issue about he was cited is that, I mean, I see political signs all up and down my street and nobody's ever been cited. So that's why I was so confused on like, why was he cited for his sign, but there's my neighbors and it doesn't matter, I don't care who's on the sign, but I don't think it's fair that one person got a citation, but these 10 others didn't. And why it's not equal. I'm more of a, if you're going to apply it to one, you apply to it all. And that's what bothers me.
I'll tell you what happened. A couple months ago, from a resident, or a month and a half ago, I got a complaint. I called Fred and asked him to look at the sign ordinance because I got a complaint about a political sign in your neighborhood, actually. And when he came back, what I understood him to tell me was that if it's a political sign, it's 45 days, it's aesthetics. So we kind of tried to avoid it, and guess what happened? Somebody else complained about political signs. So we went to a few homes, we told the people, I told Mr. Levitz, I said, hey, we got a complaint about these signs, I'm just telling you. I didn't tell him to take his sign down or anything. I just told him that this is what our ordinance says, and he chose, I think, not to take it down.
Put another one up.
Okay. Oh, yeah, now I remember, yeah, that's true. So, there again, we had a complaint, and they're citing our ordinance, and I think there was a mixed message.
But shouldn't the code enforcement officer go around?
Well, he wasn't here that day. And
Okay.
people get very upset if you don't take care of business. And sometimes I have to go take care of business, sometimes Laura has to go take care of business. It's just like finding a short-term rental, If we don't do it immediately, guess what's gonna happen?
Well, I understand that, but then the next day when he was on, why didn't they go around and cite everybody else? My whole thing, it's not fair to tell him, but then not tell somebody 3 blocks away. That's not fair. And they start to wonder, is because this person doesn't like my candidate, and it's nothing to do with that. It doesn't matter who you have in your front. If it's not allowed, it's not allowed.
Right, so that's what happened.
I've also noticed certain people, I think, are a little more resistant to following the code, and I think code enforcement takes a step back because of their resistance to follow it. Someone right in your neighborhood on a hard corner I can think of that would be tough for them to talk to, so I think that it plays a part of it too. They're not gonna, it doesn't matter what the code is, and they don't care about citations, and they don't care about, so you just get some of that too.
I would like to, I'm sorry, Linda, you're not done.
Yeah, okay.
I'd like to ask our city attorney a question. Since Mayor Manzo stated that he wants to make this resolution encompass all signs, would I need to recuse myself from this entire discussion because in my profession, we do use signs, and I don't want anybody thinking that I'm voting for something because it benefits me in any way. So do I need to recuse myself from this entire discussion?
Because she might put a 4x6 real estate sign up because now we don't have a code that, just like the one on Gulf.
I won't use flashing ones, but yeah, she is correct. I would probably go that route in a heartbeat.
There's someone trying to lease their house on
I
Gulf
will
Boulevard that
get in trouble with Dr. Rocky, but this is based on political signs, and I may have misinterpreted something in what I was supposed to be doing. My understanding was that political signs were the issue because of the gentleman that came before and contacted both Lynn and myself. That's why I wrote the resolution. That's not correct?
I don't know what you got from Patty Gentry, but here's what I wrote, because I'm the one who knows this. And by the way, the case is Reed versus Town of Guilford, Arizona. My resolution was resolution to temporarily suspend enforcement of the Bel Air Beach sign ordinance. I understand that political signs generated this complaint, but I don't have a lot to read. It's one sentence. It shall be unlawful to erect or maintain billboards, posters, or other advertising signs or similar structures in the city, except as provided in this chapter. Except. So they're all excluded unless the city gives you the right. Problem is, the city doesn't have that right to give. That's the U.S. Constitution. So I'm not so sure on the advertising signage piece. If you want to say, leave the advertising piece alone, because I know, I've read this case, I know that where you're going to ultimately suggest to us is that we can restrict advertising. We're not going to put up billboards saying open house. We're not going to allow that, okay? And we have the rights to do that. But a religious sign, next week, I've seen religious signs, I've seen other signs, I've seen my kid as the class speaker of, who's he what high school. I mean, this stuff is all permissible. It's all permissible. So I don't want next week to be here again because somebody pulled down the sign that says Clapton is God or something, I just don't want to see it. So it's the whole sign ordinance is garbage. It's really no good. I think some of the restrictions are good, neon signs and all of this kind of stuff, I think that's all good. So if you want to go through and carve out what you want to exclude, but I just don't think we can just deal with political signs tonight because he gets a call tomorrow. I mean, I know of houses that they got these things, my kid's going to such and such high school, I'm going, okay, well, you're going to pull that out of the ground? He has the right to put that in his front yard. I know it doesn't look good, Dave, I'm with you, but we can't legislate this. We're not a condo association and we're not a deeded community. We're public, these people own their property without restriction. I think, you're going to give us the final determination. You can speak, or you just...
Yeah, I was just gonna mention something to Davis, that we are a deed.
We are deed.
Our subdivision, our island is deed.
You have deed restrictions that encompass signage?
I don't know if they do or don't, but we've got the deeds.
Okay, that's good. Well, that's something I think the city attorney will do.
So, just can we, can we move forward with this as it's presented and then let's tackle the political signs now and then tackle the rest of the sign ordinance at the next meeting or something like that, just to move it along and this work has been done and let's get this done and then maybe you can.
I have no problem with that, Councilwoman, as long as we give the instruction. We're doing this publicly, but
Right.
please do not enforce religious signs and Go Packers and all of this kind of stuff. If you enforce that, we're going to be right back here. And this guy gave us a break. The next guy may not give us a break. So
I don't think we've ever enforced religious or, to my knowledge, or Packer signs or St. Louis Cardinal signs.
I don't have either, but I have banners.
We've never done that.
Okay.
So,
this wouldn't be a good time to start. So I think we can pass it the way it is. But we're going to have to change this. We're going to have to get on this. This law, the operative case was passed 4 years ago. Okay, this is what I was talking about last year when people picked on me for picking on the former attorney. This thing was decided June 18, 2015. The city should have been all over that by July. Okay, you got to watch what the Supreme Court does. But we can pass it the way it is, and I hope that'll help you with your negotiation. I think this gentleman said, stop it. He did say the ordinance, so we might have to make a quick adjustment if this doesn't satisfy, but you're negotiating that, and I don't have to talk about it.
Let me comment on that. He called me, I spoke to him twice. He was exceptionally professional. He was exceptionally helpful and sent me an email with all sorts of material. And he made the comment to me that this, the city council addressing this and would be the much preferable solution rather than him filing a federal lawsuit. And that's where him and I left it.
Any other council comments before I open it up to the citizens, which are dwindling rapidly? Citizen comments? Yes, sir.
I just want to reiterate again that you have to be cautious about just some of the comments that I heard about, the Packers and this thing. You can't classify any of this speech at all. So you can't say, well, we're not going to say no Catholic, no Jewish, no this, no that, no race. You can't just qualify that because that, in essence, is what you're saying is you're trying to, what I'm hearing is that you're trying to say that you're going to condone certain types of messages and not others. It's got to be wide open. And anybody has something to say, they should be able to say it. It's like your manager said, nobody ever enforces about the Packers or about the religion or about, it can't be just about this and about that. It's, if I have a message to put out, I'm going to put it out. And you can't legislate and say, and it's not going to hold up.
I know that it was examples. I just was showing the shortcomings of our law. I just used 3 examples, I could have used 100 examples. You can't, pretty much, as long as it's not obscene,
Absolutely.
pretty much can put it out there.
And I think what your ordinance is, in my opinion, I think that you, and I'm not a lawyer and I don't play one on TV, but, legislating stuff about commercial signage, that's your purview. I mean, you can do that all you want, okay? But when somebody has a political issue or some other life issue that they want to express their message, that should be it. All right, have a great evening.
Thank you, thanks for hanging in with us. Anyone else? Sheriff's fanning himself. Why is it so hot in
I think
here?
the air goes off.
The air's off, yeah. Well, normally aren't here till 12:30? I thought we worked all night, but 7:11. Any other, there's no other council comments? So we're gonna pass this then, we'll call it the way it's written with the, kind of off the record suggestion, Mr. Reeves, that you not enforce this, particularly for what the gentleman just said, freedom of speech issues. I think you're still okay with, and I'm saying this, I'm not your city attorney, but I think you're still okay with the advertising restriction. So we're not gonna have 50-foot wide open house signs. To answer Councilwoman Swope's question, I just sat through the ethics course and they said if it benefits the whole community and not yourself personally, you're okay to vote on it. That's the way I learned it. I don't know how you interpret it, Fred.
Well,
Yeah, I would like to
you're
know.
doing nothing that relates to the signs that she would put up, so there is no conflict.
But it's not for her anyway, it's for everybody in the
No,
city.
well,
So
she asked about
Yeah.
her, so
Right.
there's no conflict for you to vote on this issue.
Okay, thank you. That's
So
what
there's-
was your opinion.
If there's no other questions, then let's call it, if there's no other comments, we'll call the question. Consideration of Resolution 2020-11, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, relating to Section 86-65, political signs, code of ordinances, providing for findings, providing for the temporary suspension of enforcement of Section 86-65, code of ordinances, providing for severability, providing for applicability and conflicts, providing for an effective date, providing for a sunset date, and providing for codification. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll, call the vote?
Councilmember Beam,
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis,
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley,
Aye.
Councilmember Swope,
Aye.
Councilmember Aki,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn,
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye. So it passes 7-0, and we'll immediately suspend this. Fred, Riley, would you please let us know, you can just let me know if you would. I don't care if you let everybody know just how these things are progressing with Mr. A. Make sure everything is satisfactory and that we can make sure we work ourselves out of that lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we move into item 23. Authorization to enter into an agreement with Duke Energy for undergrounding of the utilities along 22nd Street between Bay Shore Drive and Gulf Boulevard. Funding is paid for by the residents of the BEI project. This is project area. This was brought by city manager because there's nothing else here. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Dave Gaddis, motion. Second?
Second.
Second, Mark Beam. Dave Gaddis.
Aye.
Call the question.
That's
Yeah.
my comment.
The background is, just quickly, this is, we're getting a credit from Duke for $73,926.27, and the additional cost is $46,884.41, 65.2% approval rate. When we redid the petitions, I've got them in the file, so this is just authorizing me to make payment to Duke Energy.
My only question was, what about the other lines besides Duke's? Are they also being included with this?
There is no other.
There's no other service lines? Okay.
No, this is going to go underground along 22nd Street right away.
The question I have is, now, we're gonna put a meter on the pumping station and charge,
They have a meter.
I don't charge the county for us putting a line in,
They have a meter there already. Yeah.
but I mean.
This is to get electricity to Councilmember Beam's house. That's what it's about. No, I'm kidding.
Has to recuse himself.
I have to report to Doc Ward, he wants to know.
Okay.
That's what I have to do.
Anybody else on council have any comments? Citizens? I'm getting tired. Citizens? No comments? Back to council. Last word, Dave Gaddis.
It's just part of the project, let's get it done.
Close the books on this one.
Dave, Gaddis, any other comments? Okay, thanks. So this is, the question is to authorize and enter into an agreement with Duke Energy for undergrounding of the utilities along 22nd Street between Bayshore Drive and Gulf Boulevard. A vote yes will make us enter into that agreement and complete this project. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye. Passes 7-0. City Manager, you're authorized to move forward with this, okay? Item 24, authorize City Manager to execute a purchase order for asphalt overlay and patching services. The description, this came from the City Manager, milling and replacement of asphalt on Louisa Donato, Alita Drives, and 22nd Street. Hopefully we'll do it after we dig up the roads. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have Dave Gaddis and Marby.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, just to, this is one part of the project. We are also going to be doing curbs, but we aren't going to be able to authorize that contract until October 1st because we need some additional funding that's proposed in the budget to be able to do the curbs in that area. This is off the City of Tampa contract, and I did set at each one's if you want to read the book. You're welcome to. Their roadway contract, and it's going to be 1 inch milling and replacement of 1 inch asphalt. And we have plenty of funding in this year's budget for this, and there will be some excess left that we can work on some other streets in the next fiscal year. So
We're latching onto that contract. Is that why we're not bidding this? Is that the way this works? I remember reading this in the purchase recs rules here. So that because they bid it, make me understand this, because they bid it, we're able to take the benefits of their bid and not have to competitive bid it ourselves. Is that the rule? Okay.
Well, then I have a couple of questions. As far as the underlying condition of the roadway, has the company done any core borings to verify that the base is in good condition?
we didn't ask anyone to do that. I mean, we can do that outside of this contract.
Because, just an inch is just basically, we had some areas that were ripped up by the county.
Oh, no, in that area, we're gonna redo something there right now.
In front of, between my house and the house next to me going north, that was ripped up, do some sewer repair, gas line repair. So I don't know what the base is like in a few areas. That's all over the island.
Well, we can do some bores, but this contract is just for the pavement portion. If there's additional work to be done, it would be at $100 a ton.
Didn't that include holes?
Yeah.
Patching the holes?
Yeah. No, they're gonna mill the top off, smooth it out, and then they're gonna come back and repave the streets.
Right, well, let's talk about the deep ones.
Yeah, it'll look like, if you went to First Street or Second Street, that's what it's gonna look like when it's finished. But what I'm saying is, we're gonna delay this a little bit, because I wanna do the curb work first. And we don't have enough money to do the curb work we need to do.
We've got some drainage issues on the end of Louisa.
Yeah. Part of that is
where that cul-de-sac was enlarged and the curbs were filled with asphalt.
Right.
So that's,
We'll look at that a little further.
that's why I'm questioning doing the core bores to see what the sub-lease of that roadway is before you do the work and we find it.
Right. Yeah, we can do some tours, that's not a problem.
All right. Any other council comments? Citizen comments? Back to council. Final words. Okay, Gaddis, you moved it.
No.
So the question before us is to authorize the city manager to execute execute a purchase order for asphalt overlay and patching services. A yes vote will authorize him to move into that contract. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye. So it passes 7-0. City Manager, please move forward. Item 25, put on by the City Manager, authorize the City Manager to execute an extension of the Code Enforcement Special Master Memorandum of Understanding. This would be a 2-year extension of the MOU, Memo of Understanding, with Susan Moore, Attorney Susan Moore, I'm sorry. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Jody Shirley makes the motion. Second?
Second.
Rita Swope makes the second. Jody Shirley.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear this is just a extension of the existing contract. It's worked for us in the past. I don't see any need to change. Would you agree, Lynn?
Yes, I would agree, and she isn't changing her fees, so that's a good thing for us. We had, I think we had one modification in the contract that Fred added for mediation, and Attorney Moore is fine with this. And she's done a good job for us as the magistrate for code enforcement hearings.
I guess maybe I saw her on a bad day because I walked out totally unimpressed. There was a person here, pled an issue of law. She said that she didn't have access to a computer. She couldn't look up the law. She could have just walked across the hall and looked up the law, or walked outside and got a cell phone connection. She made a ruling. She could have reserved on the ruling. She could have got back for a day. She could have even taken 15 minutes off and found the law, but she didn't do it. I didn't like the way she treated the litigant. I didn't think it was a fair hearing, okay? But unfortunately, the amount of hoops you have to jump through to kind of appeal this stuff, it just doesn't make it financially worthwhile. So I couldn't support, I saw one day, so I'm not going to come to these things regularly. I don't know if it was a bad day or not. Maybe she's fabulous. I don't have enough to go by. I can't support based on the one day that I saw. I would say extend the contract, but let's see what else is out there. That would be my opinion. That was unimpressive that day that I was here, and I'm not going to mention the name of the case. Maybe there's other ones. Maybe I have to listen to the tapes, but it's 12:30 at night, so.
Well, we haven't had, she's been good at following the codes, and most of her hearings, for the most part, are short-term rentals and things of that nature, and she's been steadfast in making sure those are enforced, so. And I will tell you, in the past, we struggled with finding magistrates, and the fees were, I'll give you one, the Board of Adjustment. We had a Board of Adjustment fee that was almost $1,000 for someone to.
Which one's a bit?
So, from my perspective, she's done a good job. And, she's only used for code hearings when we need to.
And you've seen more hearings than me, but I'm just saying that the one I saw it was bad. It was real bad. Any other council comments? Citizen comments? Back to council. So Shirley, you moved it. Do you have the last word?
Just move the vote, we're good.
Okay. So this is a motion before us to authorize the city manager to execute an extension of the Code Enforcement Special Master Memorandum of Understanding. It's a 2-year extension of Memorandum of Understanding with Attorney Susan Moore. And a yes vote will extend that Memorandum of Understanding. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Nay. So it passes 6-1, and City Manager, will please execute that extension. Okay, item 26, consideration of selecting council members as voting delegate, alternate voting delegate 1, Alternate voting delegate 2 for the Barrier Islands Governmental Council, the big city. This comes up from the city managers to nominate and elect voting delegates. We're going to just take nominations, not a motion. Well, we need a motion first. Somebody motion it?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, so now it's before us. Do we have nominations?
Who attends the Big C? Can I
I
ask
do
a
as
couple
mayor.
questions?
Traditionally, they have asked for the mayors to be the representative. I've represented us in 11 of the 12 meetings. I enjoy doing it. I'll continue if you want me to. If not, someone else can do it and go.
I nominate Mayor Manzo.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Madam Clerk, will you please call, I'm sorry, citizen comments. Back to council. Any comments? Thank you very much. Let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye, it passes 7-0. For me, thank you very much. Do we have an alternate? I know Mark Beam sometimes attends these, and if he'd like to, I'd be more than happy to nominate you because I've seen you at most of these, so. Okay. Anybody else for nomination for a second? I don't think we need a third, but if we want, we could, but just let's go with seconds. Any council comments? Citizen comments? Back to council. Madam Clerk. Mark, this is for Mark Beam as the alternate.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye, passes 7-0. Mark, there's no more bacon and eggs because they're closed now. It's all virtual, so.
And I eat virtual.
We might get them pretty soon here, so we're going to keep working on it. Okay, thank you, folks. Consideration of selecting council members as voting delegate and alternate voting delegate for the Florida League of Cities. Same deal, nominate and elect voting delegates. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Nominations.
I nominate Mayor Manzo.
Thank you. I accept that if council wishes.
And alternate Mark Beam.
Can we just do them both at the same time?
The League of Cities last year with the vice mayor went to this. I think this year they're doing it virtual. So Vice Mayor Gunn had also went to
follow up. He does a good job with that, so let him.
Vice Mayor, I'll nominate you.
Yeah,
Are you interested as a
that's
second?
not going to happen.
I'm sorry?
No, thank you. I respectfully decline.
He declines. Looks like it's you, Mark. You were nominated. It's late. You get a virtual trip to Boca Raton. Okay, well, so can we do this together? Patty, we like to do it together? It looks
Yes.
like we're going out unanimous. Okay, if you have an objection, just split your vote then, and you're calling for myself as the voting delegate and Mark Beam as the alternate.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye, so it passes 7-0. I'll be your voting delegate. I'm not sure I'm going in person. I think right now it's virtual, so, and Mark Beam will be the alternate. 28, consideration of selecting council members as voting director and alternate voting director for the Suncoast League of Cities. Nominate and select voting directors. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
I've got a tie. That's good. Seconded.
I nominate Mayor Manzo
Thank
and
you.
alternate Mark Beam.
I will say this, I've tailed off my attendance a little bit with Suncoast League of Cities. I just kind of felt that our participation wasn't really being valued last year. I myself and a couple other mayors participated in the planning session. We came up with very good suggestions, including the short-term rentals here, and they ignored all of it. And I said, well, what am I wasting my time here for? I do have other meetings. So I will, with that proviso, I'll be more than happy to represent this city, but I can't say that my attendance is going to be perfect with this thing. Normally I try to get perfect attendance, so I'm a little disillusioned right now with Suncoast, and maybe that'll change this year, but I guess
I'll agree with you. I
Thank you.
was a delegate years ago.
Yep. So, If you're happy with that, I'll be more than happy to represent you, but if, if I attend 5 of the 12, that may be all I'm gonna do, so. If it's virtual, I'll do more of them. So, everybody okay with that? I accept it. Any citizen comments? Back to council. Let's take a vote, so it's be myself as the voting member and Mark Beam as the alternate. Mark, this means you have
Is
to...
that because I'm the old guy?
Well, no, this means you have to run and win again, and because this is for a year, So that means you have to win again. Just so you know.
I'm gonna pass it on to my table mate over.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call? We're going to vote both of them together, myself as the main and Marv as the alternate, and if you want to split your vote, go ahead.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye, so it passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay, so the item 29, I'm sorry, I mixed up the explanation on 26 and 29. The one was for Florida League of Cities, 27. We don't usually participate that much in that. 29 is for the annual convention. That's the one that Glenn Gunn and I went to last year. So number 29 is consideration of delegating the voting, consideration of designating the voting delegate for the 94th Florida League of Cities annual conference business meetings. Conference is for business meeting only. Delegate may choose remote access or in person. All voting will be electronic. Last year I voted for you. I voted and Glenn Gunn was the alternate. This is pretty much perfunctory. Everything they put on the agenda passes, so it doesn't really matter. It's that simple. There's 20,000 people in the room and you're just one vote, but I'll be more than happy to do it. Can we get a motion first?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thanks. We have a nomination?
Nominate Mayor Manzo and Vice Mayor Gunn for alternate.
Vice Mayor, do you want to serve on that one? That's that annual convention.
No, I respectfully decline. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
Case
you.
Mark Beam.
I guess it's Mark Beam again. You got double nomination. Anybody else?
Same time that way.
There you go. Okay, citizen comments? Back to council. It's consideration of the voting delegate for the 94th Florida League of Cities Annual Conference business meetings. We're nominating myself for the voter and Marv as the alternate. All voting will be electronic. Madam Clerk, please call.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaddis.
Aye.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Councilmember Swope.
Aye.
Councilmember Aki.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gunn.
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye, so it passes 7-0. Thank you everyone for your for having me as your voting delegate, and I'm sure Marv appreciates it also. Unfinished business, we're finally out of our agenda. Unfinished business is seawalls and docks. And I believe that must have been, I don't think it's Marv's issue, but City Manager and Marv Beam, I know these are your issues.
Yeah, so we kept this on here, but we're still doing some research. We're going to have to, engineer, right, there's a lot more work to be done with it. I think the other two items you've already resolved.
We have, we didn't move virtual meetings. I had in my notes this is different from item 21. It isn't, so if it's okay with everyone, we're just going to scratch that from the agenda. We've covered it already. No objections. Scratched. Any other comments on seawalls and docks? Beach access? Okay.
I think we're gonna have to put together something, maybe Laura could put it, in regards to whatever code she feels needs to be redone. And either have a committee or have a work session.
Well, I think we talked about doing a committee in the fall. Hopefully we can have that to look at seawalls, docks, and some other codes all at once. Hopefully.
Question for you, Dave. On the seawall, I know you mentioned we need an expert. But if you read over that information I gave you, to the city manager, we got last time in the work session. Part of that information kind of is a guideline, basic guidelines
soil behind the seawall falling, crack gaps and gaps between them. So that could be a basic indicator that something needs to be done, along with, there was a newspaper article written that I made a statement, well, the seawalls haven't been inspected in several years. Actually, it's 70 years. So we don't even have any type of inspection for those seawalls at all, and nothing's been done. 70 years. So, what's a good inspection? 20 years, 10 years, 5, 30? I don't know.
Is this a conversation for everyone to hear? Because I'm not really hearing it, and if we're talking, I mean, do we need to engage an engineer to tell you that? Because I don't, we're all kind of laymen when it comes to that, aren't we?
Yes. We need to get some professional,
Exactly. Otherwise, we're
spinning our wheels.
more people to spend money or fine them for things that aren't necessarily a problem at all. Just because their wall's not pretty.
But we'll look further into that and then collect some more data. And, going forward, hopefully, I'm guessing it's probably, as I said in the work session, there will probably be something we do in the fall.
I would like, anyone complaining about debris falling off of someone's dock or seawall and floating in the water, that should be a good sign to, as it stands right now, go check it out.
Right.
Any other comments on item 30? Include that. City attorney, any comments?
No, sir.
City manager, any comments?
Well, I've given you all a very special package tonight. Your budget, and what you're going to see in your packet is in the thing. This is the actual budget that we're submitting. So we've given you also a spreadsheet so you can look at the expenses and the totals for each line item. And then as backup, which is not going to be part of the budget that we officially post, is all the detail, like things like we're spending $300 on the Suncoast League of Cities for membership. That details in this section. And then finally, you've got this large spreadsheet, and if you could get that back to me by the end of the week, it'd be great, because the budget work session is on Monday, and I would like to have your rankings so we can give you what all the council members said. So you can just go down the list, there's a column there, it says council priority, rank it 1, 2, 3, 4, however you feel like. So this is what we'll be going over next Monday, and as it stands now, we'll be doing it virtually. And if going through this packet, if you have any questions, call me. You know, we can resolve a lot of that, and hopefully. Also, the Penny 4 funding for Gulf Boulevard, just to kind of give you an update. Looks like we're going to get in 2021 $240,000, and that's for us to do the undergrounding along Gulf Boulevard. And then 4 years of $676,000. We haven't resolved the issue with Dollar Shore, and I will discuss that with them if they're going to do what they did last time, basically gave us their money, and so we had a pot.
Are they paying for your services to supervise?
No.
Should they be?
I don't think so. It's benefiting us just as much as them. And they gave us, I don't remember what their portion last time. I think it was like 900,000. This time it is 1.1 million.
It's a big project.
If that's going to help us get that underground on Gulf Boulevard,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think they're gonna be done with their portion of the project, so that's really comes to us. So that's
I think,
compensation enough.
We'll get some of the unused money, is that how we, okay, I'm good with
well,
that.
Self-benefiting.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
well, the last time around, they gave it all to us, and then we used it for the projects.
Okay.
So,
All right.
that worked out.
Lynn, is this in spreadsheet format? I mean,
Yeah, I
that's
can-
what I'm looking at, right?
Yeah, I can email it
It's
to you.
Excel or something?
Yeah.
Could you send that out to all of
Yeah,
us?
I will.
I think
I'll send it in the morning.
Exactly.
That way you can just send it back to me. And the last thing I've got tonight, or we can keep going now. I gave you something with the stormwater. I got the fee, actually I just got it today, that Pinellas County is going to charge us to set up the fee in their billing cycle. And it's through a company called Vertex One, and there's some background information in it. But we're going to have to approve this to get our billing set up for the stormwater. So it's a little higher than I thought it would be, but I may go back and see if I can squeeze them a little bit.
That seems high.
Yeah.
It does.
But it's a new vendor for the county. They've transferred all their utility, water, everything to this vendor. So, and that's all I've got.
May I make a suggestion? The next time you make a 34-piece agenda, cut it in half, and then cut it in half again. It's 130.
Or still warn everyone, hey, you do realize, you don't realize, but there's 30 items on this agenda.
34.
It's catch up for not having meetings.
Yeah, I know, this
right?
is payment,
Having
but
those official meetings that
this is-
didn't go well.
This is payback, yeah. Okay, city clerk, anything?
No.
Thank you. City council, I don't even know what month it is. I'm just going to start here with Rita, so we'll work our way around.
I don't have any other comments.
Shirley?
Nothing, thank you.
Nope. That is, I'm just gonna go in order here, okay? Mine's very quick. I got a letter back on June 19th from the Pinellas Public Library Cooperative. They want $58,835 for us to join the cooperative. I don't believe we've done that in recent memory. But we don't have to tell them that we want to, well, unless we want to do it, unless the council has interest with this, I'm just gonna put that, brought it to your attention. We have consensus, nobody wants to join this?
No, thank you.
No vote, no, okay. Citizen comments? Okay. Patty, I'm just going to say declined, and give you a copy of you keep the original, okay? The only other comment I have, census, I think it's due for October. We're averaging about 50%. Believe it or not, they're actually tracking this at the Big C, and we were up towards the top, but I don't want to like fall to the bottom. So I know you have it on the website, that's great, thank you. Maybe we could just put it on, anytime we do a mailer or anything else to the citizens, we've got to get that in, it's pretty important for the city, so that's all we have to do. I did do a public service announcement on this, it was filmed, we should have gotten it, it was done from the county, I don't know whatever happened to it, but they were supposed to send it to you, so that you can put on, you could put it on the website. I'll probably scare them off if I do it, but I did do a public service announcement, so you could use it on the television if you want. Other than that, thank you, and thanks for hanging in with us. Mark B?
No comment?
Rob Donkey?
No comment, but I just want to clarify, our next meeting is July 13th and
Correct.
then July 20th, right?
Correct, July 16th, and then July 20th.
No.
But I'm sorry, that's communications, right? And July 20th is the next council meeting after that, yep, and then August 3 is the regular council meeting. Okay. Glenn Gunn?
Yeah, you know, all I want to say is the truth has changed. I am totally on board with these virtual meetings. And as the only pilot here, I would recommend that you all get in your airplanes and fly up to North Carolina like I did.
Sounds good, I'll get into my plane. Okay.
I don't think we flew up there.
What? All right.
This is
Would anybody like to stay later, or can I entertain a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.